My name is Chisia, and I'm about to start lying. But before I could open my mouth, the principal cut me off. I know what you're going to say, so don't. Bai Jianxing waved a hand, looking annoyed. Chisia, you're 3 days shy of turning 19, and your Esper power still hasn't awakened. Honestly, it's a real disappointment. I opened my mouth. So I'm advising you to drop out and skip the college entrance exam. Reasonable, right? He wasn't going to let me get a word in. You taking up an exam slot just drags down the school's average. Bad for everyone. Give it up early, and we all keep our dignity. The message was crystal clear. In this world, might makes right. Everyone awakens their Esper power at 18 and becomes an Esper. Human forms, beast forms, weapons, elements, all kinds, but every one of them comes with real power. Me? I turned 19 in 3 days. After that, the awakening window slams shut for good. At that point, I'll be one of the powerless. Bottom of the social ladder. A workhorse for life. Bai Jianxing couldn't wait 3 days. Dropping out takes paperwork, and he was afraid something might go sideways if he dragged it out. Xia, the school isn't unreasonable. He laid his cards on the table. You drop out. We give you 6,666 credit points as humanitarian support. Plus, we set you up with a job that pays 1,500 a month. I shook my head. Principal, my gene unlock rate has already hit 0.6%. You really won't wait a little longer. Xia, you're not a bad student. But for one of the powerless to actually score well on the entrance exam, that's harder than reaching heaven. Let it go. I still wanted to say something. Enough. He waved me off again. Go home. Talk it over with your parents. I want an answer tonight. But, Xia, don't be ungrateful. I've done more than my part. Keep pushing, and that's on you. The words had barely left his mouth when a terrifying pressure bore down on me, buckling my knees. All I could do was lower my head and back out of the office. I stood there with my back against the wall for a long time, heart still shaking. A transmigrator delivered by a semi-truck. No Esper power, no system, no connections. If transmigrators have a face, I'm the one dragging it through the mud. I was about to leave when I heard him making a phone call inside. Hello, is this Chi Xia's father? This is the principal of number 1 High. I'd like you to persuade him to drop out voluntarily. I'll offer some humanitarian support. I'll be blunt. Don't fight it. Don't refuse. It won't end well for anyone if you do. Communal dormitory, room 404. My dad, Chi Zongheng, stared at me for a long while, then sighed. Xiaoxia, the principal talked to us. Your mom and I are both powerless, and you don't have any Esper power either. It's pretty much a done deal. He paused. Take the principal's offer. Drop out, settle into a steady job, get married, have kids. My mom, Kaitsing, chimed in. Listen to your father. Stop chasing these unrealistic dreams. We're only saying this because we love you. My heart sank. Dad, Mom, you already agreed with the principal? The two of them glanced at each other, then nodded quietly. The principal's a decent guy, my dad said, actually looking relieved. Money and a job. He's a good man. That's right, my mom agreed. A stable job paying 1,500 a month. That's a good thing. My parents together make about 2,500 a month. Me pulling in 1,500 fresh out of school would basically save this family decades of struggle. And the principal's an Esper. Not someone they could afford to cross. I got it. I got all of it. But I couldn't accept it. A whole second life, just to spend it as someone's workhorse all over again. I didn't say anything else. I turned, went to my room, and flopped face first onto the bed. That's when a mechanical voice rang out in my head. Ding. Detected that the host is about to turn 19 without awakening any Esper power. As such, we present a mother's love from Earth, the all-world's wife gacha system. I shot up off the bed. There it is. The system may run late, but it never skips out. Whoever said that was dead right. That name, though, a little inappropriate. I'm a pure-hearted young man who's been forever alone for 18 years. I'm no perv, okay? New account. Behave yourself. I took a deep breath and opened the system. All-world's wife gacha system. Every day at midnight, one free pull. The card pool connects to all worlds. Anime, games, novels, film and TV, history, mythology, even reality itself. All of them female characters. Cards come in 5 tiers. N, R, SR, SSR, UR. Pity system. Guaranteed SR at 30 pulls. Guaranteed SSR at 100 pulls. Fusion. 20 N cards into 1 R. 10 R cards into 1 SR. 5 SR cards into 1 SSR. Pulling a new card summons the character herself to your side, with an initial affection value out of 100. At affection 80+, sharing a room triggers a system reward. Higher rarity and higher affection mean bigger rewards. Each wife can only be claimed once. To the outside world, the system disguises itself as an SSR Esper power, heroic spirit summoning. No method can detect anything unusual. I sucked in a sharp breath. A wife a day? What is this, trying to turn me into a perpetual motion machine? Ahem. I shoved all the messy images out of my head and got serious about studying the rules. No preview on the card pool. Everything's a blind pull. But fusion exists, which means I can't just summon them one by one as I go. I have to stockpile. Hoarding, the fundamental skill of every free-to-play gamer. The pity system isn't stingy, just time-consuming. With no way to spend money, hitting SSR sooner is the whole game. As for the room-sharing rewards, if I want better ones, I've got to hold out for higher affection. Resources are tight at the start, so I can't let my brain drop below my belt and torch my own future. Prioritize raising SR and SSR cards. The best part is the disguise. Later, when a bunch of women from across the world suddenly show up, everyone will just assume I'm an SSR Esper with heroic spirit summoning. Seamless. I checked the time. 7:30 p.m. Still a while until midnight. So I started practicing the Tai Chi guiding technique I'd learned in high school, figuring I'd bump up my gene unlock rate while I was at it. In this world, your gene unlock rate is the foundation. It represents your spiritual energy, stamina, and strength. 1% is the passing line for the entrance exam. Paired with an awakened Esper power, it determines what level of university you can get into. Esper powers come in 8 ranks: E, D, C, B, A, S, SR, SSR. SSR, the peak of the peak. Every major university fights over them. I just finished 2 rounds of the Chi guiding technique when my door opened. My dad came in, my mom following with a plate of fruit. Xiao Xia practicing? I wiped off some sweat. No need to ask. Here they were again to talk me into dropping out. Yeah. My dad smiled, his eyes full of memories. Practicing's good. I worked hard when I was young too. But no Esper power, so I never made it in the end. He said it like he was comforting himself. Then again, being powerless has its upsides. No fighting and killing your way through dungeons. I got to marry your mom. Have you? Live a peaceful life. That's a blessing too. My mom set down the fruit, her face full of affection. That's right. We may be poor, but we're happy. It hurts us to see you so unwilling to accept it. If there's anyone to blame, blame your useless parents for not giving you an Esper power. Seeing them like that, all the resentment in me just drained away. I reached out, took their hands, and smiled. Dad, Mom, I've got good news. My Esper power awakened. Both of them lit up at once. Xiao Xiao, really? Really? That's wonderful. My dad immediately whipped out his phone to find the number. I'll call the principal right now. Tell him to stop pressuring you to drop out. Dad, no need. I put my hand over his, my voice dropping. I don't want to stay at number 1 high. I want to take the exam representing a different school. The two of them froze. But Xiao Xia, there are only 2 days left for registration. How could you possibly transfer in time? Exactly. And another school might not even take you. Inside, I smirked. Every school scrambles for an SSR Esper. Since the principal of number 1 high threatened and bribed my whole family, I'd make him regret it. I wasn't just going to transfer. I'd transfer to number 1 high's sworn rival, number 2 high. I looked at my parents and gave them a steady smile. Don't worry. Another school will absolutely want me. They'll be fighting over me. Because the Esper power I awakened is SSR. SSR. My parents froze at the same instant, eyes wide as saucers. I understood the reaction. On the entire standard planet E86, SSR Espers could be counted on one hand. As long as they don't die, any one of them becomes an overlord in their own right, and they can head to higher star regions to claim resources and status. An existence of that legendary caliber, and it's their son? Xiao Xia, you really awakened an SSR? My dad's voice was trembling. Yeah, really. I nodded hard. That did it. They completely lost it, dancing around like a couple of kids. Wonderful. Our Xiao Xia can finally walk the path of an Esper. Watching them laugh warmed me up too. As long as I worked hard, I could give them a good life. Just then, my phone rang. Caller ID by Jianxing. I curled my lip and picked up. The other end had no patience, launching in the second I answered. Xia, made up your mind yet? Give me an answer I can work with. Don't back yourself into a corner. A person can't be too selfish. You've got to think of the school and of your parents too. Dropping out is the smartest move. I sneered inside. You're the one telling me to go. Don't regret it later. Principal, you really want me to drop out? Xia, don't twist the concept. You're the one choosing to drop out. We're not requiring it. Sure. Have your cake and eat it too. Fine, principal, I'll go. But I've got one condition. The second he heard go, His voice turned warm. Of course, of course. As long as you drop out voluntarily, anything can be arranged. I was going to take this SSR that rightfully belonged to number 1 high and hand-deliver it straight to their sworn enemy. Simple. Help me transfer to number 2 high. Transfer to number 2 high? Yeah. I want to take this year's entrance exam there. He blanked for a moment, then burst out laughing. Good, good, that's the spirit. Fine, however hard the transfer is, I'll make it happen. I'll have you reporting to number 2 high tomorrow. Just be sure to take the entrance exam, okay? Be sure of it. Hypocrite. Then I'll be troubling you, principal. Not at all. Get some rest. Wait for the good news tomorrow. I hung up, already looking forward to the look on his face when he found out the truth. Midnight on the dot. Ding. Pull count refreshed. Since this is the host's first time qualifying for pulls, a beginner's benefit is offered, a free 10 pull, guaranteed to include 1 SSR card. Pull now? I was thrilled. A 10 pull with a guaranteed SSR, so generous. Pull now, meaning I could save it? Not that I had a choice right now. Getting an SSR to hold down the fort came first. Pull. The card pool blazed with light and spun fast. Congratulations, you obtained. In card, Iran Murray. Long jet black hair, big clear eyes, a warm smile. Isn't she the heroine from an Earth anime? But in this world, the end product universe, they call it, there's no such anime, so nobody would recognize her even if I summoned her. End card. Into storage. Congratulations, you obtained. End card Diao-chan. Drop dead gorgeous, every glance and gesture bewitching. Beautiful. End card. Store it. Congratulations, you obtained. End card Yongmi. Peach blossom eyes tilted up at the corners, striking features. Isn't that the famous actress? Store it. Congratulations, you obtained. Our card Xiaohe. Peach pink long hair, a smoking hot figure. My first our card. Still storing it. Congratulations, you obtained. End card Zheng in AI. Lovely face, standout curves. The first 5 were all knockouts, top tier for warming a bed, but their combat power was garbage, not what I needed right now. Storing them all. Cards 6 through 9 gave me an actual heart attack. Either old, fat, or ugly, and every single one an end card. System, your greed knows no bounds. Looked like the SSR was the last card. Please, give me one who's beautiful, strong, and gentle. I took a deep breath and tapped the final card. Congratulations, you obtained. SSR card. SSR card is death. Bio. Cold and domineering. Merciless to her enemies. A war maniac. Ice blue long hair. White military uniform. Sharp yet seductive eyes. Cold air radiating off her whole body. I sucked in a breath. I'm done for. It's death. The Ice Queen. Infamous for being a battle-crazed maniac who's impossible to deal with. But I didn't have a choice. Summon. The room temperature plummeted. Tiny ice crystals forming in the air. A shaft of ice blue light surged out of the card and took human shape in front of me. As the light faded, she was even more beautiful than the card showed, and more dangerous. I quickly pulled up her info. Isdeath/SSR/level 5, same as host, /gene unlock rate, 90%/affection, 20/development count, 0. I sucked in a second breath. A 90% unlock rate. An existence standing at the summit of the world. As for that development count, I couldn't make sense of it. I'd set it aside for now. She swept her gaze around the room, then settled on me, appraising. So you're the one who summoned me? Her voice was cold as ice, and somehow still lovely. And you're my partner? System notice. All summon characters default to being the host partner, but the host must win their heart through charm and strength. Save me the explanation. Yes. And your partner. She raised an eyebrow, took 2 steps forward in her military boots, lifted my chin with one hand, and studied me closely. Handsome enough. But the you standing here isn't worthy of that position. She withdrew her hand. You're too weak. It was my first time this close to a woman this beautiful. My heart was hammering, and I had to fake my composure. I know you're strong, but I'm confident I can surpass you. Interesting. Interest flickered in her eyes. She pressed a cold fingertip to my chest. You can't even withstand 1% of my power. A chill shot through my body. No killing intent, just enough to make me feel the gulf between us with perfect clarity. I gritted through it and met her eyes. Give me time. I'll get stronger. I promise. She laughed softly. Good. I like people with fighting spirit. Get stronger, then. Strong enough to be worthy of me. Summon successful. Initial affection, 20. Bond system unlocked. Interaction raises the bond, generating bond energy, which can be used to analyze and upgrade techniques and skills. That got me excited. My heroic spirit summoning is an extremely rare Legion Commander type Esper power, but for the heroic spirits to fully use their strength, I have to supply the spiritual energy. How much I've got depends on my gene unlock rate, and I'm at a measly 0.6%. Supporting even one of Isteth's skills is a stretch. Good thing the bond system lets me get stronger too. The two feed into each other. That's the only way this works. But how do I raise the bond? I thought it over and decided to test something. Isteth, you just got here, you must be hungry. Let me make you something to eat. I dug a cup of instant noodles out of a bag. She nodded absently, scanning the rundown room, then glancing out the window with a slight frown. This world is very weak. I didn't respond, focusing on the noodles. The moment steam started rising, she was drawn over. What's this? The smell is unusual. Instant noodles. Quick and filling. I played to her interests. Perfect for a military campaign. No need to start a fire. Just add hot water and they're ready. Saves a lot of trouble. Oh, that piqued her interest. A general who spent years at war understands the value of logistics the instant she hears it. For an army that needs to move fast, this stuff really is practical. She leaned in a little closer. Still gotta wait 5 minutes. They taste better once they've softened up. Fine. I'll wait and see. She pursed her lips, her tone all. I have to wait for something this trivial. 5 minutes passed. I peeled off the lid and handed her a fork. Give it a try. She forked up a bite, blew on it, chewed a few times, approval flickering in her eyes, then forked up a big mouthful of noodles and vegetables and swallowed. Not bad. Convenient. Meets the standard for practicality. Ding. Isteth's affection +2, bond energy +2. Current affection, 22. Just as I thought, playing to her interests works. She finished the entire cup clean, barely any broth left, wiped the corner of her mouth with the back of her hand, and returned to her domineering self. All right, I'll take the bed. You make do on the floor. I froze for a second, then gave a wry smile. Her Majesty's imperiousness hadn't dropped a notch. Our relationship wasn't there yet, so no point butting heads. Okay. I went to a corner to find something to cushion the floor. Seeing me so obedient, she said nothing more, took off her coat, lay down on the bed, and closed her eyes, thoroughly satisfied with her temporary territory. Lying on the floor, I mulled it over. If I was going to cater to her interests, I needed to satisfy her a bit more. And what she loved most was battle. The next morning, my parents left early for the factory. Once they were gone, they'd be away for a whole week. I made breakfast and was about to go get Isteth when she came out on her own. She glanced at the spread on the table and picked up a slice of toast, taking a bite. Not bad. More refined than that instant noodle thing yesterday. Ding. Affection +2. Current, 24. I smiled and threw out the idea I'd worked up the night before. Just simple home cooking. By the way, I know a place you might be interested in. Oh, what place? You like battle, don't you? Let me take you to a dungeon. A dungeon. The unfamiliar word made her set down her glass of milk and stand up. You're sure it can let me kill to my heart's content? You'll see when we get there. Guaranteed to have plenty for you to fight. Let's go. She followed without another word. To her, as long as there was a fight, anywhere would do. Downtown, the University Dungeon Hall. A place open specifically for high schoolers. People came and went, all in uniforms, grouping up in 2s and 3s, discussing which dungeon monsters were easy to farm and which materials sold well. These are all the lowest tier dungeons, difficulties low, I explained quietly. I've saved up some free entry passes, might as well use them. Everyone around us couldn't help stealing glances at Isteth. Her looks and presence were too striking, nobody dared get close. I didn't look for teammates. I walked straight to the teleportation array, scanned my student card, and a list of options popped up on the screen. I selected the beginner-recommended forest dungeon. This one, let's test the waters first. She leaned in to look, and her expression darkened. Beginner recommended? You're insulting me. Pick the hardest one. But my level and unlock rate are too low. My spiritual energy can't sustain you for long. Before I could finish, cold air exploded off her. Don't make me say it twice. I had no choice. I figured that for an SSR, clearing something at this level shouldn't cost much, and worst case I could just exit. High school dungeons let you leave anytime. So I bit the bullet and picked a high difficulty one. Undead Military Zone, /level limit 5 to 20 / no party cap. As the light faded and I steadied myself, my heart jumped. The atmospheric pressure of a high-level dungeon was completely different. The energy fluctuations were several times denser than the beginner zone, and from the shadows in the distance came the crisp clang of clashing metal. This is it. Isteth swept a single glance around, not bothering to hide her disdain. Compared to the battlefields on the northern tundra, this is child's play. The words had barely left her when the dense woods ahead rustled, and dozens of ancient soldiers in rusted armor marched out in formation. Broadswords, spears, ghostly blue death aura seeping through the gaps in their plate. Undead infantry, LV-10 undead spearmen, LV-10 infantry commander, LV-20. Kill. At the leader's roar, the whole formation surged forward like a tide, their steps eerily in sync. I'd never seen anything like it. My fists clenched on instinct. Isteth took one step forward, white frost coiling around her fingertips. Too slow. The cold detonated. Centered on her, ice visibly spread outward, and the undead charging halfway across were instantly encased in thick ice, frozen solid from their feet to their helmets. She snapped her fingers. Crack. The ice shell shattered. Dozens of suits of armor, undead and all, dissolved into shards scattered across the ground. The black aura didn't even have time to escape. I stared, stunned. Right? This is someone who can freeze rivers and sweep across battlefields. Wiping out small fry like this is a total curb stomp. But before I could catch my breath, over 100 more undead poured out from farther off. Mixed in with several knights riding skeletal horses, spears bristling like a forest as they bore down on us. Undead cavalry, LV-18 undead warhorse, LV-18. My face went pale. The already meager spiritual energy in my body felt like more than half of it had just been yanked out. My legs went weak. Spiritual energy, that one move cost this much? I'm only at a 0.6% unlock rate. My reserves were thin to begin with. That strike of hers looked effortless, but it had indirectly drained more than half of what I had. She glanced back at me, not a trace of warmth in her eyes. That was just some casual ice control. It doesn't even count as a skill, and you're already limp? TCH. She clicked her tongue. Pathetic. If you can't handle even that much power, you think you can take me into a real fight. Her mouth was full of contempt, but her hands never stopped. She drew the rapier at her waist in a smooth backhand motion, a slender blade that gave off a cold, cutting light. Watch closely. This is what combat looks like. Her figure shot forward like a phantom. Against the swarming undead, her footwork was light as a dance on a knife's edge. Every flash of the blade landed precisely in the gaps of the armor, one strike to the core. A spear's thrust. She twisted aside and flicked off the helmet in the same motion. A knight's warhorse reared, and she was already leaping off its back, spinning midair, cleaving horse and rider in two. Smooth as flowing water, cruel as a performance. Over 100 undead were like paper in front of her. They couldn't so much as touch the hem of her clothes. In a few minutes, whole rows of them went down. XP, it's climbing. I watched my panel. My level jumped from 5 straight to 8, and she had 8 too. Strong, too strong. But I didn't get the chance to celebrate. She'd caught the killing high and was charging deeper into the dungeon with her blade drawn. From that direction came the faint pulse of a much stronger energy, clearly where the boss was. Wait, it's death. I forced my flickering astral body to chase after her. The boss, and there's no joke. My man is almost dry. I can't keep you topped up for another big move. She acted like she hadn't heard a word, her figure already swallowed by the dense forest, leaving only a trail of ringing steel and the wails of the dead. I groaned inwardly. Once this battle maniac got serious, nothing else registered. Forget it. No risk, no reward. All in. Deep in the forest, a half-collapsed stone keep loomed in the shadows. An undead general stood atop the wreckage. 2 meters tall, clad in thick, dark purple armor, a great axe taller than the general itself crusted with dried black blood. Undead, General, LV-30. Insignificant human, you dare set foot in my domain? The voice was like 2 rusted iron plates grinding together, ghostly green fire burning in the hollow sockets. It paused. HM, just a little level 8 girl? You have no idea what you're up against. Isteth tilted her head up at it and smirked. You talk too much. Die. It swept its hand, and more than 20 elite guards with glowing red weapons poured out of the keep's shadows. Undead guard, LV-20. A pile of trash. Her figure blurred as she met them, footwork even faster than before, dropping every one of them in the blink of an eye. She never used a shred of ice ability, pure swordsmanship and body technique. What? The ghost fire in the general's sockets leapt. You woman, you've got some skill. It hesitated no longer, springing down from the top, the great axe screaming through the air in an overhead strike. Before the blade even landed, it split the ground into a deep gash. I watched from a distance, my heart in my throat. A full power strike from a level 30 boss. Just the pressure alone was unbearable. But his death didn't move. Only when the axe was about to fall did she slowly raise the rapier, tip pointed up, resting it precisely against the dead center of the axe blade. Clang! Metal shrieked against metal. The trees all around shook, and a ring of force blasted every loose stone off the ground. The general froze. Its stone-splitting great axe, held back cleanly by one slender blade? You! How can you possibly be this strong? Never tried, so how would I know it's impossible? Her smirk deepened as she wrenched her wrist hard. The blade drove forward with an eerie spin. The general's arms went numb, and the great axe was forced open, leaving a gap. Now, the blade turned to a streak of light, thrusting in through the joint in the armor. Raff! The general let out a shrill scream, black mist gushing from beneath its plate as it staggered back several steps and crashed down again. It struggled to rise, but the black mist from its wound was already dissipating fast. Impossible. I've guarded this place for 100 years. The voice grew fainter and fainter until it dissolved into black smoke, leaving only a scatter of glittering gear on the ground. My level shot straight to 10. Level 8, using nothing but a sword to cut down a level 30 boss? I swallowed hard, thinking of that line on the panel, Gene unlock rate, 90%. So this was what a top-tier powerhouse was made of. Even with her level suppressed, she could crush everything on body and technique alone. She sheathed the blade and nudged the fallen armor with her foot. Boring. Dungeon cleared. Reward settled. 888 spirit stones / heaven-splitting great axe / silver longsword / undead materials. I happily swept it all into my spatial storage. This run was a jackpot. 99% of what dropped in a high-tier dungeon was rare. Ding. Dungeon cleared once. Bond energy plus 10. Current, 14. A flash of white light, and she and I appeared at the exit of the dungeon hall. The chatter around us went silent for a beat, and dozens of stairs swung our way all at once. 2 people came out of a high-tier dungeon. Their uniforms looked like number 1 high. They're that strong? And the time was way too short. Last time my 5-person team spent almost an hour on an intermediate one. Probably some rich kid with someone hired to carry them. So jealous. Jealous of what? It's just leveling up. For an Esper, what matters most in the end is still your gene unlock rate. The talk washed over me like a tide. I didn't care. I turned and pitched it eagerly. It's death. Let's run it a few more times. I've still got dungeon entries left. Boring. She cut me off coldly, sweeping a scornful glance across the low-tier entrances. A place that isn't even a warm-up. What's the point of running it more? I want a stronger opponent. A stronger one. There isn't one here. The high-tier dungeon is already the highest we can access. If you want to go higher, we both have to get stronger. Get it straight. She raised a brow, her tone leaving no room for argument. It's not we who get stronger. It's you. My strength doesn't rely on these junk dungeons. She was telling the truth. Level 8 going toe-to-toe with a level 30 boss was already off the charts. But I couldn't let her lead me around, and I definitely couldn't lose this powerhouse of an ally. I met those proud eyes and made myself speak. It's death. I know I'm weak right now, but I'm the one who summoned you. Our contract binds us together. You want to challenge stronger opponents, I get that. But as I am now, I don't even have clearance for higher-tier dungeons, let alone access to real powerhouses. Her fingertips absently traced the hilt of her blade. And so I need you to help me get strong fast. My tone firmed up. Once I've got enough ability, I can take you somewhere more dangerous, to opponents worthy of you. Otherwise, with the pitiful mana I've got, when you run into someone strong, can you even fight at full power? Are you threatening me? No, I'm stating a fact. We're tied to the same rope now. If I can't rise, you can't cut loose either. That was a gamble. With her temper, one wrong note, and she'd take it as a challenge. But to my surprise, she suddenly smiled. There was something playful in it, something approving, and a trace of appreciation she couldn't quite hide. Interesting. This suits you a lot better than that spineless act from before. Ding. Favorability plus 2. Current, 26. She stepped forward, looking down at me, the command in her voice carrying a little less impatience. Fine. I'll go one more round with you. I'll give you time to grow strong, and a chance to prove your worth making me wait. A flicker of cold light crossed her eyes. But remember, don't keep me waiting too long. Relief loosened my chest. I nodded quickly. I won't let you down. I knew this was only a temporary compromise. Her approval never came cheap, and I had to seize this chance to get strong fast. Only when I could truly stand beside her would this contract be equal, instead of me being led around by the nose by her sheer dominance. As for right now, I had 10 runs left. Time to squeeze the high-tier dungeon dry. The chatter in the dungeon hall never let up, All because his death and I kept shuttling back and forth between the teleport array and the high-tier dungeon entrance. They went in again? How many times is that? 8th? 9th? My god, running a high-tier dungeon like it's a trip to the grocery store. They came out less than 5 minutes ago. Is that efficiency even human? By the time the two of us stepped out of the teleport array for the 10th time, the whole hall had gone dead silent, everyone staring at us. I was already level 25, my spatial storage stuffed with high-tier materials and gear, and my bond energy had climbed to 116. The dungeon entries were used up. No reason to stick around. Just as I was about to leave, a commotion broke out at the hall's entrance. A young man walked in with slicked back, glossy hair, around 18, his uniform sharply tailored, arrogance all over his face, 4 or 5 lackeys trailing behind and fawning over him. Isn't that Fan Ji from number 1 high? Yongjiang City's number 1 genius. His gene unlock rate is already 1.3%. S-rank Esper, and his family's got serious backing. Rich and powerful. Makes you sick with envy. Fan Ji was clearly enjoying the attention, chin lifted even higher. But the moment his gaze landed on his death, it snagged. His eyes lit up, arrogance instantly replaced by awe. He straightened his collar, shook off his lackeys, and walked over with what he thought was his most dashing smile. Hello, esteemed lady. My name is Fan Ji, a student at number 1 high. I'd like to get to know you. Isdef lifted her eyelids a fraction, her gaze like she was looking at a rock in her path. I have no interest in knowing you. Fan Ji's smile stiffened. He leaned in half a step closer. My gene unlock rate is 1.3%, S-rank Esper, and my family. Get lost. 2 cold words cut him off, ringing clear across the silent hall. Get out of my sight, or I'll kill you. Fan Ji's face cycled through red and white. He was Yongjiang City's genius. Everywhere he went, people fawned over him. When had he ever been treated like this? Every gaze in the room converged on them, some stifling laughter, some settling in for a show. He couldn't take the humiliation. He jabbed a finger at his death and started cursing, flinging the ugliest words he had, clearly out to save face. Before he could finish, Isdef backhanded him. Smack. Fan Ji went flying sideways, slamming into the ground several meters away, out cold without so much as a grunt. The whole room went dead silent. Young Master Fan. His lackeys finally snapped out of it, crowding around, shaking and shouting at him. No response. One lackey worked up the nerve to glare over, his voice trembling. You dare hit young Master Fan? Do you know what kind of family he comes from? Isdef slowly raised her eyes. One more word, and you'll end up just like him. The lackeys shut their mouths instantly, hauled Fan Ji up, and slunk away. Standing off to the side, I had to admire her restraint for not flattening the guy with a single slap. Let's go. Time for lunch. At the mention of food, a sliver of the frost on her face melted. What are you taking me to eat today? A local specialty, luosafen. River snail rice noodles. I led her into an old alley, the fermented tang of sour bamboo shoots mixing with the fresh, spicy aroma of snail broth. This is the place. A 30-year-old institution. Isdef wrinkled her nose. The smell really was strange, with a faint, almost sour edge to it, but she showed no aversion at all. Back on the northern battlefields, she'd eaten roots, bark, and frozen chunks of raw meat. Her tolerance for taste was far beyond an ordinary person's. Want a taste? No harm. 2 loaded bowls came out, fried egg, tofu skin, extra snail meat, the works. She lifted a chopstick full of noodles, blew on them to cool them, and slid them into her mouth without a word, then took another mouthful and washed it down with the broth. Her eating wasn't exactly elegant, but there was a crisp efficiency to it. She cleared through the noodles and toppings fast and drank down nearly half the broth. The flavor's odd, but the more I eat, the more interesting it gets. That's the magic of luosafen. It's addictive. More flavor than those refined but bland things. Next time I'll take you to try another kind, called laoyafen, old friend noodles. Once you've had it, we're friends for life. Oh, then I'll have to try it. Ding. Favorability +2. Current, 28. Bond energy, 118. I paid the 42 credits, took her home, and the moment we walked in, I started practicing the Tai Chi guiding art. Right then, the system pinged. Ding. Host bond energy has broken 100. You may spend 100 bond energy to optimize the Tai Chi guiding art. Yes/no. Here it was. The Tai Chi guiding art was a required high school course. Practiced well, it slowly developed your genes. But 3 years of it had only gotten me to 0.6%, not even the 1% minimum for university. Yes, 100 bond energy deducted. Optimizing. Optimization complete. The Tai Chi guiding art has reached the perfect realm. Host has fully mastered it. A warm current surged through my whole body. The formerly obscure verses and movements were suddenly crystal clear. I walked into the living room, raised my arms, bent my knees, turned my body, every move flowing like water. I could feel the energy pouring into me along with each motion, blending with my mana, my whole body at ease. One full set done, I snapped my eyes open. Gene unlock rate, 0.6%, 0.7%. Straight up 0.1%. Before, a month of brutal practice had barely scraped together 0.01%. I immediately ran through another set. 0.7%, 0.8%. Head spinning with excitement, I pushed through a third set, a fourth, no change. By the fifth set, a stronger surge of energy flooded in. 0.8%, 0.9%. Just 0.1% short of 1%. I was about to go again when all my strength suddenly drained away. Cold sweat soaked my back, my legs went weak, and I nearly couldn't stand. So the perfect realm burned through that much. I braced against the wall, gasping. Exhausted, yes, but wild with joy inside. At this rate, breaking 1% was just around the corner. Footsteps sounded on the stairs. Isteth came down, fresh out of the shower, her silver hair hanging damp over her shoulders. She wore the loose pajamas I'd dug out for her, the hem barely reaching mid-thigh. My gaze caught for a moment before I jerked it back, my face a little hot, and quickly looked away. Toweling her hair, she noticed my expression and raised a brow. "What are you looking at?" "And nothing, just finished the chi guiding art. I'm a little tired." She walked over and sat on the couch, her eyes sweeping over my sweat-soaked clothes and flushed face. One corner of her mouth curving into something between a smile and not. Worn out from a basic technique. That body needs serious tempering. I scratched my head and didn't argue. Compared to her, my constitution really was pathetic. Still, she shifted gears. "The set you just ran, your breath was a lot steadier than before. Seems this clumsy method's doing you some good after all." That gave me a lift. She'd seen it from upstairs. Just as I was about to say something, she cut in. "Enough. You reek of sweat. Go shower, and when you're done, cut up the fruit on the table." I looked up and ran straight into those long legs again, at a loss for a second. "Oh, okay." I headed for the bathroom with a light step. Behind me, Isteth picked up an apple, her fingertips grazing the skin. That faint but unusually pure pulse of energy while I'd been practicing. Maybe the kid wasn't pure trash after all. She bit into the apple, her eyes thoughtful. Maybe this brat really could get strong fast. Afternoon. Gritting my teeth, I ran through 10 more sets of the Chi guiding art, until the panel finally ticked over to 1%, and I collapsed onto the couch. Exhausted, but the excitement wouldn't quit. I'd finally reached the university entry standard. My phone rang. The screen showed Scumbag, by Jiansheng, principal of number 1 High. Qixia. His voice was deliberately slowed, carrying a faint, barely hidden smugness. "Your transfer paperwork's all sorted. You can report directly to number 2 High now." The tone of a scheme come to fruition. I sneered inwardly, my face calm. "Got it. Thank you, principal. I'll head over now." I hung up, showered, and changed. When I came out, Isteth was curled up on the couch, a bag of chips in her arms, eyes glued to the TV. What was playing was, of all things, a sappy romance drama, the heroine crying her eyes out. I paused, then had to smile. So the battlefield queen had this side to her too? "Isteth, I'm heading out for a bit." She didn't even look up, just nodded casually, fingers mechanically feeding chips into her mouth. I shook my head and left, hailing a cab straight to number 2 High. Number 2 High, principal's office. I knocked. "Come in." Behind the desk sat a slightly heavy-set middle-aged man, Zhu de Biao, principal of number 2 High. "Hello, Principal Zhu. I'm the transfer student from number 1 High, Qixia." He set down his pen and looked me up and down a few times. "Oh, so you're Qixia. Come to think of it, that by Jiansheng went to quite a bit of trouble to send you over here." I smiled and let it pass, pulling out my transfer certificate. "The paperwork's all done, so I'm a number 2 High student now." He took it and looked it over. Though he wasn't thrilled about a student who'd been dumped on him, he still nodded. "That's right. You're one of ours now. Then I can register for the college entrance exam?" "Of course. That's every student's right." He leaned back in his chair with a little prod. "But honestly, if you still haven't awakened your Esper abilities, getting into a good school is going to be a long shot." I smiled, calm and sure of myself. "Principal Zhu, I've already awakened." "Oh." He raised a brow. Anyone with eyes knew I was a burden by Jiansheng had offloaded. Awakening at all wasn't a bad outcome. But he didn't hold out much hope. Both parents were non-espers, and I'd awakened this late. If I'd landed a D rank, he'd have thanked his lucky stars. What rank did you awaken? I met his gaze and said it word by word. The Esper ability I awakened is SSR. What? Zhu Debiao shot bolt upright, every trace of nonchalance gone. What did you say? SSR. This year, not a single SSR student had emerged in all of Yongjiang City. And Bai Jiansheng had kicked this treasure over to him. A windfall from the heavens. I pulled up my terminal's personal profile and flashed it at him. Esper ability. SSR heroic spirit summoning. People can lie. Terminals don't. The way he looked at me changed in an instant. He strode to the door and shouted, Teacher Li, bring that tin of Long Jing I've been saving. Brew a good pot. The one in the glass jar. A moment later, Teacher Li came in with a tea set, sneaking a glance at me. For the life of him, he couldn't see what made this non-Esper special. Teacher Li, the tea's ready. You can step out. Shut the door behind you. Teacher Li's heart skipped. The principal wanted to talk in private, which only convinced him further that I was no ordinary case. He nodded and pulled the door closed on his way out. Inside the office, the fat on Zhu Debiao's face folded into a grin. He personally poured my tea and pushed it over. Qixia, give it a try. Been saving this for years. Don't usually bring it out. I took a sip. Genuinely good tea. Thank you, Principal. If you like it, I'll pack you some. Plenty to spare. No need, Principal. I set down the cup and laid it out plainly. Compared to tea, I'd rather have something practical. He slapped his forehead. Look at this old fool. What would a young man want with this stuff? Whatever you want, just say it. Anything the school can do, no problem at all. I didn't stand on ceremony. Dungeon access above the beginner zone, as much as possible. And any resource allocation the school can apply for, I want it all. His eyes lit up. Now here was a student who got to the point. Done. Scholarship, training rooms, all top tier for you. For the higher tier zone dungeons, I can arrange 20 black iron rank entries and 5 bronze rank. That's the most the school's got. But the monsters up there are strong, so be careful. If it's too much, I'll arrange someone to carry you. Many thanks, Principal Zhu. No need for thanks. From now on, your number 2 high's crown jewel. Anything you need, come find me anytime. He tapped something on his terminal, and a notification popped up on my account right away. 20 black iron rank entries, 5 bronze rank, plus 50,000 credits and 20,000 spirit stones. Take these for now. Let me know if it's not enough. Now that was generous. I remembered that the Tai Chi guiding art, even at the perfect realm, was still a beginner-level technique. The gains would keep slowing down. So I probed a little. Principal Zhu, do you happen to have a higher-tier Qi cultivation art? He slapped his forehead again. Look at me, forgetting. An SSR needs a higher-tier technique to match. He dug around for a moment, and a data stream came through, the mystic origin breathing art. I skimmed the summary, and my pupils tightened. This technique had to run at least a few 100,000 credits on the market, and its cultivation efficiency was several times that of the Tai Chi guiding art. Excellent. Thank you, Principal. Compared to the glory you can bring the school, this is nothing. Train hard and land me a good rank in the college entrance exam. I won't let the school down. I bowed in earnest. He grinned until his eyes narrowed to slits, personally seeing me off at the school gate and even calling a car. Xiaozhou, take Qixia home. Drive smooth. Every teacher and student we passed was stunned. When had Principal Zhu ever fawned over a student like this? What was the deal with this transfer kid? Once the car drove off, Zhu Debiao's smile vanished, and he gave a low order to Teacher Li, who'd hurried over. Get Xiao's enrollment paperwork and exam registration all finished immediately. Not a single mistake. He gazed off in the direction the car had disappeared, stroking his chin, his eyes full of anticipation. With an SSR prospect like this, number 2 high would sit a clear head above number 1 in this year's exam. He was already imagining Bai Jiansheng beating his own chest in regret. At that, he couldn't help bursting into laughter. Bai Jiansheng. Oh, Bai Jiansheng. That's what you get for always playing dirty. Scumbags get what's coming to them. Go ahead and cry. Ha ha ha. At dusk, I came home carrying groceries, and the moment I stepped in, I caught a faint chill in the air. Isdeth was curled up on the couch hugging a throw pillow, glued to a soap opera. The male and female leads on screen sobbing their hearts out. She didn't even look up, just dragging her finger across the progress bar. What are you making that's good today? A specialty for you, white cut chicken. I headed into the kitchen and got to work on the ingredients. With my parents away year-round, I'd long since built up a solid repertoire of home cooking. A plate of glossy white cut chicken went on the table, and she finally deigned to pause the show, leaning in to stare. You people eat chicken like this? Not braised, not fried. She dipped a piece in the minced ginger sauce and popped it into her mouth. Her eyes lit up. Refreshing. And the meat's tender. Eat up if you like it. I served her rice and sat down to dig in myself. Watching her eat with her eyes crinkling in delight, I nodded to myself. Winning someone over through their stomach works anywhere. Ding. Favorability +2. Current, 30. Bond energy, 20. After the meal, she carried a plate of mango back to the couch and went right back to dabbing at her eyes. Once I'd cleared the dishes, I changed clothes and went out to the balcony to train. First, I tried the mystic origin breathing art. Hold the breath, sink the chi, circulate it. 10 minutes of fumbling later, my chest just felt tight, and I couldn't sense a shred of chi. Fine. No talent for it. Can't force it. Forget it, forget it. I'm just not cut out for that one. I waved it off and switched back to the Tai Chi guiding art. Raise the arms, cloud hands, part the wild horse's mane, slow, but far smoother. Progress was slow, but I felt loose and relaxed all over after every session. Isteth glanced at me through the glass door, one corner of her mouth quietly curving up before she turned back to her show. Once I started, I couldn't stop, not until the system pinged. Ding. Gacha pull refreshed. Pull now? Yes. Congratulations, you obtained. In card Shizuka. Big, bright dark eyes, hair in 2 little braids, slim build. Cute, sure, but an in card. Into storage. I kept training until late into the night before stopping. I wiped off the sweat and checked the panel, 1.5%. It crawled up like a snail, but looking at that string of numbers still made me smile. Isteth had long since gone to bed. I dragged my lead-heavy legs back to the living room and dropped straight into sleep. The next morning, Isteth and I arrived at the professionals' dungeon hall. It was nothing like the student hall. The people coming and going were all steady presence adults, marked with the traces of combat, their esper auras clearly stronger. I'd just turned 18, and while I was tall, I couldn't hide the greenness. One look and you could tell I was a high schooler. Isteth, though, became the center of attention. Silver hair, snow-white skin, a cold and captivating air that drew plenty of sidelong glances. Miss, want to team up? We're about to run a bronze rank. We're short a ranged fighter. A man with a longbow on his back came over to make his pitch. Isteth didn't so much as lift an eyelid, the temperature around her plunging. The man took the hint, shut his mouth, and backed off. I was long used to this scene. I walked straight to an empty counter and, gritting my teeth, bought 20 of the most basic mana recovery potions. The stuff worked slowly, only topping you up bit by bit, but it was cheap. Even so, it cost me over 20,000, nearly half my funds. What do you want that junk for? Isteth shot at a glance. You don't need it for those scraps. Just in case. I stuffed the potions into my pack. If we hit a real tough one, I can't have you hamstrung by running out of mana. She said nothing more, her gaze softening for a moment. Someone came sidling up at the teleport zone again. Hey, little bro, taking your girlfriend for a run? Black Iron rank isn't easy. Our team's got a tank and a healer. No thanks. I walked up to the Black Iron rank dungeon and, without asking her this time, picked the high difficulty directly, Abandoned Arms Factory. A flash of white light, and the smell of motor oil and rust hit me. Several spider-shaped mechanical monsters clung to the broken walls, blood-red optical lenses fixed dead on us. Mechanical spider, LV-30. Isteth, careful, Black Iron rank monsters can use skills. They're many times stronger than the beginner zone. She drew her blade, a flicker of interest in her eyes. Good. A chance to stretch. Before she'd finished, a mechanical spider spat out poison-laced silk to ensnare us. Just as I moved to dodge, she blurred, the flash of her blade slicing the silk into segments, then slammed a backhand palm to the ground, frost locking their treads. Take care of them. Don't waste time. I steadied myself, recalled the circulation method from the Tai Chi guiding art, poured mana into my dagger, and charged the nearest one. This time, I didn't hide behind her. To get stronger, I had to swing the blade myself. I stamped down hard and drove the dagger with brute force into its optical lens. Squelch. The red light died, its body twitched twice, and it went completely still. One more. I spun and rushed the one frozen against the wall, following the same playbook, stabbing its core to pieces in a few strokes. Watching the two of them dissolve into points of light, I broke into a grin. My first level 30 monster taken down by my own hand. Humph. The way of a brute. Isteth spoke up behind me, contempt in her voice. Your slashing has no form. Your thrusts are all brute force. If I hadn't frozen them, you think it'd have been that easy? I rubbed the back of my head and didn't argue. Sorry, I never learned any proper blade technique. Once we're out, I'll teach you a few basics. She was already striding forward. Can't have you flailing like a savage forever, disgracing me. That gave me a lift. That'd be great. She turned her head to glance at me, one corner of her mouth curving into a barely perceptible arc. At least you're not just a useless thing hiding behind me anymore. Come on, there's more up ahead. Coming, I shouted and charged into the dark after her. The deeper we went into the arms factory, the denser the mechanical monsters got, shifting from spiders to humanoid mechs, along with mechanical hounds hauling cannon barrels. Humanoid mech, LV-35 mechanical cannon hound, LV-35. Isdeath pointed things out to me as she cut them down. For thrusts, find the gaps in the joints. That's the weak point where the energy flows. 10 times easier than hacking at the shell. I drove my dagger into the knee joint of one mech. Sparks flew, and the mech collapsed on the spot. My eyes lit up, and I took down 2 more the same way, my movements gradually finding some form. She twisted aside to dodge a laser, then split an oncoming cannon hound with a backhand cut. When you swing, don't use just your arm. Sink your waist, turn your hips, twist your whole body into one rope of force. I did as she said, and the power behind it jumped noticeably, enough to cleave straight through a low-tier mech's shell. My technique was improving, but against level 35 monsters, it was still mostly on her. Soon we passed through a final rusted gate. Sprawled in the center of the factory was a mechanical dinosaur 3 stories tall, a heavy alloy body, its back bristling with gun barrels, radioactive green light glowing in its eye sockets. Radiation Mech Dragon, LV-45. This is the boss. I sucked in a cold breath. Just the pressure alone had my palms sweating. The mech dragon snapped its head up, let out an ear-splitting electronic roar, and spat a warped electromagnetic beam from its maw. The very air trembled in its path. Behind me, Isdeath shoved me back and swept her right hand. Ice shield, cold air erupted, and an ice wall dozens of meters high shot up from the ground. Boom. A layer of white frost formed over the wall's surface. It didn't budge an inch. Cheap tricks. She scoffed, touched her toe to the top of the ice wall to launch herself up, and the rapier carved a brilliant arc of cold, thrusting straight for the mech dragon's single eye. That was the core. The mech dragon swung a claw to swat her away, but she slipped past it lightly. The blade came down, piercing precisely into the eye. The green radiation energy went haywire in an instant, and its movement stalled. Now, I gathered every ounce of strength and hurled my dagger at the joint connection. It sank in and set off a chain of explosions. Seizing the moment while it was off balance, Isdeath flipped up onto the dragon's back, hacking through all the gun barrels in a rapid string of cuts, driving the final thrust through its power core. Raff! The massive body crashed down with a roar, dissolving into countless energy fragments and gear. Our levels climbed to 27. She dropped down from the wreckage, her breathing even. I couldn't help but marvel. Killed it on swordsmanship alone again. Incredible. This is nothing. She wiped the grime off her blade. Once your unlock rate is a bit higher, I'll teach you stronger combat techniques. I nodded hard, energy surging through me. Nowhere in this world would you find a powerhouse like her. Getting her guidance was basically a shortcut. Then again, she was originally my wife, and now she'd become my master too. Wasn't that just stacking buffs? I was still lost in idle thoughts when a shrill alarm suddenly rang in my ears. Woo-woo. The pitch climbed higher and higher, jolting my eardrums with pain. I jerked my head up. The whole dungeon sky was starting to warp, the drab gray rapidly bleeding into an eerie blood red, like a layer of thick blood had been splashed across it. The ground trembled. The mech dragon wreckage we'd just cut down let out a grating screech of scraping metal, and its severed limbs began writhing and reassembling on their own. More chilling still, a blood-colored fissure tore open in the sky, and countless dark red threads of energy poured out, burrowing into the wreckage. Beneath the blood-red heavens, the mech dragon's body swelled and deformed before my eyes, alloy shell interweaving and fusing with the crimson energy, stretched and reshaped into a humanoid form that blotted out the sky. It still bore the mech dragon's twin wings on its back, viscous red light oozing from the joints. My level panel spun wildly, finally locking in. Mutated blood energy mech overlord, LV-58. Raff! An earth-shaking roar shook the whole space. A dull pain lanced through my chest, and I nearly lost my footing. Is this a dungeon mutation? My face went pale. The texts recorded it. Dungeons had a 1 in 10,000 chance of a monster fusing and evolving, and after evolving its level would skyrocket, far beyond the original boss. Isdeath gripped the rapier, excitement flashing in her eyes. Interesting. Much stronger than that piece of trash from before. The blood energy mech overlord turned its head, wreathed in red light. its voice like countless machines hissing in sync. Humans, you should feel honored to witness my evolved form. Honored? Isteth sneered, her figure shooting forward in an instant. Save it for hell, once you're dead. Insolence. It swept its wings, and several blood-red lasers shot from its palms, sweeping toward her with searing heat. Ice shield. She slammed the ground and conjured a massive ice wall. The lasers struck it and burst into blinding light, held back by force. But this time, the ice wall quickly spiderwebbed with cracks. Level 58 power was more than a full tier above the mech dragon. Its form blurred, a giant fist screaming down through the air. Die! Isteth's gaze went sharp, and she no longer met it head-on, touching her toe to the ground and evading. The fist slammed the earth, caving in a whole section of the ruins, shrapnel flying. I watched with my heart in my throat. Charging in now would only get in the way. All I could do was quickly down potions to top off my mana. Don't just keep dodging. The blood energy mech overlord taunted, and it deliberately picked the ugliest curses to fling at me, jeering, "You little punk," with every other breath. Isteth ignored the provocation and kept evading. Before long, she sensed my mana had refilled and immediately stopped, one corner of her mouth curving into a cold arc. "You little fish. I'll grant your wish and send you to your grave." She glanced back at me. "Qixia, watch closely. This move, it'll drain you dry." The instant she finished speaking, the mana inside me was yanked away as if by an invisible whirlpool, surging violently into her body. My legs buckled, and I nearly collapsed, darkness swimming across my vision, barely able to stay on my feet. Meanwhile, the cold air around Isteth surged explosively. The moisture in the air condensed frantically, forming a spinning vortex of icy mist before her, turning faster and faster until it became a giant sphere of ice dozens of meters across, radiating a cold that could freeze the soul itself. "Winter's withering." She pointed a fingertip forward, her voice edged with a cold laugh. The ice sphere launched like a cannon shell, terrifyingly fast. The blood energy mech overlord tried to beat its wings and take to the air, only to find the surrounding air had long since frozen thick as sludge, every flap like sinking into a bog. No, it watched, helpless, as the ice sphere swallowed it whole, the thick walls of ice snapping shut in an instant. "Just a block of ice, and you think you can trap me?" It bellowed inside the sphere, slamming against it madly, its level 58 strength making the ice shudder violently. Isteth's mouth curved into a cruel arc, the real show's just getting started. Countless razor-sharp ice spikes suddenly erupted inside the sphere, stabbing at it from every angle, 360 degrees with no blind spot. The spikes carried a spiraling force, and every puncture froze another of its internal energy circuits. F. Shrill screams mixed with the shriek of tearing metal came from inside the sphere. The cracks on the surface gradually stopped spreading, instead frozen over and reinforced by the crimson energy seeping out. I leaned against a broken wall, gasping, nothing left in me but awe. So this was her true strength? If my mana weren't so pitiful, she'd probably have one-shot it already. I don't know how long passed. The screams died away, and the ice sphere stopped shaking. She raised a hand and swept it, and the sphere shattered with a crack. The once massive mech overlord was reduced to a heap of ice spike-riddled wreckage, its core snuffed out entirely. Our level shot straight to 29. 18,888 spirit stones / blood energy core / realm-breaking mech blade. She shook out her hand, as if she'd done some trivial little thing, walked over, and nudged my leg with her foot. "Can you still walk?" I braced against the wall and got to my feet. "I'm fine, just drained." Useless. Contempt in her voice, but she slowed her pace and waited for me to catch up. "Come on, time to head out." I stared at her back and clenched my fists. One day, I'd stop being the deadweight who needed her protection and got his mana drained dry. The white light rose again, and this time, no surprises. Out of the dungeon, I walked half supported by her, slumping into a rest chair and downing 2 potions before I finally recovered. "Can you keep going?" Her breathing was as even as ever. I looked at the 19 black iron rank entries left on my terminal and gritted my teeth. Yeah, a chance to level up riding on someone else's back like this was rare. As long as we didn't hit that 1 in 10,000 mutation again, we'd be fine. After that, the two of us became a fixture in the professionals' hall. The teleport array's white light kept flaring and fading, my level ticking steadily up. 30, 32, 33. By the end of the 20th run, we were both at level 43. Isteth's favorability was 36, bond energy 226. When the white light rose, the sky had gone fully dark. That's it for today. She stepped out, her tone flat. I looked up at her, her silver hair glinting cold under the lights, a barely perceptible trace of fatigue on her face, though her back was still straight as ever. She glanced at me and turned to walk out. I hurried to follow, feeling pretty low inside. I was still too weak. Back home, I forced myself into the kitchen and started making a Yongjiang specialty, lemon duck. My arms ached too much to lift, and the sweat on my back soaked through and dried again. But the thought of watching her eat put the strength back into me. Dinner's ready. I set the lemon duck on the table, sour and spicy aromas mingling. She raised a brow at the full spread. You made all this? Aren't you tired? I'm tired, sure. But watching you eat makes it worth it. I smiled, the sincerity in my eyes unhidden. Her heart inexplicably skipped a beat. She looked away, picked up a piece of lemon duck, and the sour spicy flavor burst on her tongue. Unexpectedly good. She said nothing more, just lowered her head and quietly ate. Ding. Favorability +4. Current, 40. Bond energy, 228. More than any time before. Looking at her lowered eyelids, I couldn't stop the corners of my mouth from lifting. When she finished, she got up and paused as she passed by me. You wore yourself out today, don't push it. Get some proper rest. Cultivation can wait till tomorrow. She didn't wait for my reply, walking into the living room, turning on the TV, and picking her sappy drama back up. Warmth spread through my chest, so she did care about me after all. Once I'd cleaned up, I tried using bond energy to optimize the mystic origin breathing art, but it popped up insufficient energy. Cannot optimize to perfect realm. Still that far short. She'd told me to rest, but I couldn't stand being idle. I dragged my exhausted body through the Tai Chi guiding art again. Once, twice, 3 times, my movements growing slower and slower, sweat spreading where it dripped on the floor. It wasn't until the 10th round that the panel finally ticked. 1.5%, 1.6%. That's it for today. I sat slumped on the ground, gazing up at the stars and catching my breath for a good while before I dragged myself up to shower. The system pinged. Ding. Gacha pull refreshed. Pull now? Yes. Congratulations, you obtained. In-card, E. Ranbing. Crisp white short hair, deep blue eyes, sharp and spirited. Another beauty, and another in-card, unfortunately. Into storage. Right after I finished washing up, a message came through on my terminal. Happy birthday, son. I smiled. Thanks, Mom. Sorry your dad, and I couldn't be there. We'll make it up to you next break. It's fine. You two have an early start tomorrow. Get some rest. You too, sleep early. The next morning, I opened my eyes to find his death already standing in the living room, 2 wooden swords in hand. Clearly she'd been up for a while. No dungeons today. She tossed one to me. Yesterday you were swinging that blade like a headless fly. First you're sparring with me. I weighed the sword and gave a rueful laugh. Spar with you? I'll probably get beaten up worse than yesterday. Good. You know it already. She raised a brow and settled into a stance. If you want to get strong, first learn how to take a hit. Come on. I took a deep breath, ran back through yesterday's pointers, and thrust the blade forward. She sidestepped easily, flicked her wrist, and wrapped the sword hilt against my arm. Too slow. I rubbed my arm and struck again, only to get smacked across the back. Your force is scattered, sink your waist. Your footing's a mess, plant yourself. No strength in your wrist. Can't even hold the sword steady, and you want to cut someone? The living room filled with the clack of wooden swords and her scolding. I threw everything I had at her and couldn't so much as brush the hem of her clothes, while she left me covered in welts, forehead, arms, back, all marked red, stinging enough to make me wince. Too weak. She lowered her sword and stood back. But better than yesterday. At least you're starting to look for openings. I sat on the floor nursing my bruises, half laughing, half crying. That's not looking for openings. That's looking for a beating. She glanced at me without arguing, looked at the sun through the window. That's enough for now. Go make lunch. Huh? With all these welts on me. Welts don't get in the way of cooking. She tossed the wooden sword aside and headed for the couch. Hurry up, I'm hungry. Helpless, I dragged myself into the kitchen with a head full of battle scars. Every time I lifted my arm to chop vegetables it stung, and after wincing my way through it, I finally managed 2 dishes and a soup. After lunch, a short rest, then back to training. In the afternoon, I limped out to buy groceries, still covered in bruises. She washed my back as I went, one corner of her mouth quietly curving up. Seems this kid isn't a total lost cause after all. Ding. Favorability +4. Current, 44. Bond energy, 232. I was dressing a fresh fish when my terminal buzzed. It was Principal Zhu. Chi Xia, your enrollment records and exam registration are all squared away. Sent the digital copies to your terminal. Thank you, Principal Zhu. No trouble at all. By the way, are you planning to attend classes going forward? I thought it over. My focus right now was entirely on getting stronger. Classroom material wouldn't mean much. Principal Zhu, I don't think I'll report in. Don't want it cutting into my cultivation time. Fair enough, cultivation comes first. I've forwarded your terminal contact to your homeroom teacher. He'll coordinate the exam schedule with you. Got it. Thank you, Principal. Don't mention it. Say, what level are you at now? Want the school to arrange someone to run dungeons with you? I glanced at Esteth in the living room, glued to her drama, and declined with a smile. No need. I'm leveling pretty fast on my own, already at 43. What? You're level 43 already? Yeah. Excellent, excellent. Qixia, you never stop surprising me. Zhu de Biao couldn't hide his delight, praising me nonstop for a good 5 minutes before he finally hung up, clearly still not done. I shook my head, exasperated. If I hadn't cut him off, he probably could have kept going for another 2 hours. Then again, being praised as a prodigy, honestly, it felt pretty good. Not long after, I got the compiled enrollment records, along with a friend request tagged, number 2 high senior year class 7 homeroom teacher, Li Jiangguo. I accepted, and he replied instantly. Hello. Qixia? I'm your homeroom teacher, Li Jiangguo. Reach out directly for anything going forward, studies, cultivation, don't hesitate to speak up. Followed by a cheering emoji. I could feel his enthusiasm right through the screen. I replied, Thank you, Teacher Li, appreciate it. No trouble at all. Focus on your cultivation, the school's got everything arranged. Come find me for anything, no need to be polite. Understood? Thanks, Teacher Li. Of course. Do your best. Number 2 high's counting on you to bring us honor. He tacked on a few more encouraging lines before signing off. Not long after, my terminal buzzed again. The screen showed scumbag, and a flicker of coldness crossed my eyes. I swiped to answer. Bai Jianxing's voice carried a deliberately warm tone, with a fake sort of familiarity. Qixia, did things go smoothly over at number 2 high? I sneered inwardly. Nobody knew better than him whether things had gone smoothly. Putting on this act now was just an attempt to fish for information. Went smoothly. I'm an official student there now. That's wonderful. Congratulations. His laugh rang false, then he shifted gears. By the way, is the exam registration sorted? Would number 2 high have any kind of threshold in place? If there's any difficulty, let me know. I'll have a word with Principal Zhu and make sure he gets you registered. If an outsider heard that generosity, they'd probably call him a stand-up guy. But I knew exactly what this was. He was afraid number 2 high might do to me what he'd done, using my status as a non-esper as an excuse to block me from taking the exam. The corner of my mouth curved into a mocking arc, though my tone stayed even. No need to trouble yourself. Principal Zhu has real vision. He treats everyone fairly. Not only did he let me register for the exam, he handled the whole application himself. He caught the dig, but instead of getting angry, he sounded delighted. Haha, good, good. As long as you can take it. Prepare well, good luck on the exam. Ha ha. He hung up after that, slapping his thigh, laughing away. I set down my terminal, and the calm on my face dropped away, leaving only a cold smile. Laugh all you want. However happy you are now, that's exactly how much you'll regret it the day the scores come out. The next morning, Esteth and I arrived at the professionals' dungeon hall. Black iron rank on the first floor couldn't satisfy us anymore, so we went straight up to the second floor. The atmosphere here was more tense than downstairs. The espers' auras steadier, their gear noticeably finer. I headed to the supply area first and bought another 20 mana recovery potions, burning through another 20,000. Looking at my balance, I couldn't help groaning at how broke I was. I need to find time to list the gear and items I'd farmed online and turn them into credits. At the bronze rank teleport zone, though, I found a long line, packed with people. Estetha's ice blue eyes swept over the crowd, faint frost already gathering at her fingertips. These people are blocking my way and wasting time standing in line? Ridiculous. Before she finished, she'd already taken a half step forward, clearly intending to just force the crowd apart. I quickly grabbed her arm. Esteth, don't be rash. I don't like waiting. Then let's team up. Don't rush, it'll be quick. She stopped, though her cold expression didn't soften much, letting out a huff through her nose. I hurried to open the team recruitment hall, and a listing popped up almost immediately. Bronze rank high dungeon Shadow Forest, needs 1, level 35 plus, tank/DPS preferred, come quick. I was 43, well over the requirement. I hit apply, noting, bringing a heroic spirit, DPS capable. Approved in under 10 seconds. Fast, bro. Get over to teleport array 3, We're waiting on you. I brought her over. For people stood at the front, 2 men, 2 women. Hi, I'm Chi Xia, bringing a heroic spirit. All 4 sets of eyes landed on his death at once, momentarily dazed. One of the girls widened her eyes and gasped softly. Wow, big sis, you're so pretty. The tall guy beside her coughed awkwardly, scratching his head. Sorry, this is my classmate Wu Qiuqiu. She's just a bit blunt. He turned to me and offered his hand. I'm the team lead, Li Kai. These 2 are Shi Xian and Haning. We're all from Jiangxing University next door. Chi Xia. I gestured beside me. This is my heroic spirit, Isdeath. Isdeath gave them a cursory glance, and the cold aura around her made Wu Qiuqiu, who looked ready to say more, close her mouth on instinct. Li Kai smoothed things over. It's fine. Heroic spirits running cold is normal. We're up next anyway. Let's head into the dungeon. As we walked into the teleport array, he checked his terminal. 5-person teams get 20% more experience. One of our regular teammates couldn't make it today, posted the listing, and your application came in right away. Lucky timing. Guess I'm having a good day. Wu Qiuqiu leaned in, still sneaking glances at his death, a bit smug. Little bro Chi Xia, only level 43? Bronze rank high isn't a joke. Stick close to us later. Me and the team lead are almost level 55. We've got you covered. Appreciate it then. I'd meant to say she didn't need to go out of her way, but seeing how earnest she looked, I swallowed it back. No need to thank me. We're all students. Helping each other out is only right. She waved a hand, then looked at Isdeath curiously. Big sis, your heroic spirit's level must be really high, right? Looks incredibly strong. Isdeath didn't even lift an eyelid, just gave a cold huff. Wu Qiuqiu didn't seem bothered, stuck out her tongue, and ran back to Li Kai's side, murmuring, Team lead, she's so cool. Li Kai shook his head at me, resigned. Don't mind her. Qiuqiu's just like that, no ill will. It's fine. My gaze landed on the dim forest path ahead. The cold was thickening, and wolf howls drifted from the depths. Shadow Wolf, LV 50. Li Kai stepped forward. These wolves aren't low level. Stay in the back for now and watch. No need to engage. You'll still get a share of the EXP. Wu Qiuqiu swung her bow, the arrowhead glowing red, a note of pride in her voice. Watch closely, little bro. Big sis here has S-rank Esper power, flame arrow. One shot burns straight through their hide. She drew, and the flame arrow hit a shadow wolf's throat with a whoosh, igniting into a raging fire. Not just her. Li Kai nodded toward Shi Xian, whose body glowed with an earthy yellow light, a heavy stone shield forming. Shi Xian's earth shield is S-rank 2, solid on both offense and defense. Haning swept her staff, pale green healing light falling. My life bloom leans support, also S-rank. Sustain's never an issue. Li Kai grinned, 2 short blades appearing in his hands. And of course, I'm S-rank too. It clicked for me. No wonder they dared to take on bronze rank. A full S-rank lineup, the standard support tank ranged assassin party. Move. Shi Xian's shield anchored the front, tanking the wolves' lunging bites. Wu Qiuqiu's flame arrows supported from the flank. Li Kai wove through the shadows for a sudden lethal strike. Haning kept a steady flow of healing. The coordination was seamless, and in no time 7 or 8 shadow wolves had fallen. Isdeath stood with her arms crossed in the back, uncharacteristically speaking up. Their coordination's decent, and their strength holds up too. I looked at her, startled. This queen who normally looked down on everyone, actually praising someone else? As if she'd read my mind, she said flatly, on a battlefield, anyone who can bring out their strength and coordinate well is worth acknowledging. Watch closely and learn. I will. I nodded, then something struck me as off. What about you then? Want to try some coordination like theirs? She scoffed, pride filling her eyes. My strength doesn't need coordination like that. She lifted her gaze toward the depths of the dungeon, her tone calm, but utterly certain. Against trash like these, I'm more than enough on my own. Li Kai and the other 3 quickly finished off the remaining shadow wolves. Wu Qiuqiu walked over with her bow, jutting her chin at me. See that, little bro Chi Xia? Not bad archery, huh? I gave her a genuine thumbs up. Impressive. Your coordination's great. Of course it is. Stick with us, and leveling up today's no problem. Thanks, Sister Qiuqiu. Hey, call me little sis. She put her hands on her hips and puffed out her chest, putting on a mock-stern face. I'm only a year older than you. Calling me sister makes me feel old. I thought there wasn't much difference between little sis and sister, but went along with it. Okay, little sis Qiuqiu. Puffed. She burst out laughing. All right, I'll stop teasing you. Come on, boss time. The group pushed deeper, Li Kai's team clearing the path, Isdeath and I following behind. What? You like calling people little sis that much? Isdeath spoke up suddenly, her tone hard to read. I startled. I wasn't just being polite. Oh, she raised a brow, spinning the rapier at her fingertips. You're mine. Go around claiming random sisters, and you might lose something important. I stumbled a step, torn between laughing and wincing. I hadn't heard her bring up anything about a partner before. Didn't expect her to remember it. Saying this now, could it be? Are you jealous? Jealous? She scoffed, a teasing glint in her eyes. You're not even qualified to make me jealous yet. If you want to get a rise out of me, get stronger first. I shook my head, resigned, and let the subject drop. Up ahead, Wu Qiuqiu seemed to notice we were talking and glanced back with a smile, sunlight filtering through the leaves onto her face, especially bright. She was petite, her ponytail swinging as she moved, carrying an air of youthful energy. I glanced over but didn't dwell on it. Li Kai and the others had already tangled with a few more shadow wolves ahead, nothing for me to do for the moment. Isdeath leaned against a tree trunk, her silver hair catching a cold sheen in the shade, gaze fixed on the fight, unreadable. With nothing to do, I opened the system on a whim and pulled my free draw for the day. Congratulations, you obtained our card Wu Qiuqiu. I looked at the card, then at Wu Qiuqiu fighting nearby. This was literally the same person. Well, that's a first. Never mind, I quietly stashed it in storage. Taking rough stock, my storage had quite a few beauties already. Ran Muri, Ran Bing, Shizuka, Yangmi, Zheng and I, Jiaochan, Xiaohe, and now, if I stretched it, Wu Qiuqiu too, plus his death, that made a full 9 wives. If I could actually be with all of them at once. Whoa, I shook my head hard to knock the thought loose. Getting stronger came first right now. Isdeath glanced at me, caught me with my head down and my ears going red. What are you doing? Off in your own world. I jerked my head up. The memory of the image that had just flashed through my mind made my face burn even hotter, a shy sort of guilt like getting caught doing something wrong, and I waved my hands quickly. And nothing. Really? She raised a brow, teasing. I saw you staring at that Wu Qiuqiu for a while just now. Got something for her? No way. Oh. She closed in a step, mischief glinting in her eyes. Looks to me like you were having some thoughts about her. I wasn't. My face flushed red, and the words tumbled out before I could stop them. I was thinking about you. The second it left my mouth, we both froze. I wanted to sink into the ground. Why had I blurted that out? That image from before had been too much, and it just slipped out. She blinked too. Then her mouth curved into a smile loaded with meaning. There was no mockery in it. If anything, a barely perceptible softness. She didn't press further, turning back to watch the fight, saying quietly, "Focus. The boss is coming out." Ding. Favorability +2. I stole a glance at her. The line of her profile looked especially soft in the shade, and my heart, for no reason, sped up a few beats. I scratched my head, took a deep breath, and forced my attention back to the dungeon. Up ahead, Li Kai was already shouting, "Get ready. The boss is coming." A figure draped in a black robe emerged slowly from the shadows, a skull-topped staff gripped in its withered hand, thick death energy coiling around it. Undead Sorcerer, LV-60. Here it comes. Li Kai pointed both blades at the boss. Sure Xin, tank the front. Hanning, clear debuffs. Qiuqiu, range suppression. I'll get in a sneak hit. The 4 fanned out fast. Sure Xin's shield covered the team. Wu Qiuqiu's flame arrows kept up steady bombardment. Li Kai circled through the shadows. Hanning stayed alert for curse spells. The undead sorcerer summoned several skeleton soldiers, split apart by Li Kai's blade energy the moment they got close. It spat dark green corrosive liquid, held off cleanly by Sure Xin's shield. Now, Li Kai leapt, driving his blade through its skull. Crack. The staff snapped, and the black robe dissolved into countless points of light. Ding. Dungeon cleared. 22,222 spirit stones / undead core / nobleman staff. We leveled up to 44. Ding. Dungeon cleared once. Bond energy +20. Current favorability 46. Bond energy 262. The bond energy gain was bigger than usual. Not sure if that was from the favorability increase or the different dungeon tier. Wu Qiuqiu shouldered her bow and turned around, grinning. Nailed it. Little bro Chi Xia. This run went fast, huh? One more. I glanced at Isdeath. Her expression stayed flat, a faint nod. Whatever you want. All right, one more round. 5-person teams gave rich EXP. Running it again was pure profit. We teleported back in, moved through it easily this time, and quickly reached the boss again. In no time, the undead sorcerer went down once more. Ding. Experience gained. The notification chime had barely started before it turned shrill. The ground shook violently. The scattered points of light suddenly reconverged. The black robe grew darker. The skull atop the staff blazed crimson, and the level panel spun wildly upward. Mutated Abyssal Undead Sorcerer, LV-75. Li Kai's eyes went wide, his face draining of color. It's a mutation. We're finished. A grating laugh rose from beneath the Abyssal Undead Sorcerer's black robe, like countless dry bones grinding together. Hurrah! I've died so many times, and finally the day's come. Thank you for helping me complete this mutation. I'll make sure you savor this kindness of yours. It raised its staff high, crimson flame flaring from the skull's eye sockets. In an instant, the sky turned blood red, a sinister wind howling, sweeping in thick with the stench of rot. Rumble. Cracks split the ground, and countless corpses crawled up from beneath. Some were the shadow wolves we'd killed earlier, their hides mottled with decay, ghostly green fire burning in their eyes. Others were twisted humanoid skeletons wielding rusted blades, joints clattering. Hundreds of corpses, every one of them level 60. Li Kai gripped his twin blades, knuckles white. How does a bronze-rank dungeon get a corpse tide of this scale? There's no way we can hold against this. Sure, Xian's shield was already webbed with cracks, a bitter laugh escaping him. We're done. No forced teleport out of here. We're all done for. Wu Qiuqiu's hands shook so badly she could barely hold her bow, tears welling in her eyes. She turned to me, her voice cracking. Qi Xiao, I'm sorry. It's my fault for insisting we team up. You're still so young. I'm sorry. Han Ning wrapped an arm gently around her, sighing. Don't say that. We're all espers. We should have been ready for this. It's just, we never got to say a proper goodbye. The Abyssal Undead Sorcerer laughed wildly behind the corpse tide. Scared now? Weren't you all so proud of yourselves when you killed me earlier? Now, it's your turn to become my sustenance. Despair washed over the four of them like a tide, even Li Kai's shoulders sagging, his eyes going dim. I looked at Wu Qiuqiu, still apologizing over and over, and something in my chest twisted. I was young, sure, but they weren't any older. I turned slowly to his death beside me, resolve set in my eyes. She saw the decision on my face without needing to ask, said nothing, and simply started walking forward, straight toward the corpse tide. What are you doing? Li Kai stared at her, stunned. She didn't look at them, her gaze locked on the Abyssal Undead Sorcerer, her tone icy. Killing these hideous things, obviously. She paused. And don't get the wrong idea. I'm not doing this for you. I just don't want my provisions dying to garbage like this. She took a step forward, and cold air erupted around her. Also, giving up before you've even really fought? Your spines are too weak. A true warrior keeps swinging their blade, even with one breath left. The Abyssal Undead Sorcerer bristled at the word garbage. Nothing but an ant. And you dare provoke me? You're asking to die. Too noisy. Death raised a slender arm. An overwhelming mana surged out. Let me show you what a true summoning looks like. Frost Martial. A low command, and the ground froze instantly. Countless ice spires burst from the earth, taking shape in the frigid air. Hundreds of ice cavalry, clad in frost armor, wielding frost lances, mounted on horses carved of ice, each one radiating an overwhelming presence. What is this? The Abyssal Undead Sorcerer's laughter cut off sharply, showing terror for the first time. Li Kai stared, dumbfounded. A heroic spirit summoning heroic spirits? And this many at once. Sure, Xian stammered. No, this can't be a heroic spirit summoning heroic spirits. This has to be her own skill. If that's true, what level of heroic spirit is she? Han Ying's eyes welled with grateful tears. Whatever it is, as long as we're saved. Wu Qiuqiu's eyes went wide with pure adoration. So big sis isn't just beautiful. She's this powerful too. As for me, I braced my hands on my knees as a huge chunk of my mana got drained away instantly, quickly downing a potion in one gulp. Death, go ahead. Cut loose. She lifted her chin slightly, looking down on the world before her. Crush them. Charge. The ice cavalry roared as one, the sound shaking loose leaves from the trees. The ice-carved warhorses reared and surged forward like a white flood, crashing toward the corpse army. The Abyssal Undead Sorcerer raised its staff and bellowed. Tear them apart. Hundreds of corpses shrieked and rushed to meet them, bone claws and rusted blades carving streaks through the air, ghostly green flames flickering wildly. The next instant, the two floods collided head-on. Crash! The deafening clang of frost armor against bone rang out, mixed with the crack of ice lances piercing through joints, the dull thud of hooves crushing skulls, undead shrieks tangled with cavalry battle cries, turning the forest into a bloody battlefield. One ice cavalryman drove his lance clean through a shadow wolf corpse's throat, then flung it aside with a flick, knocking down several skeletons behind it. Another swung an ice blade, severing multiple bone limbs in a single stroke, turning them to ash on the ground. Numerous as the corpses were, they were nowhere near the ice cavalry's caliber. Slow-moving and poorly coordinated, they were scattered the moment they charged into the cavalry's formation. Worse for them, any corpse grazed by the cold saw its joints freeze up rapidly, growing more sluggish, until they were cut down with ease. Impossible. How could my children be? The abyssal undead sorcerer watched its corpse tide get crushed, its body beneath the black robe trembling violently. Li Kai and the others watched, jaws hanging open, the battle that had seemed like certain death reversing in the blink of an eye. Yes, we're saved. Wu Qiuqiu instinctively gripped her bow tighter, only to realize there was nothing left for her to do. The ice cavalry's charge was unstoppable, and the corpses never even got close enough for them to engage. I gripped my sword and watched the battlefield, noticing the ice cavalry weren't just charging blindly. They held tight formation, front ranks holding with ice shields, rear ranks striking with lances, coordinating as smoothly as a real army. This was clearly a result of her controlling them with mana alone, yet displaying such powerful tactical discipline. It said everything about how refined her command of power was, how exceptional her military instincts. They're breaking. They're retreating. Hanning pointed ahead. Under the ice cavalry's relentless assault, the corpses began to scatter, abandoning the attack and trying to flee. Pursue. Isdeath gave the cold order. The ice cavalry gave chase without letting up, ice lances and blades cutting down the fleeing undead one after another. Before long, the battlefield was swept clean, leaving only puddles of melting ice water and a few wisps of dispersing black smoke. The abyssal undead sorcerer stared at the empty battlefield, utterly shaken. The ice cavalry closed in around it, and Isdeath walked forward step by step. This farce, it ends now. Seeing its corpse tide broken, a flicker of madness crossed the abyssal undead sorcerer's eyes, and it slammed its staff into the ground. Don't think this is all I've got. Taste this. 10,000 bones soul devour. The skull erupted in blinding red light, and countless black bone needles surged up from the ground, raining down on the ice cavalry like a storm. The needles carried powerful corrosive force. Wherever they touched frost armor, black smoke rose, and several ice cavalrymen dissolved directly into vapor. Interesting. Isdeath's eyes sharpened. Then let me show you another use for ice cavalry. The cold around her surged explosively, and in an instant, over 100 ice cavalrymen turned to vapor. The sky churned with violent snow and wind, forming an ice and snow vortex dozens of meters wide, freezing the very air into crystal wherever it passed, even light seeming to solidify. The abyssal undead sorcerer staggered back in terror, only to find its feet already stuck fast to a layer of ice, the cold creeping up through its bones, instantly freezing its limbs, its torso, every inch beneath the black robe. No. In mere seconds, the once arrogant thing became a frost-covered ice sculpture. It's over. Isdeath flicked a fingertip, and a slender ice spike struck the sculpture with precision. Crack. A fissure spread from its crown down through its entire body. Shatter. The whole ice sculpture dissolved into countless tiny crystals, melting away in the wind and snow, not a trace of death energy left behind. The storm settled, the dungeon returning to its dim gloom, leaving only a thin layer of ice on the ground. Li Kai and the other three stood with their mouths open, unable to speak for a long moment. They'd seen strong before, but never anything like this. A level 75 mutated boss, wiped out in one casual move by Isdeath, level 44. My mana was completely tapped out, leaving me weak all over, but the run had succeeded. Ding. Dungeon cleared. 42,222 spirit stones / abyssal undead core / skeletal staff. We leveled up to 45. Ding. Dungeon cleared once. Bond energy plus 20. Current favorability, 46. Bond energy, 282. Isdeath turned to the four of them, still standing frozen. Why are you still standing there? It's cleared. Not leaving. The four snapped out of their daze and hurried to follow. Wu Qiuqiu watched her walking ahead, murmuring to me, "Your heroic spirit, just what is she exactly? That was insane. Don't tell me the Esper ability you awakened is SSR." The moment she said it, Li Kai, Xin, and Hanning all turned to me at once, curiosity written all over their faces. Anyone with a brain could guess as much from Isdeath's power alone. I hadn't planned on hiding it. and I wasn't about to treat them like fools either. Yeah, it's SSR. No way. Sure, Xian slapped his thigh. Hit the jackpot. An actual legendary SSR. Li Kai's eyes filled with envy, and he laughed at himself. No wonder your heroic spirit's this strong. And here I was earlier saying I'd carry you. That's embarrassing to think back on. Wu Qiuqiu stuck out her tongue. Good thing you were here, or we'd have been finished today for sure. Qixia, you're the one who saved our lives. Haning nodded earnestly. Whatever you need from now on, just ask. We won't refuse, no matter what. Looking at their sincerity, something warmed in my chest. These 4 S-rank espers weren't just skilled, they had solid character too. Facing certain death, they hadn't turned on each other in despair, and they hadn't taken their frustration out on me either. Worth keeping as friends. Don't say that. We're friends now. Helping each other out is only natural. They blinked, then all broke into smiles. Haha, right, friends. I, sure Xian, have got myself a friend who's an SSR esper now. Awesome, I smiled. By the way, I'm planning to run this dungeon 3 more times. You guys in? In. Of course we're in. Wu Qiuqiu shot her hand up. Teaming with an SSR big shot? Wouldn't miss it. Sure Xian gave a goofy grin. Carry us, big shot. Isteth had no objection, saying only flatly, make it quick. Over the next 3 runs, everyone's coordination grew smoother. Li Kai and the others stopped rushing to show off, actively syncing to Isteth's and my rhythm. Sure Xian focused on defense. Haning kept the sustain going. Wu Qiuqiu and Li Kai cleared the small mobs to open up space for the main damage. More precisely, to give me room to practice. My swordsmanship climbed another notch. By the end of the 3 runs, Isteth and I had shot up to level 48. Current favorability, 50. Bond energy, 342. Today was totally worth it. Wu Qiuqiu grinned, ear to ear. Li Kai pulled out his terminal. Qixia add me. Let's keep in touch. Sure. I added all 4 of them, chatted a bit, then said goodbye. See you next time. Wu Qiuqiu waved, smiling, and left with Li Kai and the other 2. I watched them go, then looked at Isteth beside me, an odd sense of fullness settling in my chest. What are you grinning about? She shot me a glance. Nothing much. Just thinking it's kind of nice, running dungeons with friends. Friends. She murmured the word under her breath, said nothing more, and turned to walk out. I hurried to catch up, and the system pinged. Ding. Host bond energy has broken 300. You may spend 300 to optimize the mystic origin breathing art. Yes/no. Finally. Yes. 300 bond energy deducted. Current, 42. Optimizing. Optimization complete. The mystic origin breathing art has reached the perfect realm. Host has fully mastered it. A warm current surged through my whole body, the obscure verses and movements turning crystal clear. I quickened my pace, unable to wait to get back and train, to see just what kind of surprise it held. Out of the hall, I took Isteth straight to that old institution Laoyufen shop on the street corner. I promised to take you for authentic Laoyufen. This place has been open 30 years, most legit around. The little shop was small, a bit worn but kept clean. The moment Isteth walked in, that cool, noble air of hers actually lent the humble setting a touch of elegance. The genial middle-aged owner brought out 2 steaming bowls of Laoyufen, throwing in an extra serving of fried peanuts. Handsome fella, pretty miss, enjoy. Thanks, boss. I nudged her, the sour aroma of the noodles hitting my nose. Go on, try it. The sour bamboo shoots here are the soul of it. She lifted a chopstickful, and the sour spicy, savory flavor made her raise a brow slightly. She said nothing, but the rhythm of her slurping picked up a bit. Ding. Favorability +2. Current, 52. Back home, I couldn't wait to start cultivating the mystic origin breathing art. I gathered my focus, calmed my breath, and circulated mana per the verses, the forms flowing like water, every move landing just right, the mana coursing more and more smoothly. One set done. 1.6%, 1.8%. A straight 0.2% jump. Living up to its name, the mystic origin breathing art was leagues beyond the Tai Chi guiding art. Wild with joy, I ran through 3 more sets, not stopping until my hands and feet were trembling. I checked the panel again, 2%. I clenched my fists. 1% was the university passing line, and 2% was enough to comfortably land a key university. From this moment on, I had the qualification to choose a higher institution. In this end-stage universe, many high-tier techniques and skills were held by a select few, and the top universities were the fastest shortcut to obtaining them. Still riding the excitement, a knock came at the door. I opened it to find Principal Zhu Debiao and Teacher Li. Qixia, you're home. Principal Zhu, what brings you here? Come in. Zhu Debiao stepped in, his gaze sweeping the living room before it suddenly froze. Isteth was curled up on the couch watching TV, in loose silk pajamas, silver hair draped carelessly, a heart-stopping beauty in the languor. She lifted her eyes to glance at the two of them, then went back to the screen. This is... Teacher Lee looked a little flustered. My heroic spirit, Isteth. Realization dawned on Zhu Debiao, off flashing in his eyes. So this is an SSR class heroic spirit. Extraordinary bearing indeed. He tactfully didn't linger, getting straight to the point. Qixia, we're here with good news. The SSR exclusive rewards the school applied for on your behalf have been approved. SSR exclusive rewards. Yes, every student who awakens SSR gets exclusive rewards once reported. He fished a potion glowing with faint blue light out of his spatial storage. This is a gene unlock enhancer. It directly raises gene activity. A rarity you can't buy at any price, formulated specifically for SSR espers. I was stunned. This was one of the most precious potions on the market, able to directly raise your unlock rate with zero side effects. But it came with plenty of restrictions, expensive to produce, not sold publicly, usable only once per person, and only SSRs could draw out its full effect. As a fake SSR, using it probably wouldn't do much for me. But free was free, every bit of enhancement counted. I took it, stored it away, and thanked him repeatedly. Thank you, Principal. Haha, thank me too soon. Zhu Debiao waved his terminal again. 1 million credits and 20 bronze rank dungeon entries, all transferred to your account. 1 million credits? I opened my terminal, and a string of zeros had been added to my balance. My heart pounded. 1 million. I hadn't seen this much money in my whole life. SSR espers really did have it good. He tapped a few more times, and an encrypted link popped up on my terminal. This link grants access to a technique library. The techniques inside are far more advanced than anything on our planet, reserved for SSRs. You can only pick one, though. Facial recognition login, completely secure. I opened it, faced the camera, and the screen displayed Access Verified, bringing up a catalog listing over a dozen techniques, each tagged A rank or S rank. To put it in perspective, the Tai Chi guiding art I'd trained before was the lowest tier in the planet's library, and the mystic origin breathing art was only a slightly higher D rank. Meteor Sword Codex, Inferno Heaven Burning Art, Myriad Spirits Symbiosis Technique. I went through them one by one, every summary sending my heart racing. A single A rank or S rank technique would transform my strength qualitatively. These, I really get to pick one. Of course. Zhu Debiao smiled, gratified. It's what you've earned. Pick one that suits you. I drew a deep breath and bowed in earnest. Principal Zhu, thank you. He patted my shoulder. No need to stand on ceremony with the school. Cultivate well, and when you've made something of yourself, don't forget to come back to Yongjiang to see me and Teacher Lee. I'll keep it firmly in mind. Once I'd seen the two of them off, I immediately dove into the technique catalog. A dazzling array, enough to make my head spin. But I figured I should prioritize gene unlock rate first. Laying a solid foundation mattered more than anything. Yet I combed the entire library and found no technique related to gene unlock rate at all. Whether for fear students would train themselves into a mess or some other reason, I couldn't say. That stumped me. After thinking it over, I decided to pick one from the S ranks, going for both the priciest and the right fit. And what I chose was, I browsed for a long while, my gaze finally settling on the instant kill swordsmanship. Training with Isteth these past days had given me some insight into swordplay, but her rapier style always felt awkward to me. I actually preferred the agility of traditional sword arts. Still, she was a master swordsman. Asking her couldn't hurt. Isteth, which of these 3 S-rank sword arts do you think is best? I kind of like this instant kill swordsmanship. It's all about technique and practical killing arts. She glanced at the summary, tapping the screen lightly with her fingertip. All 3 are decent. The instant kill swordsmanship does suit you. It's a foundational killing art, the peak of technique, highly practical. But mastering it is very difficult. She looked up at me, a hint of amusement there. If it were me, I'd pick the strongest one, no question. All right, that's the one. As for the difficulty, non-issue. The system would handle it. Once I confirmed, the terminal displayed the full text of the instant kill swordsmanship, dense with annotations and dynamic demonstrations that dazzled me. Once selected, the technique library closed automatically, access spent. Pretty strict. I clicked my tongue, hugging the terminal as I sat down on the carpet to pore over the sword manual. Half an hour of reading later, I slowly backed out of the interface. Yeah, an S-rank sword art wasn't so easy to learn. I sighed, helpless, and took out the gene unlock enhancer. Wonder how much my unlock rate would climb if I used it. Isdeath turned to look at the potion, saying flatly, "Shoddy stuff, but better than nothing. Try it." I felt sheepish. If even something this precious was shoddy to her, then what counted as precious? But thinking of her 90% unlock rate, I couldn't argue. Let's try it and see. I pulled the cap off the syringe and, without hesitation, injected it into my arm. A warm energy spread along my blood vessels, turning into countless tiny sparks crackling against my gene chain. I immediately sat cross-legged and channeled mana per the Mystic Origin Breathing Arts verses. The energy surged through my body, interweaving with the potion's power, the panel's numbers ticking slowly. 2.1%, 2.2%, finally stopping at 2.5%. Up 0.5%. I'd barely started celebrating when it hit me. If a fake SSR like me gained 0.5%, wouldn't a real SSR gain even more? At that thought, I couldn't sit still and immediately launched into the Mystic Origin Breathing Art. Isdeath leaned back on the couch, watching my clumsy but dogged figure, one corner of her mouth quietly curving up. Maybe this kid had more grit than she'd thought. Ding. Favorability +2. Current, 54. The night grew deeper, the living room filled with nothing but the whoosh of my swinging fists and heavy breathing. The further into the Mystic Origin Breathing Art I got, the more staggering the drain. The first few moves still flowed, but in the latter half every punch felt like dragging 1,000 pounds. I gritted my teeth and pushed on, counting silently. 1 round, 2, 3, my limbs growing heavier, my consciousness blurring, but the numbers ticking slowly upward on the panel always found a way to reignite my will. Only when the midnight chime drifted in through the window did I stagger to a stop, all my strength gone, collapsing to the floor and gulping down air. I strained to open the panel, 2.8%. A whole night, worked to exhaustion, and only 0.3% gained. Phew. I wiped the sweat and laughed bitterly. The road to strength really wasn't easy. Every point of progress from here on demanded exponentially more effort, where a few reps used to net 0.1%. Now a dozen or more barely scraped a fraction. But I made peace with it quickly. If a gene unlock enhancer that precious only gave 0.5%, then earning 0.3% through hard grinding was already pretty good. At least I'd found a path to steady, cost-free improvement. That beat everything. The floor was slick and sticky with sweat, but I couldn't be bothered to move, just lying there staring blankly up at the ceiling light. There was a rustle from the couch beside me. Isdeath had woken at some point and was looking down at me, showing off. Her voice carried a barely perceptible note of disdain, but she tossed me a clean towel. I caught it and wiped my face, smiling. Beats sitting idle. The more I train, the faster I'll be worthy of you. The words left me feeling a little awkward. How had I let my true feelings slip out again? She paused slightly, gave me a glance, then turned and headed for her room. Suit yourself, but don't run yourself into the ground and hold up my dungeon runs. I couldn't help but smile. Seemed her attitude toward me had shifted after all. Everything was moving in a good direction. Fired up, I pushed through the aches, dragged myself up off the floor, and ran another set of the Mystic Origin Breathing Art. But I couldn't hold out past 2 sets, so I gave it up and did today's gacha pull. Congratulations, you obtained R-Card Lady Een. Long jet black hair styled into an elegant bun, a blue coronet on her head, gentle and graceful. This was Neza's mother, the second R-Card I'd pulled. No use for her now, into storage. The gacha interface showed my count, 14 pulls. Still 16 days to grind before the guaranteed SR at 30 pulls. Hopefully I'd land something useful to boost the team by then. As for pulling an SSR in between, forget it. That's a lucky god thing. I don't have the fortune for it. Time to wash up and sleep. The next morning, I'd just gotten up when I saw the rules Zhu Debiao had sent about this college entrance exam. I opened it, and my brow knit slightly. The exam content is actually a battle royale, and a planetary scale one at that. A planetary scale battle royale. Every graduating student on standard planet AE86 competing on the same field? I muttered to myself, a weight settling on my chest. The rules were spelled out clearly. The exam was set on an artificial trial planet. No potions, gear, or weapons could be brought in. You could only rely on searching for items at each stronghold. Final ranking was decided by a combination of survival time, kill count, and mission completion, with the bottom 10% losing their enrollment qualification outright. This wasn't an exam, it was a life and death contest. With every graduate on the planet gathered together, the brutality went without saying. I had to get stronger even faster. Not only to supply Isdeath enough mana, but to bank more bond energy to unlock the instant kill swordsmanship. The battlefield changed in an instant. If someone bypassed his death to attack me, I'd become the breach point, being a burden to her that I could never accept. I have to get stronger fast. Level, gene unlock rate, technique proficiency, everything I could raise, I had to push hard. What are you thinking about? Isteth walked over and glanced at my terminal. Just a battle royale. What's there to be surprised about? Survival of the fittest is the norm. Rules like this actually do a better job of filtering out the true strong. I nodded, fighting spirit blazing. Come on, let's go run dungeons right now. I placed a call. Hey, Kaiji, let's go run bronze rank dungeons again. Oh, you're out of entries. All right, next time then. I hung up, resigned, only then remembering not everyone got as many entries as I did. Last time, Li Kai and the others had run 5 straight with me, using up all the entries they'd saved. I still had 20 left, but couldn't team up, so I headed over with Justice Death. The two of us walked side by side into the professionals' dungeon hall. The second floor still had a long line, as crowded as ever. I frowned, hesitating over whether to find a pickup team, when a commotion suddenly broke out on the 3rd floor, the crowd surging upward like a tide. What's going on? I caught passers-by excitedly telling each other. A raid. A raid appeared on the 3rd floor. No way. For real. What's a raid? You rookie, don't you read? A raid's a large-scale dungeon that fits over 100 people attacking at once. The EXP rewards are incredibly rich, anyone can enter, and it doesn't even cost an entry. But it's high difficulty, tons of monsters. If you don't clear it within the time limit, the monsters break out of the dungeon. That's a disaster. Good thing the raid team's already gone in. Damn, let's go check it out. My eyes lit up. Didn't expect to run into something like this. I looked at Isteth. A flicker of excitement crossed her eyes. Clearly, she had a strong interest in this kind of large-scale battle. Come on. The two of us followed the crowd up to the 3rd floor, only to be struck by the sight before us. The 3rd floor was packed wall to wall, the outer edge cordoned off by staff, people constantly pressing forward. Make way. Everyone back. A staff member shouted through a bullhorn. A professional team is clearing the raid. No unauthorized persons allowed near. With this kind of setup, looks like you can't get in without some standing. I frowned. Standing. Isteth scoffed, and an overwhelming aura suddenly erupted from her, an icy pressure blanketing the crowd in an instant. The jostling people froze, hit by an intense chill, instinctively backing away and forcibly opening a passage. Even the staff paled under the intimidation and dropped their blocking. We're going in. Her tone was flat, but brooked no argument, and she walked straight forward. I was speechless. Truly, strength was the best credential. I hurried after her, hearing a staff member stammer. Excuse me. Who are you? Isteth didn't look back, so I had to explain. We're here to help. We've got the combat power. Cutting through the crowd, the two of us finally saw the raid's portal, a massive gate of light nearly 10 meters across, its interior invisible. Let's take a look inside. Fighting spirit gleamed in her eyes. I drew a deep breath and gripped my sword. The moment I stepped into the light gate, a guard stopped me. A middle-aged man in uniform frowned. Students, this is no place for you. Get out now. I was about to explain when Isteth let loose a bone-chilling cold. The guard backed away repeatedly, his face going white. What's the situation inside? The lead guard stared at her in surprise, not daring to be careless. Right now, a monster legion is hammering the defense line. The SR-class raid team's already gone to deal with the boss. We're holding off the small mobs, keeping them from breaking through to the real world. Following where he pointed, the area ahead was a chaotic melee. Countless monsters roared and slammed against the defense line, espers arrayed in formation to resist, firelight, ice spikes, and lightning weaving through the air, the battle cries deafening. Just small fry. Isteth swept her gaze over the battlefield and looked straight toward the thick black mist behind the defense line, the direction of the boss. We'll go kill the boss. I looked at the densely packed fighting crowd and couldn't find any way through. But there are so many people. How do we get across? No path? Then make one. She suddenly grabbed my hand and leapt. The two of us arced through the air, clearing the front rows. Her other hand swept out, tracing an ice-blue trail through the air, cold condensing, and a crystal-clear bridge of ice materialized out of nothing, extending from beneath our feet toward the black mist. Come on. She pulled me into a sprint across the ice bridge. It hung 10 meters off the ground, the roar of the melee below like muffled thunder, countless eyes turning skyward. What is that? An ice bridge? Someone's walking across it through the air. Which big shot is that? Incredible control. Some in the monster horde noticed too, and several winged flying serpent monsters shrieked and shot into the sky. The ground archers wheeled around, arrows wreathed in black energy loosing at the ice bridge. In the way, Isteth swung her blade backhand without even turning. An ice-blue arc of sword light swept out, and the flying serpents froze into ice sculptures and plummeted, the arrows crystallizing and shattering midair. She pulled me along without breaking stride, the ice bridge steady as bedrock under her mana, streaking across the battlefield toward the black mist. I injected a potion to keep my mana at its peak. When we reached the boss's location, we couldn't help but be shaken by the sight. This is the boss arena. Dead center, a lava beast nearly 10 meters tall roared and swung its claws, the magma around it scorching the ground black. At the edge of the clearing, a woman in a pale gold robe sat cross-legged, a faint green domain unfurled around her, every esper within it wrapped in a shimmer of buffing light. Her name was Lin Yueru, level 80, SR class esper domain deployment type. My buff's got plenty of time left, so rest easy. At the vanguard, a middle-aged man in dark red armor tanked the beast's attacks head-on. The bone exposed across the armor's surface gleamed with a metallic sheen, every clash shaking the ground. His name was Zhao Lei, level 90, SR class esper armament manifestation type. Ha! Now this is a thrill. Come on, more. A woman in combat gear wielded a spear, its afterimages stabbing at the beast's joints like shooting stars, her spearwork fierce and cunning. Her name was Su Yuqing, level 88, SR class esper armament manifestation type. The boss's HP is bottoming out. Ready the killing blow. There was also a white-winged humanoid heroic spirit hovering in the air, continuously loosing silver blades of light to carve through the beast's defenses. The esper who owned it was Li Shaojian, level 85, SR class esper single focus type. Unlike my Legion commander type, which could field multiple heroic spirits, he could only ever have one in his lifetime. Roger, let's wrap it up fast. I want to get back to my Valorant. The four of them coordinated seamlessly, the core of the raid team. Dozens of espers besieged the beast, skill lights flaring one after another, actually holding their own in a deadlock against this level 90 boss. Now, Su Yuqing seized the gap as the beast turned, her spear channeling mana into a streak of light, thrusting precisely into the weak spot on its chest. Raf, the lava beast let out a piercing scream, its massive body crashing down, dissolving into countless sparks. The crowd cheered. We won. Yes, we cleared a level 90 raid boss. Mom, your son made it big. Haha, cleared a level 90 raid. Records don't lie. Zhao Lei panted as he dismissed his bone armor. And here I thought it'd be tough. Nothing to it. Li Shaojian shot him a glance with a mischievous grin. Oh yeah? Then who just yelled mom a second ago? Looks to me like you fried your brain playing too much Valorant. Lin Yueru withdrew her domain and walked over to tease. My good sons, mommy's here. Zhao Lei, Li Shaojian. Su Yuqing pressed a hand to her forehead. You too. How childish can you get? You're supposed to be people of standing. Imagine this getting out. How embarrassing. Li Shaojian scanned the group, feigning confusion. What? Who here doesn't have any standing? Su Yuqing gripped her spear tight. Shaojian, be a jerk one more time, and I'll run you through. Zhao Lei, never one to let a good show go to waste, poured fuel on the fire, and his crass remark made Li Shaojian clench up on the spot. Perverts. You're both disgusting. Su Yuqing felt she'd get dirtier just from listening and turned to leave. Just then, a shrill alarm suddenly rang out. Woo-woo. What's going on? Everyone looked around in alarm. The ground shook violently, and the scattered sparks suddenly reconverged into a thick mass of black mist. From within came a teeth-grinding scrape of bone, and a demonic apparition nearly twice the size of before slowly rose. Twin horns on its head, bat wings on its back, dark purple scales covering its whole body, its level panels spinning wildly before locking in. Mutated Abyssal Lava Demon, LV-100. Damn, it's a mutation. Zhao Lei's face changed, and he re-summoned his armor. A level 100 Abyssal boss. How are we supposed to fight this? Lin Yueru's domain rippled violently, the green light dimming. Its pressure is suppressing my domain. The buffs are weakening. Su Yuqing gripped her spear, brow furrowed tight. Its defense is more than double what it was before. Li Shaojian dropped his snarky act, his face going grim. Damn, looks like we really might be yelling mom for real in a second. The abyssal demon laughed low. Ha. Never thought the day would come when I too could break the seal and become an abyssal boss. My deepest thanks to you all. To show my sincerity, let me make you my offerings. It swept its bat wings, and a black shockwave spread out, Several nearby espers instantly blasted away, spitting blood. Everyone's faces went grave, even breathing difficult. A level 100 abyssal main boss was beyond the limit of what they could handle. Yuqing, what do we do now? Zhao Lei asked in a low voice. Li Xiaojian and Lin Yuru both looked to Su Yuqing. As team lead, her brow was knit tight. This power level simply couldn't win. The best option was to fight while retreating, stalling it until reinforcements arrived from above. Everyone fall back. The group turned to retreat, relieved, only to suddenly find an invisible force blocking them. No way out. What's happening? We can't get out. A barrier. The abyssal boss's barrier has us trapped. Damn it. Su Yuqing's brow furrowed deeper, but she couldn't let the formation crumble first, immediately organizing loudly. Don't panic, everyone. Before she finished, the abyssal demon let out an ear-splitting roar. Raff, splurt. Everyone except the 4 core members was rattled hard enough to vomit blood. Haha, foolish humans, thinking you can flee before me. Su Yuqing, Zhao Lei, Li Xiaojian, and Lin Yuru stared it down, bracing for a fight to the death. But they knew in their hearts the odds against a level 100 abyssal demon were slim. Their only hope was to stall for reinforcements. Just as despair set in, 2 figures appeared at the edge of the clearing, treading across an ice bridge. It was me and Isdeath. Isdeath and I descended along the ice bridge, the barrier's glow rippling around our feet, but offering no resistance at all. Clearly this place let you in, but not out. Seeing our grand entrance, everyone froze. They'd thought we were reinforcements, only to see my youthful face and fill up with question marks. Is that a student? Looks like a high schooler, even. Oh no, why are they here? Run. Run how? This barrier only lets you in, not out. Damn it. What are the people outside doing? Letting a student in here. Su Yuqing, Zhao Lei, Li Xiaojian, and Lin Yuru all furrowed their brows slightly. They could tell I was a high schooler, and they could also sense the extraordinary power radiating off as death. The abyssal lava demon growled low. Haha, 2 more come to die. I looked at the words abyssal lava demon, LV100 on my panel, my heart racing a little. Come on, not again, another mutation dungeon? Isdeath, however, was utterly unbothered, flicking her rapier, ice blue mana coursing along the blade. Level 100. This one'll take a bit of effort. To everyone's ears, that came across as sheer, extreme arrogance. Su Yuqing's grip on her spear tightened abruptly, brow creasing. You mean to say you can deal with it? Zhao Lei sighed softly. Yuqing, now you're talking nonsense too? This is a mutated abyssal main boss. Dozens of us couldn't gain any ground against it. At her level, there's no way she could pull it off. Su Yuqing snapped back to her senses, cursing herself inwardly for getting a little unhinged. Isdeath's aura was indeed impressive, but she was only level 48, which said plenty about her not being a match. I overthought it. I didn't say I could deal with it easily. Isdeath cut her off, her gaze sweeping over Su Yuqing. But if someone could unleash, in a single instant, enough power to one-shot it, paired with crowd control, it's not without a chance. Really, Su Yuqing's pupils contracted. She did have a hidden card, the second stage of armament manifestation, which could let her spear erupt with enough force to slay a level 100 boss. But the cost was draining her life force, and the wind-up was too long, making it extremely hard to land. Never mind pinning down a mutated abyssal lava demon. But cornered like this, even a 1 in 10,000 chance couldn't be wasted. She gritted her teeth and looked at Isdeath. Can you hold it in place? Lin Yuru couldn't help but speak up, her domain about to give out. Yuqing, you can't seriously think a level 48 heroic spirit can hold an abyssal boss. Li Xiaojin shook his head, helpless. All I'll say is the odds are lower than winning the lottery. Zhao Lei's brow stayed knit. Why should we trust you? If the read's wrong, we lose everything. Isdeath said nothing, only raised a hand. Ice blue mana suddenly erupted, countless tiny ice crystals condensing in the air, radiating a heart-stopping pressure. On the strength of this, such powerful ice attribute, the whole place went silent in an instant. With ice power this strong, maybe she really could hold it. I didn't know how Isdeath planned to deal with it, but I trusted her absolutely. To make everyone else believe too, we had to show them something real. I stepped forward and displayed my SSR terminal info. I'm an SSR Esper. She's Isdeath, my heroic spirit. The moment I said it, everyone was shocked. SSR. An actual legendary SSR. My God, maybe we really are saved. They exchanged glances, the hesitation in their eyes giving way to resolve. A level 100 boss stood before them, nowhere to retreat. This might be their only chance. Su Yuqing gazed at us with a complicated expression, then decided to bet it all. Hold it for 1 second, and I'll have the chance to kill it. Isdeath scoffed. Then don't disappoint me. All right, I trust you. Su Yuqing drew a deep breath and drove her spear into the ground. With a hum, the spear shaft burst with blinding red light. Her hair whitened at a visible rate, fine blood-colored veins surfacing across her skin. Armament manifestation second stage, trading life force for an instant of eruption. My meteor breaker only lasts 3 seconds. I have to land it within 3 seconds. Her voice trembled, clearly in immense pain. Hold it down, please. Isdeath turned to face the abyssal demon, fighting spirit boiling. It won't move an inch. Just make your strike. The abyssal demon watched with interest. Done conferring? Then, make your move. It didn't take any of them seriously at all. So what if there was an SSR heroic spirit? Before absolute power, all schemes were useless. It would rather savor the look of humans falling into total despair right as hope appeared. That was its favorite poison of the mind. Seeing that Isdeath showed no sign of striking yet was telling her to attack, Su Yuqing was baffled. But the arrow was already knocked. There was no holding back now. Red light flared in her eyes, veins bulging, and she hurled with all her strength. Bursting meteor, the spear tip condensed blinding red light, driving toward the abyssal demon with world-ending momentum. The demon's eyes filled with contempt. The attack packed real power, but with that speed and straight-line trajectory, it could easily dodge. Foolish humans, so terribly weak. Is that so? Isdeath's voice suddenly sounded right beside its ear, brimming with absolute confidence. Then let me show you what true control looks like. Mahapadma. A soft chime, and a deep blue radiance erupted around Isdeath, an invisible force spreading out in an instant. Time stood still. Everything within the barrier froze in that single moment. Su Yuqing's spear, wreathed in red light, hung in midair, the airflow at its tip clearly visible. Even the flying shrapnel and beads of sweat seemed nailed in place. Only Isdeath moved freely through this frozen space-time. This was her strongest ultimate, Mahapadma. It could freeze all of space and time, everything within range except herself falling into stasis. Just as costly, it could only be used once a day and lasted mere seconds. Her figure blurred, appearing before the abyssal demon, the rapier flashing cold as it sliced precisely across both its eyes. Blood welled out, but hung suspended in the air. Then she spun a full circle midair, rounding behind the demon, and kicked it toward the spear brimming with destructive force. Having done all this, she lightly snapped her fingers. Snap! The torrent of time abruptly restarted. The abyssal demon's scream was deafening, the searing pain in its eyes robbing it of sight in an instant. At that very moment, Su Yuqing's bursting meteor flashed red as lightning, punching straight through its chest. Boom. This, impossible. Its life reached its end, the massive body crashing down and dissolving into a sky full of light points. Thud. The lights scattered, leaving a heap of glittering gear and crystal cores on the ground. Silence. The whole barrier was dead quiet, everyone staring dumbstruck, minds gone blank. It's dead? A level 100 mutated abyssal demon, just like that. What happened? It was clearly far away a second ago. How did it? In the blink of an eye. I don't know, but we survived. Yes, we cleared the mutated raid. Su Yuqing held her throwing pose, her pale face full of bewilderment. How did it crash into it on its own? How did its eyes suddenly go blind? Zhao Lei opened his mouth, but couldn't get a word out for a long moment, his gaze turning to Isdeath a short distance away. She was drifting lightly down to the ground, the blood on her blade already gone, as if nothing had happened. It was her. Lin Yueru was the first to react, her voice trembling. It was all her doing. She actually pulled it off. Li Shaojian sucked in a cold breath. So this is an SSR class heroic spirit? Terrifying beyond words. Understanding dawned on everyone, and they all turned to Isdeath, off filling their eyes. To move a level 100 boss's position without anyone noticing, and even blinded, this control ability was absurd to the extreme. At the same time, they looked at me, envy filling their eyes. Why did he awaken SSR and not me? Is it just because he's better looking than me? And he seems frilier than me? Right then, I was drenched in sweat and utterly weak. That Mahapadma just now had nearly drained me dry outright. Good thing I was level 52 now with a 2.8% gene unlock rate, or I'd have been in far worse shape. Done. Isdeath glanced at the loot on the ground. With the demon dead, all the monsters outside vanished too. Ding. Dungeon cleared. We leveled up to 52. Ding. Dungeon cleared once. Bond energy plus 200. Current favorability, 56. Bond energy, 242. Cheers erupted, espers embracing each other, faces full of the relief of narrowly escaping death. Su Yuqing walked over to Isdeth, leaning on her spear, and bowed deeply. Thank you. Isdeth ignored her, saying only to me, let's go. Seeing her walk out without so much as a sidelong glance, Su Yuqing quickly turned to me. Qixia, mind if we add each other? I'll organize this raid's rewards and clear notes and send them your way. Your share won't be a bit short. I knew Isdeth had no interest in such things, but free was free, so I nodded quickly. Sure. We added each other fast, and I hurried after Isdeth. Zhaolei watched our backs and clicked his tongue. This kid's so young and already has a heroic spirit this strong. He'll probably be our planet's #1 someday. Lin Yueru clutched her chest, still shaken. For sure. But good thing he was here, or we'd all be dead. Li Shaojian spread his hands. Comparing yourself to others will drive you nuts. Better to count your blessings. I'm going home to play Valorant. Out through the raid portal, the hall was as noisy as ever. We came down to the second floor, and the bronze rank area that had been packed earlier was noticeably emptier now, probably because the raid commotion had drawn most people away. Drive glinted in my eyes. No one's around now, perfect. Let's run a few more bronze dungeons. Let's go. I expertly selected the high difficulty, and the two of us stepped into the shadow forest again. This time no teammates, no 5-person bonus, just each other's footsteps and the faint wolf howls in the distance. After 20 runs, we hit level 58. Current favorability, 60. Bond energy, 642. Ding. Bond energy has broken 600. You may spend 600 to optimize the instant kill swordsmanship. Yes/no. Yes. 600 bond energy deducted. Current, 42. Optimization complete. The instant kill swordsmanship has reached the perfect realm. Host has fully mastered it. A warm current surged through my whole body, and I'd mastered all 3 forms of the instant kill swordsmanship. But mastering it was one thing. I still had to apply it in real combat. Right now my dungeon entries were all used up, and the only place left to hone my swordsmanship was the virtual universe. I opened my terminal store and, without hesitation, ordered a top-tier virtual universe pod. It could reproduce full-body sensation at 100%, letting me spar with people from across the stars and safely hone my martial techniques. Ideal for improving practical combat skills. I couldn't afford one before, when the family was poor. Now that I had money, I had to get one, and the top spec at that, dropping a full 1,000,000 credits outright. Not long after I got home, the pod was delivered. The installers set the silver-white unit in my room, and once the power was connected, the hatch slid slowly open, a soft blue light glowing within. Isdeth circled the pod, curiosity in her eyes. What's this? A virtual training pod. Go inside and you can fight others and practice swordsmanship too. Her interest was instantly piqued, fighting spirit filling her eyes. Get one for me. Heroic spirits can't enter the virtual universe directly. I'd have to bring you in. Fine, then bring me in. I fell silent for a moment, my tone apologetic. Sorry, this time I want to fight on my own, so I can't bring you. You dare defy me? She lifted her chin slightly, brooking no argument. I felt her anger, but still met her gaze, my tone firm. I don't want to keep relying on you. I want to become someone who can fight at your side too. This time I want to make something of myself on my own. She gazed at the resolve in my eyes and showed a barely perceptible smile. Interesting. I hope you won't disappoint me too much. Go play. I'm off to my dramas. With that she left, genuinely off to watch her shows. Ding. Favorability +2. Current, 62. I watched her retreating back and murmured softly, I will catch up to you. I drew a deep breath and laid down in the pod, the neural interface pressing to my temples as the device booted up, connecting to the virtual universe. Sensory sync 100%. A flash of white light, and when I opened my eyes I was standing in a dazzling character creation interface. When shaping my face, I deliberately gave my avatar a few differences from reality to avoid being recognized. Name it. Instant Kill Swordsman. Notice, this name is taken. Please enter another. Resigned, I tacked on some numbers. Instant Kill Swordsman 9527. Creation successful. Welcome, Instant Kill Swordsman 9527, to the virtual universe. The scene shifted, and I appeared in a vast plaza, people bustling around me, avatars of every kind, warriors clad in armor, mages holding staves, even alien races with beast ears. In the distance, a bulletin board scrolled with match info, the air thick with the gunpowder scent of competition. I flexed my virtual body. The sensation was no different from reality. I skipped straight past the tutorial and picked rank placement. 10 placement matches would decide my starting tier. Match found. Teleporting to combat scene. A flash of light and shadow, and I stood on an empty metal arena. Across from me was a burly man called Berserk Blade War God, gripping a broad saber half a person's height. Armory's over there. Pick something that suits you. His tone was casual. I walked to the armory and chose a long sword of moderate weight and length. Berserk Blade War God saw my tier displayed as unranked and sneered. So you're a fresh newbie. Running into me in placements, tough luck for you. I'm Black Iron 3-star. Thrashing rookies like you is like slicing vegetables. I didn't answer, gripping the hilt and saying softly, let's begin. Cocky enough. Then let me show you what the Black Iron tier is made of. 3, 2, 1, battle start. The chime had barely faded when Berserk Blade War God struck first, feet pushing off the ground, broad saber sweeping across with a whoosh of parted air, the blow fierce and heavy, clearly meant to end it in one strike. My gaze sharpened, and I didn't retreat. Right hand on the hilt, left hand on the scabbard, all my mana gathering at my wrist. The first form of the instant kill swordsmanship, instant kill flash. This form was all about catching the enemy off guard, completing the draw, thrust, and resheathing at the fastest possible speed, aiming to fell the foe in a single stroke. His broad saber had only swept halfway when a flash of sword light burst before his eyes. SHHK. The long sword was like two interwoven bolts of lightning, so fast it left only afterimages. He felt only a chill in his chest, and his health bar emptied in an instant. Judgment. Vital hit. Winner. Instant kill, swordsman 9527. Berserk Blade War God stood frozen in his mid-swing pose, looking down at the virtual wound on his chest, then back up at me. I'd already sheathed my long sword, smooth as flowing water, as if nothing had happened. What a fast blade. With that he dissolved into points of light and vanished. I flexed my wrist. That strike may have been a virtual duel, but the forced delivery and timing of the instant kill swordsmanship were exactly the same as in reality. First time using this move. Not bad. Placement match 1 victory. Plus 150 points. I gripped the hilt and waited for the next match. The second match, the third, I one-shot each opponent with the first form, no dragging it out. By the fourth match, the opponent's tier had reached gold. This guy had a handsome build, tall and upright, and went by the name 50-50 with anyone. He was making exaggerated expressions and shouting with passion. Thanks to my big bro Pompadour for the supercar donation. Thank you. Thank you. Thanks to Pink Chow Biluo, my darling, for the fairy tale castle. Love you moi. One look told me this guy was a streamer, and a pretty popular one. But I didn't watch streams normally, so I didn't recognize him. I gave a tactical cough and deliberately raised my voice. Hello, can we get started? The guy was still immersed in his stream, not hearing a thing. Exasperated, I cranked up the volume. Can we start? 50-50, are you 50-50 NG or not? 50-50 with anyone stream room. A handsome, dashing man greeted his viewers with a smile. Welcome to my 50-50 with anyone stream room. Pink Chow Biluo darlings here, long time no see. Huh? Didn't expect to run into an unranked Esper right at the start of the stream. What a shame, running into me in placements. All I can say is sorry. A blazing red supercar came racing through the air, a donation gift in the stream room. Thanks to my big bro Pompadour for the supercar donation. Next, a magnificent castle floated in the air, fireworks blooming, effects maxed out. Thanks to Pink Chow Biluo darling for the fairy tale castle. Love you moi. Family, get those money-making hands moving. Follow my #1 supporter Big Bro Pompadour and #2 Pink Chow Biluo darling. The stream room came alive. Chow Biluo darling's voice is so nice. In love, in love. 3 minutes, I want everything on her. Give me a break. How many gifts have you even sent her? And you want to court a faceless big streamer? Only kids choose. I want them all. LOL. This time 50-50 ran into some placement match kid. Looks like he's about to start showing off. Everybody rise. 50-50 with anyone watched the Damico fly by, his professional smile never stopping, until my voice rang out again. 50-50, are you 50-50 NG or not? Only then did he look at me, and seeing my level 52 info, he shook his head slightly. He was level 62, with a 2.5% gene unlock rate. Beating me would take mere minutes. But for the stream's sake, he decided to toy with me a bit. Family, let's chat later. I'll turn off the gift effects and Damico first so they don't interfere with the fight. Love you moi. Left hand carrying a round shield, right hand gripping a curved blade, he flashed a dashing smile. Hey bro, sorry for the wait. Running into me in placements, call it luck. Before he finished, He saw I'd already set into the draw stance, my gaze focused as if locked on prey. All right, no more chit-chat then. He dropped the joking, bringing his shield up in front. Come on. 3, 2, 1, start. Almost the instant the chime faded, I moved. A flash of sword light, fast as a shooting star, thrusting straight for his chest. So fast. 50-50's pupils contracted, and years of combat instinct had him sweeping his shield across in an instant. Clang. The clash of metal rang out deafening, sparks bursting from the shield. His arm went numb, nearly losing his grip on it. Shaken, he rode the recoil back several steps, staring hard at me. The draw stance wasn't rare. Many people knew it, and he'd faced it several times, but never one as fast and fierce as mine. This sword art had to be A rank or above, maybe even S rank. Bro, that swordsmanship of yours isn't S rank, is it? I didn't answer, just sheathed again and set into the same stance. Interesting. 50-50 shook out his numb arm, his gaze grave. The draw technique strength was in its instant burst, blocked the first strike, and it was time to counter. He decided to strike first, charging with shield raised, curved blade hidden behind it. He gauged the distance. The moment I drew, he'd take it hard on the shield and slash out with the blade in the same motion. This was his go-to routine against draw techniques. The gap between us closed fast. Now, he held his breath, shield up to his chest, every muscle taut. I moved. The same familiar draw motion, but this time, 50-50 saw a scene that made his scalp prickle. The sword light wasn't one streak, but dozens. Flash chain cut. My figure blurred into afterimages, the blade vibrating, in an instant becoming dozens of sword shadows impossible to tell real from false, blanketing him like a violent storm. Damn, 50-50 hadn't expected a chain cut, his shield blocking only the first 3 streaks, the rest raining down on him like a downpour. Thank. Blood sprayed, his health bar visibly emptying. Judgment, multi-hit. Winner, instant kill, swordsman 9527. He staggered back, looking at the dense wounds across his body, and gave a wry laugh. Well, damn. So the draw technique can be played like that? I underestimated you. Before dissolving into points of light, he didn't forget to shout, that swordsmanship of yours has real punch. Let's fight again next time. I slid my sword back into its sheath, my gaze calm. The people in the stream room, seeing all this, were utterly shocked. Damn, Kaiji lost. And pretty fast, too. You scrawny dog, can you even do it? You're the one who can't. Mods, kick the hater. User Big Bowl Wide Noodles has been removed from the stream room. 50-50 with anyone gave an awkward laugh. Family, your streamer really did underestimate him just now. Didn't expect he had a chain cut. Don't worry, next time I run into him, I'll get my revenge. Hope you'll all support me like always. He opened his match history, found instant kill swordsman 9527, and sent a friend request. Once it went through, he'd have to set up another fight another day to reclaim his pride. But instead of an acceptance notice, he saw a line in the damn Maku. Streamer, I just want to watch instant kill swordsman 9527's matches. He's already on a 5-win streak. Bro, drop the link. He opened the link, and there I was on screen. Once again I used flash chain cut, killing another platinum player. Damn, an actual 5-win streak. And the one he beat was a level 68 platinum player. That swordsmanship's that strong? I'm certain it's an S-rank sword art. Look, match 6 now. Will he keep the streak going? No way it's that easy. Next up's definitely a diamond player over level 70. Whoa, look at his opponent this time. HSS, his opponent's actually her. Instant kill swordsman 9527 is finished. Instant kill swordsman 9527's opponent this time is gorgeous. Isn't that just face sculpting skills? Wrong. She's the campus belle of an S-rank university, Su Muin. That's her real appearance. Damn, that confident? But she does have the capital to be confident. Good show incoming. Su Muin's a freshman at an S-rank university, SR class Esper, gene unlock rate above 3%. Instant kill swordsman 9527 is about to GG this round. Shame, the streak's about to break. Match found. Opponent, Su Muin. Light and shadow condensed on the arena, and a long-haired woman slowly appeared. She wore pale purple combat gear, her long hair bound in a high ponytail, exquisite features and long, smooth legs on display, radiating youthful energy. Completely unlike Isthetha's mature, cold allure, yet equally eye-catching. I scanned her level panel. Su Muin, LV70, quite a bit higher than mine. Su Muin saw my avatar, glanced at the long sword in my hand, and gave a faint smile. Running into a swordsman in placements, call it fate. For the sake of you being a fellow swordsman, I'll go easy on you. Thanks for the kindness, but no need. I'd already set into the draw stance, the tip of my blade trembling faintly. Her lovely brows knit slightly, and seeing I'd taken the same opening stance, surprise flashed in her eyes. The draw stance. Interesting. She flicked her wrist, sheathing her longsword, and set into the exact same posture. The two of us faced off at opposite ends of the arena, identical in form and stance, yet radiating utterly different auras. I was calm as a deep abyss. She was nimble as the wind. I faintly sensed a difference but couldn't put my finger on it, so I could only fix my attention on her wrist and hilt. 3, 2, 1, start. The instant the chime faded, two streaks of sword light flashed at once. Clang. The clash of metal nearly split our eardrums as the two of us crossed paths at the center of the arena. So fast we left only afterimages. I felt only a jolt at my wrist. My longsword deflected half an inch by a deft force, and I used the recoil to spin and steady myself. Across from me, Su Muin also gripped a faintly trembling longsword, her eyes full of shock. The gap lay right here. It clicked for me. Her draw technique, though textbook, lacked that ultimate burst power and precision of the instant kill swordsmanship. Clearly her technique wasn't S-rank, much less trained to perfection. But her gene unlock rate was obviously higher, her mana flowing more smoothly, which was how she'd steadily taken my instant kill flash. Su Muin drew a deep breath, her gaze serious. Your draw technique is even stronger than mine. Looks like I underestimated you. She gripped her longsword tight, the tip angled toward the ground. This next move, can you take it? I said nothing, sheathed my sword again, and set into the draw stance. The silent contest had quietly escalated the moment our eyes met. A brief stillness, and the two of us moved almost simultaneously. Flash chain cut, I called out low, my longsword becoming dozens of afterimages, weaving into an airtight net cast over her, every streak angled cunningly, each strike aimed at a vital point. Su Muin's gaze went sharp, and she actually unleashed a similar chain cut, dozens of sword shadows bursting from her hand, colliding thunderously with my sword net. Clang, 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 clang. The clash of metal fell dense as rain, the two of us weaving swiftly through the sword light, fast as phantoms. In the seemingly chaotic exchange, every swing and every parry hid subtle craft, dozens of collisions completed in a flash of lightning. SHHK? The two of us abruptly separated, each stepping back several paces. I stood steady, not a wound on me. But Su Muin's combat gear had several fine sword marks at the shoulder and arm, blood slowly seeping out. In that exchange, she'd come out on the losing end. She raised a hand to wipe the blood from her shoulder, her gaze grave to the extreme. The same chain cut, and your technique is clearly a cut above mine. She had to admit it. My swordsmanship technique had reached the peak. Draw speed, angle control, force distribution, all a notch above hers. Had it not been for her advantage in level and unlock rate, she'd have lost that last round outright. This was also the first time I'd met such a formidable sword opponent. Her swordsmanship, though it fell short of the instant kill swordsmanship, came with extremely rich combat experience and remarkably precise timing. Had I not had the perfect technique granted by the system's deduction, the outcome would have been uncertain. Su Muin angled her blade tip toward the ground, and a fierce aura suddenly erupted around her, pale purple mana coursing along the blade, condensing faintly into an illusory sword phantom. That was sword intent. I was slightly startled. Sword intent was a power only comprehended at extremely high realms of swordsmanship cultivation, and I hadn't expected this seemingly young woman to have grasped it already. Though her sword intent seemed newly acquired, not yet strong enough, it was proof enough that she truly was a genius. This move decides it. Her voice carried a trace of finality, her long hair drifting in the mana currents. I drew a deep breath and held nothing back, pouring all my mana into the hilt, my gaze steady as bedrock. I had no sword intent, but the instant kill swordsmanship's third form, waltz kill, combined mobility with multidirectional offense and defense, my strongest form. The two of us exchanged a glance, no extra words, only the fighting spirit in each other's eyes. Almost at once, the two of us moved. Su Muin's figure became a bolt of purple lightning, her longsword sweeping out with peerless sword intent. I tapped off the ground, my figure suddenly spinning, using my footwork to drive the blade, carving a perfect arc in high-speed motion. Silver sword lights spread like ripples, forming a constantly rotating ring of blades, both defense and offense. Clang! The instant the two blades met, the arena erupted with blinding light. The lightning-like sword intent crashed against the silver blade ring, letting out a deafening roar. I felt a violent force surge through, my arm going numb, but the spinning blade ring peeled away that sword intent layer by layer. Su Yuan's sword trembled violently under the ring's recoil. She could feel that my move, seemingly gentle, actually held an endless rotational force, steadily grinding down her sword intent. Crack! A crisp snap, and the long sword in her hand broke, the severed blade spinning off to plunge into the ground far away. But my assault wasn't over, the silver blade ring sweeping down. SHHK? Su Yuan's chest was cleaved open by the sword, and her avatar's health bar emptied along with it. Judgment. Winner. Instant kill, swordsman 9527. Damn, what did I just see? Holy, that was way too brutal. No, bro, you're a savage? Too cruel. I've got to save this to watch over and over. Damn, where's the replay function? I looked at the shocking wound on the virtual arena and froze completely. I hadn't reined in the force of that last strike, the blade carving a long gash across Su Yuan's chest, blood spurting out, and it was rendered so realistically. Her combat gear split clean in two, the scene genuinely jarring. Sorry, I didn't mean to. I quickly waved my hands to explain, but Su Yuan's cheeks flushed red in an instant, a flicker of shame and anger crossing her eyes, and before I could finish she dissolved into points of light and vanished. Judgment. Winner. Instant kill, swordsman 9527. I felt a wave of awkwardness. Hadn't expected going all out to be so powerful, and thinking back on the look on her face just now, she'd probably remember me for the rest of her life. Checking the time, I just went ahead and logged out of the virtual universe. Climbing out of the pod, the sound of the TV drifted from the living room. Death was curled up on the couch, a bucket of popcorn on her lap, watching with relish. Had enough fun? Thinking of what just happened, I gave a sheepish laugh. Something like that. She didn't even look up. I'm hungry. Make food. Okay. After dinner, I didn't go back in the pod. My swordsmanship technique was pretty well honed now. Right now, raising my gene unlock rate was the top priority. I spread out a mat in the living room and ran through the mystic origin breathing art again, striving for textbook form in every move, sweat dripping down my jawline. Not until the final forms close deep in the night did the panel finally tick out. Gene unlock rate, 3%. Phew. I collapsed on the floor, aching all over as if I'd fallen apart, without even the strength to lift a hand. It was already 1 a.m. I opened the gacha. Congratulations, you obtained R-Card E. Natasha Romanoff. That signature long red hair, a coldly alluring face. I thought of her other name, Black Widow, another one to gather dust in storage. After about half an hour of rest, my terminal buzzed. It was a message from Su Yuqing. Xia, the raid rewards are sorted. Here's your share. Please check. Thank you for your effort this time. Reach out anytime you need something. The attachment was a list, several pieces of blue glowing gear, a pile of crystals, 10 bronze-ranked dungeon entries, and 2 million credits. This much, my eyes lit up, most of the fatigue lifting. Combined with what I had left, it was enough to buy plenty of cultivation resources, and the 10 dungeon entries were a real lifesaver. Thank you. After replying, I sat up and worked my stiff neck, looking out at the night beyond the window. Gene unlock rate at 3%. Instant kill swordsmanship perfected, plus ample resources and dungeon entries. Yeah, what a wonderful day. I thought today was wonderful, but Su Yuan couldn't sleep that night. She'd staked out the virtual universe for me the whole night and never saw me log on, stamping her feet in fury. Damn stinking man. Instant kill swordsman 9527. I've got you memorized. Don't let me find out who you are, or else, humph. The next morning, Death and I headed straight for the second floor of the professionals' dungeon hall, selecting a bronze rank high dungeon right away. This time you take the lead, I'll watch. She tossed the line out flatly as she stepped into the portal. That suits me fine. I gripped my long sword and gazed into the distance. Honed by the virtual duels, I'd grown more and more proficient with the instant kill swordsmanship. Especially in the Shadow Forest I'd run dozens of times, I knew it inside out. And I was level 58 now, while the Shadow Wolves were only 50. As for why I wasn't running something higher, mainly it was that I didn't have the access entries. The dungeon opened, and the Shadow Wolves lunged with howls. I didn't retreat but advanced, flicking my wrist, long sword leaving its sheath. Instant kill flash. Sword light like lightning, instantly piercing the throats of the front 3 Shadow Wolves. Riding the momentum, I spun, my longsword becoming dozens of afterimages. Flash chain cut. Amid the clanging, over 40 Shadow Wolves fell in the sword net, dissolving into points of light. The follow-up monsters surged in, and my footwork was nimble, now charging in, now dodging, my sword forms linking together like flowing water. Facing tricky elite monsters, I no longer leaned on his death, but responded calmly, grinding down their health bit by bit with cunning angles and precise timing. Facing the level 60 boss, the undead sorcerer, I drew a deep breath and integrated everything I'd learned these past days. Instant kill flash to break its defense, flash chain cut to suppress, waltz kill to finish. A combo string flowed like water, and I actually cut the boss down single-handedly. Not bad. His death rarely offered praise. Over the next several runs, the smoother I got, my sword forms growing fiercer, my control over mana more refined. By the 5th run, I suddenly stopped and looked at her. Esteth, how do you grasp sword intent? During last night's duel with Su Muin, that lightning-like purple sword intent had left a deep impression on me. If I could grasp sword intent before the exam, I'd have far more confidence in the planetary scale battle royale. She raised her rapier, ice blue mana suddenly condensing, the blade seeming to be coated in frost, a bitter pressure spreading through the air. This is my sword intent. Sword intent has no fixed form. It can only be comprehended on your own. It's your understanding of the sword, your obsession with battle, even an extension of your own will. I mulled it over, stroking the hilt. Something to work out slowly. She turned toward the next dungeon entrance. When you truly understand why you swing the blade, maybe you'll get it. I looked at the sword in my hand, gripped it, then loosened my grip. Why do I swing the blade? To get stronger, to protect, to survive the coming battle royale. I drew a deep breath and hurried after her. Maybe the answer was hidden in battle after battle. After 10 bronze-ranked dungeons, Esteth and I reached level 60. Current favorability, 66. Bond energy, 242. Unfortunately, I hadn't comprehended sword intent. Looked like I'd have to keep honing it in the virtual universe. Back home after dinner, I ran through the Mystic Origin breathing art again. By the time I was worn out, my gene unlock rate hit 3.2%. Perfect timing to use the fatigue and lie down in the virtual universe pod for some sparring. My body could rest while I trained my sword non-stop. Truly perfect time management. The moment I entered the virtual universe, my terminal popped up a string of messages, red dots everywhere. Mostly friend requests, among which 50-50 with anyone, and Su Muin stood out, with private messages attached. 50-50's note was enthusiastic. Bro, accept it. Let's spar when you're free. Might even make for good stream content. Guaranteed to blow up. Su Muin's private message was as terse as ever. Just 2 words. Add me. Remembering the awkwardness of our duel, I rubbed my nose and still tapped accept, and while I was at it, accepted 50-50 too. The other stranger requests I ignored outright. Done with that, I immediately opened ranked and matched into the 6th game. Match found. Opponent, Universe Invincible super cute little lowly. A flash of light and shadow on the arena, and a petite figure appeared across from me. Level 72, Diamond Tier. She wore a medieval-style puffy dress in pink and white, holding a little pink parasol, her face exquisite, her eyes dewy, cute enough that you couldn't look away. Huh? An unranked player? She tilted her head, sizing me up, her voice soft and sweet. Cutie, your level's so low, how'd you match with me? I was about to speak when she gave a little yeah, and pointed at my record panel. 5-win streak. No wonder you could run into me. Looks like you've got some skill. I tried to speak again, but she covered her mouth and giggled, her eyes curving into crescents. Don't worry, little bro, I won't bully you. I'll go easy, no need to be scared. I wanted to say more, and again she cut in first. Oh right, my Esper power is Legion Commander type. I've got several heroic spirits. You'd better be careful, or you might get flattened. The stream of chatter came at me like little cannonballs, and I lost all desire to open my mouth, feeling only my temples throbbing. Some girls are genuinely cute when they don't talk, but the moment they open their mouths. I gripped my long sword and set into a combat stance, not wanting to hear any more of her chattering. Seeing I wouldn't talk, she put away the jokes too, tapping her little pink parasol against the ground. All right, I'll stop teasing you. Little bro, ready? Come on. 3, 2, 1, start. The instant the chime faded, her figure suddenly blurred, and 3 heroic spirit phantoms of differing forms appeared behind her. A little shield knight, a little winged angel, and a little witch clutching a staff. Get him! She cried crisply, and the knight and angel immediately rushed me, while the witch stayed by her side. My gaze sharpened, and I advanced instead of retreating. Longsword out of its sheath. Instant kill flash broke open the knight's shield first, the the sword light forcing the angel back at the same time. Wah! What a fast blade. Her eyes went wide and round. I paid it no mind, my sword forms growing fiercer. Against an opponent with multiple heroic spirits, I had to end it fast. Little bro, don't underestimate my heroic spirits. She smiled and gave her little pink parasol a shake. My good little ones, show him your real skills. The words had barely left her when the little witch clutching the staff waved her wand, the crystal atop it glowing a faint green. An invisible ripple swept over me, and I suddenly felt heavy all over, even my mana circulation growing sluggish. This is a weakness effect? He got hit. Now your strength is only half. The little shield knight seized the chance to bash forward with its shield, the surface glowing earthy yellow, clearly a defensive buff. Behind it, the little angel flapped its wings, scattering golden light that made the night even faster. I frowned, feeling my weakened strength, but my gaze grew sharper. The weakness state was tricky, but the essence of the instant kill swordsmanship had never been in brute force. It lay in technique and timing. I advanced instead of retreating, my footwork shifting, dodging the knight's charge by the barest margin, and at the same time flicked my wrist, my longsword carving a cunning arc straight for the little witch. To catch bandits, first catch their leader. I had to take out the spellcaster first. Yeah, trying a sneak attack? Her reaction was quick, and she called out at once. Angel, protect the witch. The little angel immediately blocked in front of the witch, wings spreading into a golden barrier. Clang! The longsword struck the barrier, leaving only a shallow white mark. I used the momentum to spin and evade the knight's second charge, already forming a plan. Multiple heroic spirits in coordination were troublesome, but there was always a gap between their exchanges. I drew a deep breath and deliberately left an opening, letting the knight's shield graze past my shoulder. In that instant, I abruptly dropped low, my longsword darting out like a viper from its hole, curving around the knight's flank straight for the little angel behind. This strike was cunning in angle, its timing gauged just right. The most vicious form in basic swordsmanship, gap thrust. SHHK? The sword light pierced through the golden barrier, the little angel wobbling and dissolving into points of light. Yeah? My angel, she cried out in alarm. I pressed the advantage without mercy, flash chain cut raining down like a violent storm. The little knight raised its shield to block, but the shield was too small for all-around defense, and it was eliminated outright. She stamped her feet, glaring at the vanishing afterimages, puffing with anger. So annoying. I told you to take it seriously. Why are you still underestimating him? She turned to the sole remaining little witch. You're all I've got left. The little witch shrugged, and the crystal atop its staff suddenly erupted with blinding black light. Not good. My chest tightened, my footing suddenly growing heavy. The weakness effect was clearly several times stronger than before. Dense negative marks surfaced across my body. Bleeding, mana drain, defense reduction. My status bar a sea of red light, my health visibly dropping. Hee scared now. She put her hands on her hips, laughing smugly. I inwardly cursed, and when I looked up again my pupils contracted. The little witch's body was swelling madly in the black light, in mere seconds becoming a giant dozens of stories tall, its head reaching the arena's dome. Its staff turned into a colossal rod that blotted out the sky. The little witch's voice turned low and hoarse, full of demonic menace. Instant kill, swordsman 9527, prepare to die. 50-50 with anyone stream room. 50-50 was chatting idly on stream when he saw the notice that a friend request had gone through, and casually tapped it open. Instant kill swordsman 9527 has accepted your friend request. His eyes lit up, finally online. Family, instant kill swordsman 9527 is online. Let's go see what he's up to. He tapped teleport, and in a moment appeared a short distance from me, at the arena's outer edge, able to see the match inside but unable to enter or transmit sound. I inside couldn't see or hear them outside. Huh, didn't expect 9527's opponent to be the little lowly. The Damaku started rolling right after. Instant kill swordsman 9527 is finally online. Kaiji's been waiting all night for his revenge. Kaiji right now is like an abandoned wife, resentment all over him. Say, 9527's opponent looks kind of familiar. You don't even recognize Universe Invincible super cute little lowly? She's an SSR Esper from an S-rank university. Damn. So it's last year's SSR, then 9527's done for. As they discussed, a figure teleported to 50-50's side, Su Muin. Whoa, Su Muin's here too. Looks like that one sword strike has her fixated on 9527. More than fixated, I'd say she's got half a mind to kill him. Su Yuen couldn't see the damn Miku, her mind entirely on me, eyes fixed on the fight in the arena. When she saw me chain cut the little knight and little angel, she was slightly startled. He got stronger? How much time has even passed? How did his strength climb so much? Too monstrous. The audience couldn't see my change, but 50-50 could. He clicked his tongue inwardly. At my current strength, sparring again would probably still end in his loss. In that case, all those vows of revenge didn't seem so important anymore. Just as he was thinking that, he saw me hit with many debuffs, my movements hindered. Then I froze in place, my eyes going hollow. What's going on? Why did he stop moving? Could it be? I gazed up at the little witch, dozens of stories tall, my chest seizing with fright, my whole body frozen in place. Damn, it can get that huge too? The little witch was now like a walking mountain, slightly lifting a leg to stomp down. I pushed off my feet and ran wildly. But that massive body's movements, though seemingly slow, carried a mountain-crushing force with every step, the shockwaves constantly blasting me off my feet. Ha ha ha, little mouse, where do you think you're going? The little witch laughed with a child's mischievousness. Fun, isn't it? Run faster. The huge foot stomped down again, and I rolled away in a scramble, but the edge of my clothes was still caught and torn by the air blast. I backed up several steps, my chest tight. Damn, a body that big. How am I supposed to fight it? Before I could think much more, the huge foot came down again. I quickly dodged, but was still blasted away, slamming hard into the ground. Going on like this was no solution. Just then, the little witch's enormous shadow caught the corner of my eye, and I noticed something off. For a body so massive, the shadow it cast on the ground was strangely blurry, even faintly warping as it moved. What was going on? I connected it to the little witch's class, and to certain witch abilities, and abruptly reached a conclusion. Was this an unstable illusion? Could it be? My pupils contracted, and I focused my mind, ignoring the oppressive giant form, staring hard at the giant witch's core. Sure enough, within that layered black mist, I could faintly make out a point of weak red light flickering. Its position, level with the little witch's original height. It was an illusion, or rather, mental interference laced with fear magic. Understanding that, I calmed instantly. No longer dodging the giant shadow's attacks, I instead charged at the stomping foot, and when only a few meters from its soul, suddenly veered aside, my longsword pointing straight at that blurry red light. Instant kill flash. The sword light pierced through the black mist, striking that point of red light precisely. Act! A short cry of pain, and the giant shadow before me cracked apart like shattering glass, the dozens of stories tall body dissolving in an instant, revealing the little witch clutching her staff in place, her face full of shock. You actually noticed? The little witch blinked, full of disbelief. I overplayed it. Didn't expect your perception to be this sharp. The words had barely left her when she too dissolved into points of light. Only the little lowly remained standing, her face suddenly falling as she raised a little hand and waved it. Fine, I concede. It's all because they got too playful and let you catch their opening. Battle over. Winner. Instant kill, swordsman 9527. I sheathed my sword and let out a breath. The oppression of that illusion just now had been too real. If I hadn't spotted the flaw in time, I might have genuinely fallen to this deceptively cute opponent. Your heroic spirits are very special. Right? Right. I'll play with you again next time. Her eyes lit up, returning to her giggling self, and with that she dissolved into points of light. I looked at my 7-win placement streak, the corner of my mouth lifting. I didn't choose to rest, going straight into the next match, since each new game restored me to peak condition anyway. No need to waste time. Match found. Opponent. Nightfall Assassin 567. Light and shadow condensed on the arena, and a woman in a black skin-tight combat suit appeared. Slender build, crisp lines, a thin veil over her face revealing only a pair of cold eyes. Level 77, Astral Tier. The moment she appeared, I distinctly felt something I'd never experienced before, like being marked by a beast, an inescapable, suffocating pressure. This was killing intent. Badass. 9527 even beat the little lowly. You could tell the lowly wasn't serious, but winning as the underdog still shows real skill. 9527 started matching again. Seriously, doesn't even come out to see Kaiji and Su Yuen. Match found. This woman's way too good looking. Damn, it's Nightfall Assassin 567. For real, it's actually her. 9527's done for. You said that last game too. And the game before that. Stop it, his face is swollen. Nightfall Assassin 567 gave me a glance, her brow arching slightly, seeming a bit surprised by this unranked opponent, but it passed in a flash. She stood sideways, dagger held across her chest, a thick killing intent instantly permeating the air around her. It wasn't the simulated aura of virtual combat, but a killing intent carrying the reek of blood, truly forged from mountains of corpses and seas of blood. My heart went cold. This killing intent alone was heavier than all my previous opponents combined. It seemed that in reality, this woman was no ordinary sort. I didn't dare be careless, immediately sheathing my sword and setting into the draw stance, meeting her eyes. 3, 2, 1, start. The instant the chime faded, 567's figure blurred abruptly, leaving only an afterimage in place. So fast, my pupils contracted, and I quickly spun, my gaze sweeping rapidly across the arena. Several afterimages flickered around me, the high-speed airflow scraping across my cheek like a blade, that suffocating killing intent shadowing me like a specter, as if the next second it would strike from some blind spot. I forced myself calm, no longer trying to track the physical body, instead focusing my mind on feeling the flow of killing intent. The true killing stroke had to be hidden where the killing intent was thickest. Now, the 3 o'clock direction, rear left, the killing intent abruptly converged. Instant kill flash. I didn't hesitate, my longsword leaving its sheath, becoming silver lightning thrusting toward that direction. SHHK. The sword light pierced through an afterimage, cutting only air. Too slow. A cold voice came from behind me. The hair stood up all over my body. Too late to turn and block. She'd used the afterimages as cover to circle behind me, her short dagger aimed at my heart. This was the assassin's killing stroke. Using afterimages to scramble the eyes, high-speed movement to create an opening, then a fatal strike from a blind spot. In that hair's-breadth moment, I twisted violently, forcibly wrenching aside by half an inch. SHHK. The short dagger pierced and grazing my shoulder blade, blood instantly welling out. Along with the searing pain, I used the force of my twist to sweep my longsword back in an arc. Waltz kill. The silver blade ring instantly enveloped her. She hadn't expected me to counter after being wounded, hastily bringing her dagger back to block, but she was rattled back step by the ring's rotational force, her short dagger nearly flying from her grip. I clutched my bleeding shoulder and panted, but my eyes shone startlingly bright. She retreated several steps, spinning the dagger on her fingertip, a coldness in her eyes, yet a barely perceptible note of approval too. Good eyes. Now, I'll get serious. I paid no mind to my bleeding shoulder blade, gripping my sword with both hands, my gaze locked hard ahead, steadier than before. She tapped her toe, and her figure vanished again, this time faster than before, even the afterimages growing blurry. SHHK? SHHK? SHHK. The sound of blades sinking into flesh came one after another, new wounds appearing on my arm, thigh, and cheek in succession, blood spraying. I couldn't even make out which direction the attacks came from, only barely twisting to protect my vitals on instinct. The killing intent around me was almost physical, pressing down until I could hardly breathe. I had to find a way. I gritted my teeth, tasting blood on the tip of my tongue. The instant kill swordsmanship was born for slaughter, a true killing art. Yet I had only the perfect technique, having failed to grasp the true meaning of swordsmanship. At that thought, I slowly closed my eyes. Closing your eyes? Her figure paused in the shadows, a flicker of surprise crossing her. Had he given up, or was he trying to comprehend something? She didn't strike right away, wanting to see what this young man was doing. A minute passed, and I held my sword-gripping stance the whole time, like a statue. High-speed movement drained a fair amount of mana, and 567 hesitated no longer, her figure becoming a black wind, going straight for my heart, the killing intent on her dagger condensed to the extreme, almost taking physical form. In that very instant, my eyes snapped open. There was no confusion in them, only a cold clarity. The killing intent around me suddenly erupted, faintly resonating with her thick killing intent, as if an invisible thread connected the two. 567's heart jolted, her attack involuntarily slowing by a fraction. This killing intent was lesser than hers, but it seemed able to connect to her killing intent, locking onto its target. I caught her momentary stall, my long sword leaving its sheath. Instant kill flash. The sword light, thrust straight, precisely cutting toward the opening exposed by the killing intent connection. Clang. Dagger met longsword, and she was rattled back half a step, showing genuine surprise for the first time. I braced on my sword, my chest heaving violently. I'd found it. In the pool of killing intent, I'd found the way to track high-speed movement. She looked at me, the approval in her eyes deepening, gripping her dagger tight, the killing intent around her suddenly surging, as if turned to solid frost. You're impressive, but that's all. Now, I'll send you off with one last move. Flash shadow kill. Before the words fell, her figure vanished entirely, not even a wisp of afterimage left. Only that suffocating killing intent remained in the air, surging in like a tide, almost crushing my consciousness. This speed. My heart shook violently. I could barely track a blurry trajectory through the pull of killing intent, but her speed was too fast, that invisible connecting thread trembling violently, ready to snap at any moment. I couldn't wait. I drew a deep breath and poured all the killing intent in my body into my longsword. The forms of the instant kill swordsmanship raced through my mind, and I no longer deliberately chased her position, instead sinking all my spirit into the word kill. The sword is a weapon for killing. Killing intent is the sword's soul. The instant killing intent fully merged with sword form, my gaze turned utterly indifferent, as if I'd become a sword without emotion. Now, in the pull of killing intent, that blurry trajectory suddenly showed a moment of stall. It was the instant she changed direction, and the only opening. Instant kill flash. I called out low, my longsword leaving its sheath at a speed breaking my previous limits. The sword light was different from before, no longer flashy, leaving only the purest killing intent and speed, like lightning, thrusting precisely toward that fraction of a stall. SHHK. A soft sound, blood spraying. Her figure appeared out of thin air, her dagger dropping to the ground, a piercing wound now on her chest. She looked at me in disbelief, the last trace of cold in her eyes replaced by shock. You. Judgment. Vital hit. Winner. Instant kill, swordsman 9527. I sheathed my sword and swayed as if all my strength had drained away. That last strike had nearly exhausted all my killing intent and mana. Watching her dissolve into points of light, my chest still ached faintly from that extreme killing intent. This battle I'd won. Not just the match. More importantly, I'd touched the threshold of sword intent, entering the Dao through kill. Su Muin watched the fight between me and 567, her fingers unconsciously clenching the hem of her clothes. When that sword light condensed with killing intent swept out, she even instinctively held her breath. How is that possible? She murmured, her eyes full of disbelief. Just yesterday, she could still take me to the last move, honorable in defeat. But now, watching that figure who'd merged killing intent into sword form and defeated 567, she clearly felt the gap between them had widened by a large margin. Remembering the jarring wound I'd left on her chest, Su Muin's cheeks flushed slightly. Then she was swamped by frustration. She'd meant to find me for another match once placements ended, to wash away the shame of that wound. But now, that notion seemed like a joke. My growth speed was absurdly fast. From the initial dazzle of the draw technique, to the finesse of the chain cut, to now turning killing intent into the sword's wings, like a sponge, madly absorbing the nourishment of every battle, transforming at a visible rate. Damn it, she bit her lower lip, angry at her own slow progress. Angrier still at my near-monstrous rate of improvement, clenching her fists and staring at me, unwilling to concede. One day, I'll defeat you. As 50/50 streams spread by word of mouth, more and more people came to watch my placement matches. Badass. Level 60 beating a level 77 astral. 8-win streak now. Is instant kill swordsman 9527 going to pull off a 10-win streak? As everyone knows, getting a 10-win streak in the virtual universe is nearly impossible. With that insane matchmaking, the more you win, the stronger the opponents. Not to mention 9527's only level 60, hard as scaling the heavens. But 8 straight wins is already invincibly strong. Wonder what 9527's Esper power even is. The power doesn't matter. People who come to spar in the virtual universe are usually honing martial technique. They rarely use Esper powers. Let's just wait and see whether 9527 can pull off the 10-win miracle. Match found. Opponent, Mary Elf Archer, LV80, Astral Tier. I'd just steadied myself when a server-wide announcement suddenly rang throughout the virtual universe. Congratulations to player, Instant Kill, Swordsman 9527, on an 8-win placement streak. Now entering the 9th match, hereby announced. Click here to watch. In an instant, countless gazes focused on the arena through the stream windows. Front row for the show. Level 60? 8 wins at that level. Whose Smurf account is this? About to start, witness history. The Damaku rolled like a tide, but I had no attention to spare. The woman across from me had already drawn a longbow, her wheat-toned skin glowing with a healthy sheen in the light, her high ponytail swaying with her movements, her eyes bright as stars. So you're that 8-win streak newbie? She drew the bowstring, pale green mana condensing on the arrow. Instant kill swordsman 9527, please instruct me. I set into the draw stance, my gaze locked on her. 3, 2, 1, start. The chime hadn't faded when I struck first. My opponent was an archer, sure to open up distance immediately, so what I had to do was close in and beat her. She showed a smile as if it were all going to plan, and as she retreated fast, she pushed hard off her toes, springing several meters into the air like a coiled spring. I looked up, instantly speechless. Other archers just opened up distance. This one went straight for the sky. With that jumping power, who could even reach her? She drew her longbow in the air. Try this. 3 arrows shot toward the ground beneath me in a triangular formation with a whistle of parted air. Bang, bang, bang. I sidestepped left and right, dodging them all, the arrows exploding on landing, kicking up 3 air blasts, proof enough of their power. I judged the distance and charged toward where she was about to land, predicting my landing spot. She gave a soft laugh, her figure suddenly adjusting midair, forcibly changing her landing point, and at the same time the bowstring sounded again, an arrow wreathed in wind element thrusting straight at my heart. So nimble. No wonder she could forcibly change her landing spot. It held wind element. My heart went cold, and I spun sharply, my longsword sweeping back to precisely knock the arrow away. The moment she landed, she opened up distance, her longbow swinging repeatedly, arrows falling like raindrops. I wove through the arrow rain, my footwork nimble, just barely dodging. Faster. I have to be faster. I have to close in on her with greater speed, or I'll just be worn down to death from range. My figure shot toward her like an arrow loosed from a string. She'd clearly been prepared, her longbow trembling in succession, several wind-wrapped arrows screaming out to form a fan-shaped barrier. I tapped my toe against the ground, my longsword dancing out layers of sword curtain to knock the arrows away. But even though I'd dodged them all, those wind spirals that grazed past carried a cunning force, scraping across my ankle. HSS. In the instant my footing stalled, she seemed to have anticipated it, a sharp glint flashing in her eyes, an arrow condensing violent wind element already loosed from the string, aimed straight at my face. Clang. I hastily raised my sword to block, the immense force numbing my arm. My whole body rattled back step after step. Before I could catch my breath, more arrows came like a downpour. My gaze went sharp, and I swung my longsword. Flash chain cut. Dozens of sword shadows swept out in an instant, deflecting every arrow. Attack as defense, not a bad idea. Her voice carried a smile, but she suddenly drew her longbow into a full moon, pale green mana condensing at the arrow tip into a dazzling orb of light, a heart-stopping pressure locking onto me. This is my signature technique, Starfall. Can you take it? I looked at the ever-brightening orb of light, knowing this arrow's power was absolutely not to be underestimated. All her attacks just now had been to open up distance, to set up for this killing arrow. This arrow would be very hard to dodge, and its power immense. I drew a deep breath and no longer retreated, gripping my longsword with both hands. The mana in my body churned wildly, and the killing intent I'd comprehended in the fight, with 567 welled up from within, flowing along my arm into the blade. The blade gradually took on a faint gray-black coat, the trace of condensed killing intent. I stared hard at her and called out low. Come. Her gaze sharpened, and she released the bowstring. Whoosh. That orb-condensing wind element power became a green shooting star, roaring toward me. I felt as if I'd been thrown into the eye of a storm, every inch of skin bearing the wind pressure. But my gaze didn't change, and I poured a full 10 parts of mana and killing intent condensed to the extreme into my longsword. Waltz kill. The silver blade ring suddenly expanded, no longer aiming for airtight defense, but concentrating the force at the ring's center, forming a high-speed rotating wall of blades. The elf archer's pupils contracted slightly. She'd assumed I'd meet Starfall head-on with a sword form, never expecting me to choose to redirect its force instead. The instant the green shooting star struck the blade ring, there was no earth-shaking explosion. The ring's rotational force was like water flowing around a stone, gently guiding along the shooting star's trajectory. The shooting star skimmed past my shoulder and slammed into the barrier wall behind me, bursting into a dazzling green light. The massive shockwave still blasted me off my feet, and I hit the ground and spat blood, my shoulder searing with pain. But using the property of Walt's kill, I'd blocked it. Heh. The elf archer put away her longbow and dusted off her hands. You've got something. Not tanking with brute force, but using rotational force to deflect the attack instead. This combat technique is more seasoned than I thought. I braced on my sword and rose, drained all over, my mana nearly at the bottom. I didn't know how much mana she had left, but from here I could only slug it out. This is about far enough. She suddenly smiled, showing 2 little canines. I concede. Battle over. Winner. Instant kill, swordsman 9527. I froze. You? She waved a hand, genuine admiration in her eyes. You broke my ultimate, so there's no point fighting on. Actually, I'd rather see whether you can get the 10-win streak. Hee. Next match. Good luck. With that, she dissolved into points of light. The server-wide announcement rang out again. Congratulations to player, instant kill, swordsman 9527, on a 9-win placement streak. Now entering the 10th match, all eyes watching. The Damaku in the stream windows completely exploded. An astral big shot just conceded? This newbie's gotta be cheating. Class. That's a big shots class. Level 60 fought a level 80 astral head-on and won? I'm dumbstruck. That Walt's kill just now was incredible. Redirecting force, so clutch. Go, go, go. 10-win streak. But that last match is probably shaky. Good chance of running into a sovereign. I didn't look at the Damaku, only gazing at the sword in my hand. The gray-black killing intent on the blade gradually dispersed, but that feeling of resonance with the sword lingered clearly in my heart. Entering the Dao through kill. It was viable. I gripped the hilt and walked to the center of the arena, starting the final round of placements. Match found. Opponent, Rampant Swordsman, LV88, Sovereign Tier. Light gathered, and a burly man with high-bound long hair appeared. Powerfully built, the long sword in his hand nearly twice the width of mine, his eyes churning with undisguised arrogance, staring me down like he'd locked onto prey. Ha! Finally matched with you. Rampant Swordsman laughed, his voice loud enough to hurt the ears. You know how many people out there are camping to snipe you? This traffic's enough to make my name. I frowned. These people understood traffic. They'd all queued ranked at once to snipe me. But I didn't answer, only gripping my sword tighter. The killing intent on this man was several times thicker than Nightfall Assassin 567's, mixed with blood and savagery, almost taking physical form. Since you use a sword too, let me show you what real swordsmanship is. Before the words fell, a terrifying aura erupted around him, killing intent sweeping in like a tsunami, choking my breath. 3, 2, 1, start. Come on. Where's your draw technique? Rampant Swordsman charged with a wild laugh, his greatsword dragging across the ground, striking off ear-piercing sparks. My gaze sharpened, and my long sword left its sheath. Instant kill flash. The sword light like lightning, thrusting straight for his chest. Clang. He flicked his wrist, his greatsword easily blocking, the immense force bending my blade slightly. That's it. He sneered, and his greatsword swept across. I spun to evade and used the momentum to unleash Walt's kill, the silver blade ring slicing toward his waist. Too slow. He neither dodged nor evaded, his greatsword chopping straight down, striking precisely at the ring's center. Bang! The ring collapsed, and I felt a huge force surge through, my arm going numb, backing up step after step. I didn't pause, using the retreating momentum to spin, my long sword becoming dozens of afterimages. Flash chain cut, the sword shadows dense as a net, sealing off all his angles of escape. Petty tricks. Rampant Swordsman laughed loud, his greatsword whirling airtight. Clang, clang, clang. After a string of metal clashes, all the sword shadows were blocked, and he suddenly switched moves, his greatsword thrusting straight for my chest with a whistle of parted air. I hastily raised my sword to block, but was blasted flying by an overwhelming force, crashing hard into the ground, a sweetness rising in my throat as I spat a mouthful of blood. Ha! Is this all your strength? He pressed in step by step, his eyes full of contempt. This so-called 9-win streak was just running into a bunch of pushovers. Virtual universe matches are way too watered down, especially for a newbie like you. You only beat them because the matchmaking gave you a boost. But too bad, over 1,000 sovereign tier players match with you at once, just to make you see clearly what true strength is. These words instantly stirred the netizens' displeasure. What do you mean the matchmaking boosted 9527 so he could win? Nonsense. So he's saying Kaiji, Su Muin, the cutie, Nightfall Assassin 567, and the elf archer are all rookies? I get it now. You mean Rampant Bro's a waste in reality, so that's why he ground his tier up to Sovereign? Ha. Never seen someone reverse confirm themselves. Quit yapping. Let's see what he does next. This 10-win streak, I think it's tough now. I naturally didn't know about the discussion outside. I braced on my sword and rose, wiping the blood from the corner of my mouth, but my gaze grew sharper. His strength, speed, and killing intent were all far above mine, and even his understanding of swordsmanship ran deep. This was a true sovereign tier. I gripped my longsword, the last of my mana beginning to circulate, killing intent condensing again. Whether it's watered down, try me and you'll know. Rampant swordsman paused, then burst into even louder laughter. Good. I'll play along. Let you understand the gap between sovereign and bronze is a chasm. He pushed his killing intent to the extreme, the violent aura raging across the field, his greatsword becoming a blurry black shadow as he unleashed frenzied demon slash. I gritted my teeth, the sword shadows of flash chain cut layering to try to block. But his attacks were too fierce, every clash numbing my arm, my footing backing up again and again, the violent killing intent clinging like a disease gnawing at the bone, blanketing me tight, even breathing grown difficult. Clang, clang, clang. Blocking the 13th blow, I couldn't hold up any longer, blasted flying by the greatsword's residual force, slamming hard into the ground. Ha. Out of strength. He raised his sword and closed in step by step, deliberately slowing his movements, his gaze sweeping over the stream Danmaku, a smug smile on his face. See that? Punching above your weight. Before absolute strength, it's a joke. He suddenly chopped down, the sword wind locking onto me so I couldn't dodge, catching my shoulder, blood spurting out. He looked at the Danmaku, beaming. Thanks to Longbro for the supercar. Family, throw Longbro a follow. Thank you all so much, family. Alright family, want to see how your streamer torments him? Just say the word. Like a cat toying with a mouse, he deliberately withheld the killing blow, sweeping me down again and again with sword wind each time I tried to rise. A gash opened on my face, the wounds on my body growing more numerous, my whole body soaked in a pool of blood, wretched. Humiliation burned in my chest like flame. Watching his crowd-pleasing, grandstanding face, an anger and defiance I'd never felt before surged up from my heart. Why do I swing the blade? Not just to get stronger, to survive, but so that people like this can't trample my dignity at will. Wrath! I roared out abruptly, struggling to reach out and grip the hilt. The instant I grasped the sword, the mana in my body suddenly merged with that sky-reaching anger, defiance, and obsession with victory, and a brand new aura erupted from me. It was killing intent sharper and purer than any time before, no longer imitation, no longer borrowed, but truly my own, carrying an unyielding will, sword intent. Rampant swordsman sensed something wrong and turned to look, the smile freezing on his face in an instant. He saw me slowly rise, drenched in blood, but my eyes shone startlingly bright. The long sword in my hand trembled faintly, a faint blood-colored halo wreathing the blade. That sword intent like a divine weapon drawn from its sheath, pointing straight at the heart. A trace of ferocity flashed in his eyes. Sword intent, you think you're the only one who has it. He abruptly channeled his mana, and a dark red flame surged up on his greatsword too. Sword intent likewise condensed from killing intent, only carrying a thicker air of savagery. This was a hidden card he'd only recently comprehended, meant to be saved for challenging higher tiers, yet now forced out early by me. Die! He roared and charged, unleashing frenzied demon slash again, only this time every sword shadow wrapped in dark red sword intent. My gaze sharpened, the unyielding will within me fully ignited, blood-colored sword intent interweaving with mana, my longsword becoming a streak of blood light. Flash chain cut. The two figures collided thunderously on the arena, sword lights weaving into a blood-colored curtain. Clang, clang, clang. In the span of a single breath, both sides swung dozens of strokes. Sword beams burst in the air, red flames spraying. New wounds kept adding to my body, blood soaking my lapels. Though this was the virtual universe, the pain was reproduced at 100%. Yet at this moment I seemed unable to feel it, every stroke giving my all, carrying the finality of mutual destruction. The more he fought, the more shaken Rampant Swordsman grew, the wounds continuously adding to his body hurting him greatly. His sword intent was clearly more violent, his strength held the advantage, yet he was forced back step by my relentless, do-or-die momentum. In his opponent's sword forms, beyond killing intent, hid something he'd never seen before, an unbending will that would break before it bent. "Madman! You lunatic!" he roared, his greatsword sweeping across to force me back half a step. In that momentary gap, I suddenly switched moves, my longsword no longer chasing speed, but flicking up at a cunning angle. SHHK. The sword light grazed his wrist, forcing his grip unsteady. Not good. His heart lurched with terror, and he instinctively tried to retreat, only to find I gave no chance at all, twisting my waist, my longsword sweeping up a blood-colored arc. Waltz kill. SHHK. His chest was cut open, spraying out a great deal of blood. He looked in disbelief at the huge wound on his chest, the dark red sword intent receding like a tide. "How could?" he murmured, the arrogance on his face completely replaced by bewilderment. At this moment, he finally understood. What he'd lost to wasn't sword intent, wasn't technique, but that courage to charge forward in the face of pain and desperate straits. This was precisely what he'd always lacked. And so he had lost. Battle over. Winner. Instant kill, swordsman 9527. The server-wide announcement crashed out like a thunderbolt. Player, instant kill, swordsman 9527, has completed a 10-win placement streak. Final tier, sovereign. I braced on my sword, standing amid a sky full of blood-colored light motes, drenched in blood, yet with my spine held straight. Watching rampant swordsmen dissolve into points of light, I slowly sheathed my sword. In the sky of the virtual universe, golden fireworks seemed to bloom, celebrating the birth of this level 60 sovereign. The Danmaku in the stream windows had scrolled into a sea, countless gasps and praises pouring toward this name that had burst onto the scene. I paid it no mind, only feeling that sword intent within me that had just condensed and was gradually settling, the corner of my mouth curving into a weary smile. This placement run, I hadn't just won a tier, I'd won a whole new understanding of sword and will, and won myself the qualification to fight at his death's side. I slowly lifted my eyes, gazing up at the heavens. "You proud sons of heaven of planet E86. I, Chi Xia, am coming." In a corner of the spectator seats, Su Muin clenched her fists, watching the scene of me winning with a single stroke on screen, unable to keep from lifting the corner of her mouth. That insufferable face rampant swordsman had worn was still vivid in her mind, even saying everyone who lost to me was a rookie, which had infuriated her. Now that he'd been beaten back to his true form, it was truly satisfying. "That's what you get for talking nonsense." She gave a soft humph, and there was actually a sense of avenged satisfaction in her heart. But even more was shock. She'd watched with her own eyes as I went from the initial dazzle of the draw technique to finally condensing my own sword intent. The transformation over these short 10 matches fast enough to alarm her. "I have to work even harder." She touched her hilt, fighting spirit kindling in her eyes. Catching up to this man's pace seemed to become something to look forward to. Not far off in the streaming area, 50/50 was dancing and gesturing at the camera. "Family, did you see that? 10-win streak. Sovereign tier. I told you this bro's a savage, right? Your streamer didn't lose unfairly. Get those gifts rolling. Hit me with a 666. Let's see if rampant bro's still so rampant after this." Ha ha. He grinned ear to ear, as if he'd been the one to win. In a certain virtual lounge, the little loli in a pink dress swung her twin ponytails, watching the screen and clapping her little hands, giggling. "So amazing. Way stronger than when he fought me last time. Hee hee, I've got to play with him again next time." Nightfall Assassin 567 stood in the shadows, the big eyes beneath her veil reflecting the screen's light. Seeing the instant I condensed my sword intent, a trace of approval flashed in her eyes, and she said softly, "Well done." With that, her figure blurred, vanishing from the spot. Mary Elf Archer leaned against the railing, biting an apple as she watched the result, showing her 2 little canines. Didn't disappoint me after all. In every corner of the virtual universe, countless people discussed the name Instant Kill Swordsman 9527. A level 60 10-win placement streak straight to sovereign. This was without a doubt today's most explosive news. And I, at the center of the storm, had already logged out of the virtual universe. The moment I reached the living room, I saw Death reclining against the couch, spinning an ice crystal between her fingers to play with. She lifted her eyes to glance at me, her tone flat. "Placement's done." I tugged at my collar, trying to ease the lingering virtual pain on my body. 10-win streak. Not embarrassing, at least. I was choked by that assessment, so I just went with it and asked, "I'm done. Want to give it a try? With your strength, you'd definitely be better than me." "No need." She withdrew her hand, her gaze idle. If even a rookie like you can get a 10-win streak, that place must not be much fun. I was speechless. This woman always had a way of choking someone speechless in the flattest tone. I shrugged and turned to run through the mystic origin breathing art. I didn't stop until midnight, my gene unlock rate reaching 3.4%. Ding. Gacha count has refreshed. 1 free pull available. Draw now? Yes. Congratulations, you obtained our card Jinx. The signature blue twin ponytails, an outfit full of punk rebellious flair, a bit unhinged. I chose to store her. Gacha count, 16. Still 14 days to grind before the guaranteed SR at 30 pulls. 7 days later. This week passed relatively dully, all spent constantly cultivating the mystic origin breathing art, my gene unlock rate reaching 12%. But the further along, the harder the gains. With no dungeons to run, Isdeath could only watch dramas at home, occasionally offering pointers on my swordsmanship, and favorability rose somewhat too. Current favorability, 72. Bond energy, 268. As for the gacha these past days, thinking of it made me black out. Nothing but N cards and R cards, all the fat, ugly, old sort. The one that left the deepest impression was Ruhua. Ruhua was tall and burly, her big broad face covered in stubble, yet heavily made up, painted with bright red lips, dressed in floral clothes, and fond of sticking out an orchid finger to pick her nose, enough to make you want to smack her. Just then, my terminal rang. It was Zhu Debiao. Qixia, are you busy lately? Got any time? I'm all right, Principal Zhu, what is it? Here's the thing. The exam starts in 7 days, and the school's doing a unified gene unlock rate assessment tomorrow. My heart stirred already. Busy with virtual dueling and cultivation lately, I hadn't kept track of the time. Sure, I'll be there on time tomorrow. Thank you, Principal. Hanging up, I looked at the dusk sinking beyond the window and drew a deep breath. In 7 days, it was the exam. That planetary-scale battle royale that would decide countless people's fates was finally coming. I didn't dwell on it, walking to the living room to run through the mystic origin breathing art again. Mana circulated slowly within me, every heavenly circuit cycle deepening my control over my body by a fraction. At midnight, I continued pulling. Congratulations, you obtained our card Xylongnu. A robe white as snow, long hair drifting, a face of exquisite, unworldly beauty, eyes clear and ethereal, an air cold and transcendent. What a beautiful woman in period dress, truly wreathed in an immortal air. I silently chose to store her. Current gacha count, 24. In 6 days I'd be guaranteed an SR pull, just in time for the exam. The next morning, I arrived at the number 2 high school gate on time, and the moment I got out of the car, I saw Teacher Lee waving at me. Qixia, over here. I hurried over. Teacher Lee, come with me. The assessment point is over by the field. The school knows you've got a lot going on, so we specially told you to come later to save you a long wait in line. You registered late, so you were near the back of the order anyway. Arranging it this way makes sense. I understood, a trace of warmth rising in my heart. This thoughtful arrangement by the school was truly considerate. Thank you to the school, and to you for the trouble. It's what we should do. Teacher Lee led me to the back of the line to queue, then stood off to the side. I looked at the testing device ahead. It was used to measure striking force, from which a candidate's gene unlock rate was calculated. I clenched my fist, curious just how many kilograms a full power strike would put out. Next, Li Fan. Li Fan drew a deep breath and stepped up to the strength testing device, throwing a sudden punch. Bang! The screen popped up, 503 kilograms. The teacher recorded it. 503 kilograms corresponds to a 1% gene unlock rate, meets the standard. The next few students stepped up one after another, most punching between 300 and 600 kilograms, corresponding to unlock rates of 0.8% to 1.2%, within the normal range. Finally, it was my turn. As I stepped out at a slow pace, a few students who'd just finished testing whispered, "Huh, wasn't I the last one? How's there still someone? This classmate's unfamiliar. Is he from our year? Dunno, he looks pretty calm. Let's see how much he can hit. Then let's wait. We'll leave after he's done." I stood before the device, worked my shoulder a little, no extra motions, only gathering mana and throwing a punch at the testing plate. Boom. A muffled report, like a thunderclap bursting across the field. The numbers on the screen jumped wildly, finally locking in. 10,000 kilograms. The whole field went instantly dead silent. A few seconds later, the proctor sprang up from his chair and cried out, losing his voice, 10 tons? Did I read that wrong? The students erupted. I thought 503 kilograms was impressive, and this 10 tons? What kind of monster is that? How high does his gene unlock rate have to be? Damn. Among high schoolers, this is basically a legend. Is he even human? To be precise, he's the ceiling of human high schoolers. For sure, he can absolutely stand shoulder to shoulder with the geniuses of the other higher institutions now. What made them click their tongues even more was that the gene assessment panel beside the device promptly lit up. Gene unlock rate, 12%. 12%. My God. No wonder he could hit 10 tons. This unlock rate is higher than a lot of professionals. Who is he? Why have none of us seen him before? Teacher Lee was flushed red with excitement, clapping repeatedly. Wonderful. Qixia, you're amazing. Not far off, Zhu Debiao's heart was pounding like a drum, unable to suppress the wild joy on his face. SSR Esper talent, a 12% gene unlock rate. This was no longer genius, but a monster-level existence. After all, he knew that before I'd awakened, I'd had only a 0.6% gene unlock rate, and now less than a month had passed, and it had reached 12%, a full 20-fold increase. If that wasn't a monster, what was? He strode over and clapped my shoulder, his voice even carrying a tremor. Qixia, you've truly given me an enormous surprise. With you here, our number 2 high's exam results this year are locked in. I looked at the amazed gazes around me, only calmly drawing my fist back. Are there any other assessment items next? Only then did the proctor snap back, quickly waving his hands. No need. With this data, testing the other items or not is all the same. With your results, you can go straight into the global top 100. I nodded and left the testing area with Zhu Debiao and Teacher Lee. Behind me, the discussion about the 10-ton punch and 12% gene unlock rate was still fermenting, becoming the most boiling topic across the whole field. Number 1 high school. Principal Bai Jianxing stood beside the ceremony platform, looking at the numbers jumping on the device below, and nodded slightly. Not bad. Li Xiaohu's punch had solid force. He looked at the 1,020 kilograms on the screen, satisfaction in his eyes. Over a ton of force is top tier among high schoolers. Beside him, the Dean of Studies smiled like a blooming chrysanthemum and hurriedly chimed in. Indeed, Principal, Li Xiaohu's our ace this cohort. Though he didn't awaken SSR genes, his SR class, Fierce Tiger's Might, is quite good too. That strength ranks among the best in the whole city. Bai Jianxing nodded with satisfaction, his gaze sweeping over the other students' data. Not just him, the other students performed decently too. Overall, this year's gene unlock rate is 0.3% higher than last year's average. Steady progress. It's all thanks to your excellent leadership, Principal. With Li Xiaohu holding the line, plus this batch of students' overall strength, we're sure to have the edge over number 2 high in this year's exam. Bai Jianxing gave a non-committal smile, quite pleased inside, then suddenly thought of me, and smiled even more happily. That third-rate school number 2 high. What have they got to compare with us? Right. Just a heap of stinking fish and rotten shrimp. Dean Yu, have the students buckle down and adjust their condition these next few days. The Battle Royale puts more emphasis on practical combatability, so don't let anything go wrong. Rest easy, it's all arranged. Just then, an urgent voice rang out. Bad news. Principal Bai, bad news. A bespectacled teacher rushed over in a panic, the tablet in his hand nearly falling to the ground. Bai Jianxing's brow instantly knit tight. What are you panicking for? A grown man with not an ounce of composure. Out with it if you've got something. The teacher pushed up his glasses, swallowed, and said in a trembling voice, It's over at number 2 high. Number 2 high? The dean sneered. Don't tell me their overall data is so absurdly bad they're jumping in a panic? No. Their overall data really is worse than ours, but what? Spit it out already. But, a student of theirs punched out. 10 tons of force. What? Bai Jianxing and the dean lost their voices at the same time, their expressions freezing in an instant. 10 tons. Say that again. Li Xiaohu just barely broke 1 ton. How is that possible? The teacher's hands trembled as he held out the tablet. It's absolutely true. The data's come through, gene unlock rate 12%, and he's a transfer student. A figure instantly surfaced in Bai Jianxing's mind. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. He snatched the tablet, his fingers swiping rapidly. When he saw the words, number 2 high student Qixia, his pupils contracted sharply, his whole body struck as if by lightning, frozen in place. Qixia, it really is him. He could never forget that Qixia's transfer had been arranged single-handedly by him back then. At the time, to shed this dead weight, he'd been more than delighted. But now, a 12% gene unlock rate, a 10-ton punch. This was no dead weight at all, but a fierce tiger hidden in the flock of sheep. Principal, what do we do? The dean panicked too. 10 tons of force. You can't find but a handful of high schoolers like that in the whole country. Bai Jianxing stared hard at the data on the tablet, his knuckles whitening from the force of his grip. He finally understood. The one he'd let go back then was a genius capable of changing the whole landscape between the two schools. Bai Jianxing's chest heaved violently, and suddenly thinking of something, he slammed the table. Quick! Find out what SSR power he awakened. The bespectacled teacher fumbled with the tablet, his fingers trembling. Bai Jianxing stared him down, muttering over and over in his heart. It can't be a good talent, absolutely not. He was just an incompetent back then, and he's definitely still an incompetent now. A few seconds later, the teacher looked up, his face ashen. Principal Bai, Qi Xia's awakened SSR power is SSR. Boom. Bai Jianxing felt a thunderclap burst in his mind, all the strength in his body seeming drained in an instant, staggering back several steps and collapsing onto the sofa. His vision went black, his ears ringing, muttering under his breath, SSR? How is that possible? How could it be SSR? The dean of studies and the surrounding teachers were all dumbstruck, disbelief written across their faces. An SSR class SSR, there weren't but a handful across all of standard planet E86, existences standing at the pyramid's peak. And they'd personally handed such a genius to their rival? Damn it! Bai Jianxing flew into a rage, snatching the teacup off the desk and hurling it hard to the floor, the shattering porcelain ear-splitting. He swept the desk over too, files and pen holders scattering everywhere. How could this happen? How could this happen? An SSR talent plus a 12% gene unlock rate. Qi Xia's prospects were simply limitless, and he could have used Qi Xia's results to climb another rung, even achieve a leap. Yet he'd handed such a future to his arch-rival on a platter. The dean's brow knit tight, and a scheme suddenly came to him. He spoke cautiously. Principal Bai, how about we try to poach him back? That line struck Bai Jianxing awake like a bolt of lightning. He jerked his head up, a manic light flashing in his eyes. Right? Poach him back. The exam hasn't started yet. There's still a chance. What face? What dignity? Before an SSR genius, none of it was worth a thing. As long as he could get Qi Xia back to number 1 high to take the exam under its name, he'd be willing to do anything. Prepare a car immediately. Bai Jianxing shot to his feet, straightening his rumpled clothes. Only the resolve of an all-in gamble left in his eyes. I'm going to number 2 high myself. No, to Qi Xia's home. Whatever method it takes, coercion or enticement, generous rewards, whatever, he must transfer back to number 1 high. He strode out, his steps staggering, yet carrying an unquestionable momentum. Principal, A teacher tried to dissuade him. Shut up, Bai Jianxing roared back. Right now the most important thing is snatching that person back. Otherwise we're set to lose this year's exam, and all of number 1 high's reputation will be trampled underfoot. I absolutely must get Qi Xia back. Number 2 high school, principal's office. Zhu Debiao warmly welcomed me to sit, and Teacher Li tactfully brewed a cup of hot tea and handed it over. Qi Xia, congratulations, congratulations. A 12% gene unlock rate, truly the pride of our number 2 high. Zhu Debiao grinned ear to ear, the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes crinkling into flowers. I took the teacup and said modestly, just good luck. This is no luck. Zhu Debiao waved a hand, then shifted his tone with a joking air. Say, during the exam battle royale, if you run into number 2 high students, do you think you could look out for them a bit more? Of course, I'm just saying it offhand. Don't feel pressured. How could I not catch his meaning? I nodded with a smile. Rest easy, principal. We're all schoolmates. I'll help where I can. With that word from you, I'm reassured. Oh right, during the exam each school issues custom uniforms with the school crest, easy to identify. When you all run into each other, it'll be easier to look out for one another. That's good. Saves accidental friendly fire. I understood clearly. In the actual battle royale, even self-preservation wouldn't be easy, but if I genuinely ran into a schoolmate in a desperate spot, lending a hand within my ability was fine. As for what was beyond my ability, I wouldn't get involved. Zhu Debiao nodded with satisfaction, then asked with concern, the exam's just a few days off? Is there anything you need the school's help with? Just say the word, don't stand on ceremony with me. I thought it over. The school had genuinely looked after me a lot lately, done more than its due. What I needed most now was time to consolidate, no particular needs. Thank you, principal, nothing I need help with for now. I'll just head back and keep cultivating. All right. Zhu Debiao didn't press, then suddenly clapped, as if remembering something. Oh right, This 12% gene unlock rate of yours qualifies for the school scholarship. 1 million credits has already been transferred to your terminal. Thank you, Principal. No need for that. We chatted a bit more, and I slowly rose. Then I'll head back first. Principal Zhu. Zhu de Biao stood to see me off. All right. Teacher Li, use my private car to take Qi Xia home. Stay safe on the road. Yes, Principal. Qi Xia, this way please. I just pushed open the front door when I saw Esteth reclining against the couch. A simple white slip dress traced her smooth curves, her two long legs casually crossed, watching an idle drama on the light screen with idle boredom. On screen, the male and female leads were crying their hearts out. I changed my shoes and said offhand, I'll go make food. She didn't even lift her eyelids, only giving a soft her gaze still glued to the screen. I just opened the fridge when the doorbell rang. Slightly puzzled, I opened the door to see Bai Jiansheng and the Dean of Studies standing outside. Bai Jiansheng's face was piled with excessive warmth. Qi Xia, long time no see. Seeing his fawning face, I knew exactly what was up. The results of the gene unlock rate test must have gotten out, and this former principal had come sniffing after the scent. Principal Bai, what an honor. What can I do for you? Qi Xia, may we come in to talk? Sure. I stepped slightly aside to let them in, curious just what tricks they'd play. Bai Jiansheng walked into the living room, his gaze inadvertently sweeping over his death on the couch, a flicker of amazement crossing his eyes, but he quickly withdrew it, rubbing his hands and smiling. Here's the thing. Qi Xia, I hear your gene unlock rate reached 12%. Truly remarkable. I saw back then you were a good seedling. Turns out I wasn't wrong. The dean chimed in from the side. Indeed, Qi Xia, with talent like yours, at our #1 high resources would surely be no shortage. Your unlock rate might be even higher by now. I sneered inwardly and said mockingly, oh, is that so? But how do I recall it was you, Principal Bai, who said I was an incompetent, that I shouldn't drag down #1 high, and specially sent me off to #2 high? Now you say something like this. Did a donkey kick you in the head? The smile on Bai Jiansheng's face stiffened for a moment, then quickly returned to normal, deciding to shed all shame. Qi Xia, you really are a genius. Your foresight is remarkable. Back then a donkey did indeed kick and injure my head, which is why I did something so foolish. Now that my injury's healed, I want to make up for my mistake, and hope you'll transfer back to #1 high to take the exam. Bai Jiansheng's face was truly thick. I'd meant to jab at him a couple of times, but he'd turned right around and reframed the whole business of driving me out of school as for my own good. Fine. A shameless man is invincible under heaven. Anyone who could sit in the #1 high principal's chair really did have a few tricks. Seeing me stay silent and afraid of drawn-out complications, he immediately slapped his chips on the table. Qi Xia, hear me out. As long as you transfer back to #1 high for the exam, the school will immediately give you 3 million credits, 3 vials of gene catalyst serum, plus 20 bronze dungeon entries. These resources are enough to take you another step before the exam. He stared at me, waiting his tone. And that's not all. On the day of the planetary battle royale, all of #1 high students will be at your command, helping you push your ranking. Once you get into an S-rank university, full scholarship plus extra rewards, not a thing short. The dean beside him hurriedly chimed in. Right, Qi Xia, #1 high's resources. What has #2 high got to compare? Follow us, and your talent can truly be unleashed. Set aside the personal grudge, look forward. As long as the results are good, nothing's a problem, and you'll rise and prosper down the line. The two sang in turn, laying out conditions like money was no object, clearly having done their homework. I picked up my water cup and took a sip. 3 million, more than #2 highs and the SSR reward combined. 20 bronze dungeon entries, not bad. 3 vials of gene catalyst serum, rare goods you couldn't buy for over 1 million a vial. Plus all of #1 high clearing obstacles for me. Tempting? Tempting. But this deal, put plainly, was just by Jianxing wanting to use my SSR to pull rankings for #1 high. Win-win, he won twice. Old Fox, his abacus clacking away. But I hadn't forgotten how wretched I'd looked back then when he'd kicked me out the school gate. I set down my cup. Principal Bai, back then you said me taking a slot for the exam was bad for everyone. Now I'll return those words to you as they are. Give up while you're ahead, and let's all keep our dignity. The smile on his face froze on the spot. The dean shut his mouth too. I stood up, saw the benefits, and now you want me back? Sorry, I'm not you. I have my dignity. Bai Jianxing grew anxious, stepping forward. The past was my fault. I apologize to you. But you have to think of your future. These resources, can #2 high afford them? I walked to the door and made a please gesture. Whether they can afford them or not doesn't matter. Either way, I alone can wipe the floor with your entire number one high. See yourself out. I won't see you off. He looked at me, the color draining from his face bit by bit. He'd calculated 1,000 ways, but never that I wouldn't even take these conditions. Qixia, don't ruin your future over some petty, insignificant grudge. I couldn't be bothered to listen anymore. Go. There's no point saying more. You'll regret this. He gritted out that line and left with the dean. The door shut, and Isdeth lifted her eyes from the idle drama. Not tempted. Some things matter more than resources. She gave a faint smile and didn't answer. Ding. Isdeth favorability +2. Current favorability, 74. Bond energy, 268. Midnight. I ran through the mystic origin breathing art the whole night, my gene unlock rate climbing to 13%. The further along, the more strenuous it got. This art's effect was visibly dropping off. Looked like I'd have to wait for a higher order art from an S-rank university to raise it faster. Ding. Gacha count has refreshed. Draw now? Draw. Congratulations, you obtained. In-card Su Xin. However pretty, still an in-card. Into storage. The next day, a whole day steeped in the mystic origin breathing art. Unlock rate 17%. Same as usual, Gacha at midnight. Congratulations, you obtained. Arcardia. Black hair, red eyes, quite pretty. Into storage. 3 ordinary days. Bai Jianxing didn't surface again, nor did he pull any tricks. I seized every minute and second to cultivate, grinding the unlock rate up to 24%, and Isdeth's favorability slowly rose too. Current favorability, 78. Bond energy, 288. Only the cards I pulled these 3 days were more eye-searing one after another, and finally hit me with a sister pomegranate. Fine. I glanced at the time, 3 minutes to midnight. This pull, guaranteed SR. I got up and fetched a cup of water. 2 minutes left to calm my nerves. 1 minute left, silently muttering, give me something useful. 30 seconds left, I went and washed my hands. Today I had to bid farewell to being an unlucky drawer. At the stroke of midnight, the system chimed. Ding. Gacha count has refreshed. Draw now? I drew a deep breath. Draw. Congratulations, you obtained SR card. Congratulations, you obtained SR card in No Way Orihime. Orange-pink wavy long hair, amber eyes, clearly the fresh, clean sort of girl at a glance. I was pretty satisfied. Orihime was a support type, able to defend and heal, exactly filling the team's gap. Summon SR card in No Way Orihime. Summon. An orange light welled out of the card, condensing into a human form before me. The light dispersed, and a stunning girl stood in the center of the room. White blouse with a short skirt. Her figure. Honestly, incredible. I quickly checked her info. Name. Inoue Orihime /rank. SR /level. 30, half of hosts. Beauty. 94 figure. 98 partner. Qixia. Development count. 0 gene unlock rate. 70%. Skills. Solitary sky shield cut. Twin sky return shield. Triple sky barrier shield. Quadruple sky defense shield. Specialty. Cooking. Summon successful. Initial favorability. 30. When Isdeth first came out, her level was on par with mine. Orihime was only half. So this was the difference in treatment between SSR and SR? Still, starting favorability at 30, able to cook, and kind and gentle too. The cooking chore had someone to handle it from here on. As for what that development count, 0 meant, set it aside for now. Orihime saw me, her eyes lighting up, smiling both sweetly and shyly. Ah, are you Qixia? My husband. I paused, then nodded along. I'm. Her face flushed, and she quickly bowed. Hello, my name is Inoue Orihime. Nice to meet you. Please treat me well. I instinctively returned the courtesy. Hello, I'm Qixia. Probably from nerves, her speech was a bit halting, her hands wringing the hem of her clothes. Nice weather today. I glanced out the window at the pitch black, unable to hold back a laugh. It's fine, just a bit late. Ah, it's dark out, sorry. She stuck out her tongue in dismay, her face going redder. It's all right. Seeing her so flustered, I got awkward along with her too. It's getting late, get some rest early. There are 2 rooms in the house. That one's empty. You'll stay there tonight. Then what about you? I'll sleep on the couch. She immediately shook her head, a certain part swaying along. No, you'll catch a cold. I quickly looked away. It's fine, I'm sturdy. She still wasn't reassured, turning to go into the room and coming back out with a thin blanket in her arms. Cover up with this, don't catch a cold, whatever you do. As she handed over the blanket, her fingertips brushed my hand, and she pulled back as if shocked, her face red as an apple. Ding. Inoue Oraheim favorability +4. Current favorability 34. Thanks. I took the blanket, warmth stirring in my heart. She lowered her head, her voice thin as a mosquito's. Then, I'll head back first. See you tomorrow? See you tomorrow. She tiptoed into the room, then poked her head out again before closing the door. Xia, good night. Good night. The door softly shut, leaving me alone in the living room. Holding the blanket, I sat down on the couch, unable to suppress the corner of my mouth. This girl was truly gentle. Early the next morning, I smelled a fragrance the moment I opened my eyes. Walking to the kitchen doorway, I saw Oraheim in an apron, on tiptoe reaching for a bowl on the cupboard, her orange long hair swaying. Morning, Inoue. She turned back with a sweet smile. Morning. Did I wake you? No. Making breakfast? Breakfast used to be my job. Now that she'd taken it on herself, I got to relax. Thanks for the trouble. It's no trouble. This is what a wife should do. Before she finished, she met my eyes and whipped around. That, breakfast is almost ready. Go wash up first. Ding. Inoue Oraheim favorability +4. Current favorability 38. Embarrassed to no end by her directness, I quickly went to wash up. When I came back, the table was already set. Fried eggs, toast, hot milk. The presentation ordinary, but full of heart. I just sat down when Esteth came out of her room, her slip dress as cool as ever. Her gaze swept over the table and landed on Oraheim. Who's she? Oraheim startled, glancing at me, and answered softly. Hello. I am Inoue Oraheim, Xia's wife. I nearly spat out a mouthful of milk. Just as I was about to explain, Esteth arched a brow. Oh, is that so? What a coincidence then. I'm his wife too. Hearing Esteth say that, I secretly rejoiced inside. At least it meant she hadn't forgotten she was my wife. But with both of them declaring themselves my wife to my face, the scene got a bit heady. In the terminal universe, polygamy was nothing rare. Some planetary lords had hundreds or thousands of wives. But as a 19-year-old, I still had to explain a bit to avoid a misunderstanding. I just opened my mouth when Esteth lifted her eyes and swept a glance my way. No need to explain. This queen anticipated it long ago. I was dumbfounded. Huh? Anticipated what? She sat down, unhurriedly biting into her toast, and shot Oraheim a glance. Skills mediocre, far worse than what Xia makes. Oraheim's face flushed. I'll work hard to learn. One cold as ice, one adorably clueless. My head hurt more. Esteth, what did you mean by that just now? She tapped the table with a fingertip. When we were summoned over, we both heard a voice during the transfer, saying our destiny was to follow you and be your wives. She shot Oraheim another glance. That voice also said there wouldn't be only one at your side. Oraheim nodded vigorously. I heard it too. It said many sisters would care for you together down the line. Saying the words sisters, her face went a bit red, yet she showed not the slightest resistance. Only then did I understand. The relationship system had spelled it out already. It really had to be the system, directly leveling the harem battlefield for me. So what do you two think? Esteth arched a brow. The strong should possess more to begin with. As long as you've got what it takes to keep us, it doesn't matter. Oraheim nodded too, smiling sweetly. Being at your side is enough, and more people means more liveliness. The two had worlds apart attitudes, yet oddly identical conclusions. Thinking it over, this development actually seemed pretty sweet. A harmonious polygamous life. Who wouldn't want that? I scratched my head. Then, I'll be counting on you both to bear with me from here on. No bother. Oraheim immediately ladled me some porridge and a bowl for Esteth too. Eat while it's hot. I just scooped a spoonful when I heard Esteth say to Oraheim, the exam's tomorrow. If you want to help, take good care of his meals. Don't let him get distracted. Oraheim straightened her back. I'll help my husband with all my. Help Xia with all my might. She ran off again to bring side dishes and pour soy milk, bustling about, her smile never stopping. Esteth said nothing more, quietly drinking her porridge. Cold as her nature was, she still took the soy milk Oraheim offered. One cold as snow, one warm as sunshine. Together, the home actually gained a bit more life. Stop bustling, sit down and eat too. Almost done. Oraheim set out the last dish of pickles before sitting down to sip her porridge in small mouthfuls. Breakfast was unexpectedly lively. Afternoon. Unlock rate 25%, and both their favorability rose a bit. Inoue, Oraheim. Favorability 42, bond energy 20. Esteth. Favorability 80, bond energy 290. Seeing that 80 for Esteth, my heart skipped. Because, at 80 favorability, we could share a room. When a wife's favorability reaches 80 or above, sharing a room with her grants a system reward. Note: the higher the favorability during the room sharing, the higher the card rarity and the greater the reward. Each wife only once. HSSS. I instinctively looked toward her. Those long legs, that stunning figure, and that face. No man could hold up looking at it. Never mind looking at it under the premise of able to share a room. No, calm down. She was SSR, and the higher the favorability, the higher the reward, with only one chance. I couldn't sell off the grand prize cheap over a moment of heat. I pressed down that flicker of naughty thoughts and cultivated twice as hard. Seeing me withdraw my gaze, Isthetha's lips curved into a smile full of meaning. Just as I finished practicing, the door was pushed open. It was my parents, who hadn't been back in a long while. Dad? Mom? How come you're back? My dad, Chi Zonghung, set down the groceries and patted my shoulder. Your exam's coming up, isn't it? Came back to see you. My mom, Kai Tsuin, carried a cake box. We missed your last birthday, so we're making it up this time. Call it a bit of encouragement too. The words had barely left when their gazes landed on Isteth and Orihime in the living room, their faces full of question marks. Xia, who are these two? Orihime immediately went up with a smile. Hello, auntie and uncle. My name is Inoue Orihime. She took my mom's grocery basket right out of her hands. Auntie, let me carry that for you. Isteth stood up too, and though still wearing that faint expression, her tone was courteous enough. Hello, auntie, uncle. My name is Isteth. I quickly explained. They're my heroic spirits. My parents exchanged a glance, their surprise instantly turning to understanding and delight. These days espers were everywhere, and heroic spirit companions were rare, but not unheard of. Good. Sit. My dad grinned ear to ear. My mom, carried along by Orihime's warmth, smiled. Inoue, no need to bustle. I'll go cook. Auntie, let me help. Without another word, Orihime followed into the kitchen, trimming vegetables and chatting, quick and deft, and in no time had gotten friendly with my mom. Isteth, breaking with all precedent, poured my dad a cup of tea, then sat back down to watch TV. My dad looked at the sweet Orihime, then at the cool, aloof Isteth, and winked at me. Not bad, son. Two girls both pretty and sensible. No need to fret about finding a wife down the line. Dad, what are you saying? My face went hot. Hey, Dad gets it. He lowered his voice. Heroic spirits are no different from real people. They marry and have kids all the same. With those two at your side, your mom and I can rest easy. I muttered inwardly. More than two, actually. But I didn't dare say it, only scratching my head awkwardly. The scent of cooking drifted from the kitchen, my mom's and Orihime's laughter carrying out, and Isthetha's mouth would occasionally quirk faintly, amused by the drama. My dad hummed a little tune as he drank his tea. This was what a home was supposed to look like. After dinner, my mom opened the cake box and lit the candles. Come, Xia, make a wish. I closed my eyes and silently recited. May the exam go smoothly, may my family be safe. The candles went out, and Orihime clapped hard, her smile sweeter than the cream. Chi Xia's going to ace it for sure. Isteth said nothing, only a faint smile on her lips. Cutting the cake, I first handed the two biggest pieces to my parents, then divided some for the two of them, and only last took my own share. I took out my terminal and looked at my parents. The school gave me a big scholarship. I'll transfer $1 million to you too. What? $1 million? My mom waved her hands. That's too much. We can't take it. My dad picked it up too. That's right. Now's exactly when you need to spend. Prepping for the fight, walking the Esper's road. Which of those doesn't cost money? Keep it for yourself. But, my mom patted the back of my hand, her gaze gentle. Be good. When you're truly on your feet, if you want to give to us, we'll happily take it then. Right now, taking good care of yourself is the greatest filial piety. My dad smiled too. Once you graduate, we'll be the ones asking even if you don't offer. What's the rush? Looking at the concern in their eyes, my heart went warm and sour at once. They always saved the best for me, never expecting anything in return. Then, all right. I put away my terminal and nodded firmly. Once the exam's over, I'll definitely give you two a good life. Silly boy, we're doing just fine now. My mom ruffled my hair. Early the next morning, just as breakfast finished, the doorbell rang. It was Teacher Lee. Hello. Chi Xia, I'm here to take you to the exam venue. Sorry for the trouble. I turned to say goodbye. Mom, Dad, I'm off. Safety first. Don't push yourself, my mom reminded. We'll be waiting for your good news. My dad patted my shoulder. I answered and got in the car with Isteth and Orihime. It was a bit stuffy in the car, so I casually asked about the exam details. Teacher Lee, anything I should pay special attention to for this exam? He answered while driving. The venue set on an abandoned planet in the terminal universe. After reaching the assembly point, you cross over through a particle teleportation gate. The planet's covered in weapons and serums. You find them yourself. The detailed rules are only announced once you're there. We don't know them either. But it's a battle royale, so the core is two things: eliminate and survive. Pretty much what I'd figured. He suddenly lowered his voice. Keep an extra eye out over there. Especially watch for the ones forming cliques, and the students from the standard planet genius classes. Genius classes? Students from the major families, top-tier talents. Gene unlock rates of at least 10%, uniformly trained from a young age, resources frighteningly good. The threshold's extremely high, tens of millions a year. Ordinary people wouldn't even dare dream of it. I said nothing. This was reality. The rich rely on technology, the poor rely on mutation. But no matter who I ran into, this first place, I was taking it. Arriving at the Zone A tech building, I headed toward number 2 High's assembly area. Zhu Debiao came out to greet me. Qi Xia. Principal Zhu. Come, let's head in first. The assembly area was already packed with students from every school, each in a matching uniform, faces both nervous and excited. Zhu Debiao pointed at the teleportation device. That's the particle teleportation gate. He paused and looked behind me. When you go through the gate, it's best to withdraw your heroic spirits first, or they might get displaced in transit. Got it. I'd looked into this. The system could temporarily withdraw them into their cards and summon them again when needed. I was about to speak when Orihime smiled first. We'll go back to the heroic spirit space first. If you run into danger, call us out right away, okay? Isdeath said nothing, but the instant our eyes met, it said everything. All right, I will. I withdrew them into the system. Walking on, I ran right into Bai Jiansheng and the dean coming the other way. The moment Bai Jiansheng saw me, an amiable smile piled onto his face, and he nodded at me. Qi Xia, I wish you a good result. Bring glory to our Yongjiang city. This old fox acting so out of character definitely had no good intentions. I couldn't be bothered. Zhu Debiao sneered. Rest easy, Principal Bai. Our number 2 High's Qi Xia will surely test beautifully. He didn't forget to twist the knife. Oh right, I haven't thanked you yet. Transferring such an outstanding student to number 2 High. That was truly righteous of you. Far from being annoyed, Bai Jianxing put on a solemn face. Principal Zhu, I always felt Qi Xia could only unleash his full potential at number 2 High. So I parted with a treasure to fulfill him, and to fulfill number 2 High. Making a modest contribution to Yongjiang City, I'd never shirk from that. Zhu Debiao. Me? Wait, what's wrong with this guy? He's putting on a whole act now? The two of us walked off, faces full of speechlessness. The dean looked at this amiable air of Bai Jianxing's, thoroughly baffled. Principal Bai, we're just letting this go? What else? Bai Jianxing lowered his voice, his gaze sinister. Shut your mouth. He's SSR, boundless prospects. That little grudge from before is less than nothing. Smile it off, and it passes, and with time he'll naturally forget. But if we're really so foolish as to provoke him, I guarantee neither of us survives past a few episodes. Remember, don't play the brainless villain, they die early. The dean had a sudden realization and nodded repeatedly. It really takes you to size up the situation. Brilliant. I followed Zhu Debiao toward number 2 High's exclusive passage. The surrounding students whispered. Who's that guy? Principal Zhu escorting him in person? Never seen him. Does our school have someone like that? I remember now. That's Qi Xia, the one who punched out 10 tons of force. Him? The 12% unlock rate guy. I hear he's SSR talent too. No wonder he's getting so much attention. Right, and pretty handsome. I want to bear his monkeys. Are you a monkey? I walked up to the teleportation gate. A silver-white ring-shaped device, a faint blue particle stream flowing through the center. Zhu Debiao turned, his tone more serious than usual. All number 2 High students enter through this gate, but the drop point is random. The first thing you do on landing, find cover, prepare to survive. I nodded, having anticipated it. This time all candidates from standard planet E86 participate together, tens of millions. With so many people, danger is everywhere. He weighted his tone. But don't worry too much. Even if you're gravely wounded, or even killed on the abandoned planet, you can be perfectly treated. But dying means failure, so be careful. Something stirred in my heart. Since even being killed was fine, then I'd beat people down within an inch of their lives. This exam was bound to be brutal. It's all live streamed throughout. Invisible cameras with no blind spots. Live streamed too. I was slightly surprised. That way, Isdetha's and Orihime's hidden cards couldn't stay hidden. Globally unified live stream. Your parents, teachers, a whole crowd are glued to their screens. He patted my arm. Your starting point's higher than others, so play it steady. Don't get swept into large-scale slaughter the moment you go in. Survive to the end. The higher the ranking, the bigger the chance at a top-tier S-rank university. No need to take risks. I understood. Exposing my strength too early made it easy to become everyone's target. Rest easy, principal. I know my limits. Only then did he relax, pointing at the gate. About time, go on in. Remember, staying alive matters more than anything. I drew a deep breath, took one last look at the surrounding schoolmates, and turned to step into the teleportation gate. The faint blue particle stream swallowed me instantly, weightlessness, the humming growing louder and louder. The next second, it all vanished. When I steadied myself again, beneath my feet was soft rotting leaves, ancient trees towering all around, sunlight scattering down through the gaps in the branches. The silver ring on my wrist lit up. Candidate No. 888888 successfully arrived at the abandoned planet. Starting points, 0. Survival countdown, 71 hours, 59 minutes. A light screen popped up beside me, the rules concise. 1. Collect resources to earn points. 2. Kill monsters to earn points. 3. You may plunder others' points. 4. A contamination zone refreshes each hour. Contact means death. 5. A teleport point refreshes every 12 hours, leading to resource-richer areas. 6. After 72 hours, the top 10% by points advance. 7. The wristband contains a real-time map. 8. Those who want to leave early go to the evacuation point and depart as required. A live-action battle royale. Tens of millions of people, only 1 million advancing. Brutal enough. Resources, monsters, point snatching, stale old mechanics. Anyone in the know understood. The contamination zones just forced people to bunch together, intensifying the slaughter. To get a high score, the teleport points that refreshed every 12 hours were a must. The moment such a place opened would be hotly contested. The evacuation point was a way out left for those who'd saved enough points but could no longer fight, requiring a third of your points to leave. But the evacuation point was dangerous too. If people were genuinely camping there, it was a sheep walking into a tiger's den, waiting to make a delivery. I opened the map. I was currently at the edge of the abandoned planet, the vast central area all unopened. In other words, candidates were now scattered along the edges, and to enter the center, you had to wait for a teleport point. Having thought it through, my first order of business now, find supplies. I moved swiftly through the woods, catching sight of a crude, thatched hut hidden ahead. There it is. Pushing the door open, sure enough, several pieces of white glowing gear were piled inside. White tier junk, defense barely better than nothing, but still better than bare hands. I grabbed a piece, and the gear automatically tightened to fit, just right. There was a big machete in the corner too, likewise white tier, hefty and solid. White weapon machete, attack 100, durability 40. 3 of the lowest grade mana restoration serums beside it, tucked all into my pockets. Finally got a bit of a foundation. Just as I picked up the blade, there was a hiss of footsteps outside the door. A figure suddenly leapt in through the window, a short blade chopping straight for my face. I sidestepped to dodge, and at the same time swung the machete up to block. Clang. The opponent's short blade was knocked askew. I used the momentum to press down, and backed by a 25% unlock rate. This cut carried a mountain-crushing force. Crack. The short blade was chopped clean through. The blade's momentum undiminished. It slashed down through the air. The candidate's pupils contracted, too late to retreat. SHHK. The figure dissolved into points of light, a few pieces of white tier gear, and a pair of cloth shoes bursting onto the ground. Points plus 10. I tapped it open. Killing one person earned 10 points. This candidate had no extra points. I picked up the cloth shoes and put them on, defense a bit stronger again. Seems he was an ordinary student. I shook my head, packed up the gear, and continued deeper. Crossing a bamboo grove, I felt out a bamboo house quite a bit bigger than the thatched hut. Pushing the door open, inside was still white tier junk. After going through it and finding no sword, I put on the fitting armor and stuffed the extra weapons all into the temporary storage. Weapons all had durability, chipping, or even breaking after a few chops, so having a few spares was never wrong. 2 half-a-person-tall wooden Buddha carvings in the corner caught my attention. The moment I picked one up, the wristband popped a prompt. Point item obtained. Carrying it adds 20 points. Point item. My eyes lit up, and I took both. I dug out a few more restoration serums and survival items like a flint, rope, and bandages, 2 points each, and took them all too. Going outside, I opened the leaderboard. 56 points after my name, ranked at the 60% position of the positive score bracket. The gap had already opened this much. Seemed a lot of people chose slaughter right at the start, their points climbing faster than mine. I'd meant to find a sword before making a move, but looked like I had to pick up the pace. Not far off on the map was a village ruins, decent in scale. I dashed toward it. Drawing close, I ducked into the bushes. The ruins were quite lively, a dozen plus people each searching their own patch, oddly not fighting over it. Some searched for supplies, some kept watch on the perimeter, their gear better than mine, some even glowing blue. The game had only been going a short while, no way they all knew each other. Most likely a hastily formed group. More people meant more strength, better for seizing large supply points. I didn't reveal myself, just kept watching. A lanky, tall one dragged a metal box out of a wooden house and cheered the moment he opened it. Mid-grade resource box. 500 points. A crowd gathered around him, everyone thrilled. 500 points. What luck. I wasn't in a rush. Sure enough, before long, another group burst in from the other end of the ruins, and both sides went instantly hostile. We claim this place first. Get lost, the lanky one shouted. Resources go to whoever can grab them. Whoever gets there first. The burly leader across from them hefted an axe. Hand over the box if you know what's good for you, or don't blame us for being rough. Sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight, then scoop up the leftovers once both sides were exhausted. That was the steadiest play. But I didn't intend to do that. 20 or 30 people down there. All points. What a waste to let them go. I summoned his death. A chill suddenly spread out, and she took form at my side. Finally, a chance to move. She rolled her wrist, excitement flashing in her eyes. A fight. I pointed at the two groups below, grinning wickedly. Please, slaughter to your heart's content. She arched a brow, the corner of her mouth curving into a cold smile. Little one, I like those words of yours. It's been a while since I've cut people down. I hope these goods can bring this queen a little pleasure. The two groups below were still facing off. The lanky one gripped assorted white-tier weapons. Two of his people carried blue glowing arms, so they had a bit of a foundation. The fat one across from them hefted a jet-black giant hammer, heavy at a glance. Go back to wherever you came from. Don't touch our stuff. The fat one sneered and hefted his hammer. You pack of mongrels, get lost if you're smart, or one hammer flattens you all. The two sides traded a few curses, neither daring to strike first. A real fight meant mutual ruin, benefiting others. The fat one's eyes rolled, and he switched faces. How about all present get a share? You hand over the resource box, we leave at once. Well water and river water don't mix. The lanky one's face went pale. You want to snatch my stuff? Dream on. So there's nothing to talk about? Talk my ass. Just as both sides were only firing off verbal shots, neither moving. Ag. A scream. Both groups whipped around to see, in the grass to the side. One of the lanky one's underlings had already collapsed. The grass parted, and his death, her blue hair like a waterfall, walked out carrying her rapier, her military uniform tracing crisp lines, her gaze cold as ice. Yammering on, fight or don't. What a bunch of wastes. That one line was like two slaps, striking both sides across the face. The lanky one's eyes went wide. Who are you? You dare kill my man. You're not worthy of knowing this queen's name yet. The fat one's mind turned, and he feigned a retreat. Looks like she's after you. We'll pull back first, brothers. Let's go. Fatty. Isteth's voice followed coldly. Did this queen say you could leave? His foot froze, and he frowned. You fight your fight. Why should I stay? To stay and die together, of course. She swept her gaze over everyone, the corner of her mouth curving into a cold arc. I won't just kill him. You all have to die too. Arrogant. The two groups, who'd been at each other's throats a moment ago, were now oddly in sync. Rush her together. Take her down. The fat one charged, swinging his hammer. The lanky one drew his blade and followed, and the dozen plus behind them swarmed forward, weapons flashing cold. Isteth smiled. That smile carried a touch of the phantom, a touch of contempt. Her figure blurred, cutting into the crowd, her rapier drawing arc after ice blue arc, too fast to make out the trajectory. SHHK, SHHK, SHHK. The few rushing at the front didn't even get within 3 feet of her before a single strike cut them down, turning them to points of light. The fat one's giant hammer had just swung halfway into the air when she sidestepped it, and a reverse thrust pierced through his pauldron, making him howl in pain. Not a shred of his earlier arrogance left. The lanky one's legs went weak. He finally understood. This woman was not someone they could afford to provoke at all. This was a true killing weapon. Brothers, retreat. Retreat fast. This crazy woman's too terrifying. Wanna run? Isteth sneered, tapping her toe against the ground, the chill suddenly bursting out, thin ice forming across the earth. The fleeing people slipped underfoot, thrown into chaos. The rapier lifted again. This time, no one could resist. The screams gradually died down. She stood alone amid the ground full of light motes, like a god of slaughter. Number 2 High Spectator Zone. Zhu de Biao stared hard at the livestream screen, his fingers swiping rapidly through the channels, locking onto Qi Xia's viewpoint. Seeing Qi Xia cut someone down in one strike, he clapped on the spot. Good. This kid's sharp enough. Before he could finish rejoicing, he saw Qi Xia sneak into the ruins. They've got a lot of people, don't be reckless now. The words hadn't landed when his death stepped onto the battlefield with her rapier drawn, and in the blink of an eye slaughtered both groups clean. 40 or 50 people, not even a chance to fight back. Zhu de Biao's mouth gaped wide enough to fit an egg, the cheer stuck in his throat. Teacher Li, did you see that? Did you see that? Teacher Li had already sprung up from his chair, his eyes wide as saucers. I saw it. So strong. Qi Xia and his heroic spirit, they're just too strong. Zhu de Biao waved a hand, his eyes shining. No, that's not what I saw. What I saw is my professional title, the school's resources, our future, all about to soar. Number 1 High Spectator Zone. Bai Jianxing stared at the screen, his face going through shades of green and white. He'd specially switched to Qi Xia's channel, wanting to see how big a wave this genius he'd let go could make, never expecting to see a scene like this. Qi Xia being strong himself was one thing, but that heroic spirit's combat power thoroughly overturned his understanding. Heh. He gave a bitter laugh, a layer of cold sweat on his back. Good thing I didn't move against him, or I really would have died. The dean beside him nodded repeatedly. Indeed. You were wise, principal. Good thing you stopped me back then. Bai Jianxing looked at the screen, a jumble of feelings inside. From this moment on, the whole landscape of Standard Planet E86 was probably about to change. And the one he'd personally sent away was the hope that could make number 1 High glorious for a century. He'd also personally nailed his own career to the pillar of shame. Qi Zongheng's home. My parents crowded before the screen, not blinking. Seeing the dashing spirit of his death swinging her sword to cut down enemies, my mom slapped her thigh in excitement. This daughter-in-law of ours is really something. With her at Xia's side, I can rest easy. My dad nodded repeatedly. You said it. Fighting like that, no one will dare bully Xia anymore. I just hope someone protects my son. My mom shot him a glance, then softened her voice. But then again, this girl looks cold, yet she really takes Xia to heart. And there's a no way, gentle and soft, that's good too. Both good girls, Xia's blessed, my dad said with feeling. My mom gripped his hand, her eyes full of hope. I just hope all 3 kids go smoothly and come back safe and sound. Abandoned planet, Qi Xia. When I walked over to his death, she was flicking the blood off her sword, a look of impatience on her face. Too boring. Goods like these are no fun to kill. I shrugged. With her 90% unlock rate, against this batch of candidates generally at 1% to 3%, it was just chopping melons and slicing vegetables. Thanks for the trouble. I crouched to gather the gear off the ground. She gave a humph and crossed her arms to keep watch beside me, guarding against any other fool poking their head out. The gear from 40 or 50 people piled together was quite a lot, mostly white tier, mixed with a few blue glowing pieces. I picked out the usable armor and stuffed it into storage, and finally picked up a blue longsword, weighing its feel in hand, satisfied. Blue weapon longsword, attack 120, durability 50. This one handles much better. I fastened it to my waist, then stowed the mid-grade serums and dozen-plus point items. Opening that 500-point resource box, it turned out to be a bronze porcelain piece. I opened the wristband, 2,025 points, surging to the edge of the top 1%. This speed was blazingly fast. If I let his death keep striking, it could go even faster. But from her manner, she probably had little interest in the slaughter ahead. Fine. To forge iron, you have to be hard yourself. I had no desire to be someone else's breakthrough point. Let's change locations. Where to? There's an abandoned factory to the north, quite big. Let's try our luck. The 2 of us slipped into the dense forest. Walking along, the bushes ahead parted, and a group of people menacingly blocked the middle of the path. Leading them was a youth with a slicked-back pompadour, wearing a number 1 High uniform. The moment he saw his death, he flared up like a lit firecracker, bristling on the spot. You wretched woman. It's you. His death is brown knit, those ice blue eyes not staying on his face for even half a second. Which small fry are you? You actually forgot me? Never mind. This queen doesn't want to know. She said flatly, small fry should live like small fry. If you insist on coming up to throw your lives away, then I'll send you all to your deaths. You? The pomade-haired youth flew into a fury at the insult. Not only forgotten, but called a small fry. He jabbed a finger at his own nose, his voice shooting up. I'm Fanji. Fanji, genius of number 1 high. Last time in the dungeon lobby you dared knock me out cold. Today that debt gets settled. Only then did I recall there'd indeed been such a person. He'd tried to hit on Isteth and gotten slapped unconscious. Didn't expect to run into him here. Isteth looked him up and down twice, then coldly turned her gaze away. Don't know you. Fanji was choked till his face flushed red, and the dozen plus behind him stepped forward in unison, weapons ringing cold. Cut the crap. Cripple this kid. And as for this woman, he licked his lips, his gaze lewd. I'll let her get acquainted with just how mighty some little brothers can be. Isteth crossed her arms, the corner of her mouth curving in mockery. Ants, however many, are still ants. With that she turned and casually sat down on a rock. She couldn't be bothered to act. I stepped forward. To deal with you lot, I alone am enough. Fanji blew up even more. Isteth not taking him seriously was one thing, but now even this number 2 high nobody was so arrogant. You're courting death, kid. Brothers, kill him. Number 1 high spectator zone. Bai Jianxing felt utterly awful watching. He'd never expected number 1 high seed Fanji to run smack into Qi Xia, and to have a grudge with him too. A grudge was one thing, but Fanji actually dared to make a move? Wasn't that begging for death? Run. A bunch of idiots. Don't go throw your lives away. But the people on screen couldn't hear. Fanji's underlings had already pounced at Qi Xia like fiends. Abandoned planet. I stepped forward slowly, flicked my wrist, and the end of the sheath rapped precisely against the knee of the frontmost man. Crack. A crisp sound followed by a scream, and the man clutched his leg and collapsed. Almost simultaneously, I darted into the crowd. Sword shadows flew, screams rose one after another. I raised my hand, spun, each stroke taking a life. Fanji's people couldn't even make out how I struck before they fell one after another. Madman. You're a madman. The color drained clean from Fanji's face. He couldn't understand how that utterly unremarkable number 2 high student from the dungeon lobby could be this strong. He turned to flee, but he'd barely taken half a step before I blocked his path. Wanna run? A trace of viciousness flashed in his eyes, and he suddenly drew a poison-quenched short dagger from his robe, stabbing at my belly. Fast and sinister, clearly premeditated. I didn't even turn my head, gripping my sword in reverse, the long sword drawing a silver arc in the sunlight. SHHK. His right hand flew off. Ag. He clutched his severed arm, staring at me in terror. You? Aye. A cold gleam flashed, and head parted from body. Points plus 20. The long sword returned to its sheath with a clear ring. Perfect S-class swordsmanship, plus a 25% unlock rate. Killing them was effortless. I searched the corpses, collected the usable gear and resource boxes, and points rose 80 more. Isteth didn't even glance at the corpses on the ground, turning to walk toward the factory. I finished packing up and followed. As the abandoned factory drew closer, a faint purple light rose from that direction, casting a hazy halo over the drab building. That's... My steps paused. Purple light meant purple quality gear was there. Isteth stopped too. Seems there's purple gear. I frowned. Something's off. Light this eye-catching, no way no one's noticed. Most likely someone left it as bait on purpose, waiting to fish. Using high-tier gear as bait, luring the greedy into the trap, then netting them all in one sweep. Fishing enforcement. Isteth arched a brow with a hint of provocation. What? Not daring to go now. I turned to look at her and smiled. Nothing ventured, nothing gained. If I don't even dare touch a purple sword, how can I be your husband? She was slightly taken aback, then gave a soft laugh. Your words are getting bolder and bolder. Just don't disappoint this queen, then. She halted her steps, plainly leaving me to handle it alone. I didn't dawdle, sneaking up to the factory using the ruined walls. The moment I reached the factory ground's edge, I sensed several hidden auras. Sure enough, there was an ambush, and more than one wave, at least a dozen, scattered across different corners of the entrance. 3 atop the warehouse on the left, 5 behind the wall on the right, and a few more inside the factory building I couldn't make out. If you dared set an ambush, you had to be prepared to bear the consequences. Using the cover of abandoned machinery, I circled toward the left warehouse. That group was still waiting for more fish to bite, utterly unaware the danger had already crept up on them. Timing it right, I abruptly burst out from behind the machinery, my longsword leaving its sheath with a fierce whistle, going straight for the 3 atop the warehouse. Instant kill chain cut. By the time the 3 realized, it was too late, and they dissolved into points of light in an instant. I didn't stop, crouching to collect the dropped gear and continuing deeper into the warehouse. In the dark, for ambushers pressed against the walls, waiting for me to venture in and be encircled. But I'd locked onto their positions long ago. I deliberately slowed my steps, feigning reconnaissance, and as I neared the corner my figure blurred, the long sword drawing a sword flower. Fast, precise, vicious, each stroke aimed at a vital point. SHHK, SHHK. For soft sounds nearly blending into one. The four didn't even make out the attacker's movements before toppling into light. The whole process was frighteningly silent. No struggle, no cries, only the faint whistle of the blade parting air. I sheathed my sword, the blade flashing a cold gleam in the dim light. In this moment, I was hardly like a swordsman fighting head-on, more like an assassin lurking in the shadows, every stroke lethal, precise, swift. Perhaps this was the allure of the battle royale. Under survival's pressure, learning to solve your opponents in the most direct way. Next were the several at the purple light. The slaughter continued. I slipped deep into the factory building, my figure hidden in the shadow of a rusted machine tool, my breathing pressed to the faintest. My 25% unlock rate let my five senses far exceed an ordinary person's, but I didn't dare grow careless. In the terminal universe, bizarre Esper powers cropped up endlessly. One moment's inattention and you took a fall. 100 meters from the source of the purple light, I abruptly tensed my nerves. Whoosh! A whistle of parted air rose suddenly, an arrow stabbing straight at my face. I tilted my head, the arrow grazing my ear to nail into the iron plate behind me, bursting sparks. Immediately arrows pressed in like a rainstorm, cutting an angle, sealing off all my avenues of retreat. I tapped my toe, shifting about in the cramped space, swinging my sword to shatter the few arrows I couldn't dodge. Amid the clanging, I moved using the machine tool for cover, my gaze locking onto where the arrows came from, the ventilation opening on the second floor. I'd just ducked behind a pillar when another arrow shot precisely at me, as if it had eyes. The opponent could not only sense positions, but predict my movements. Most likely a domain setup type, with extremely strong perception within range. To deal with a perceptive archer like this, I could only close the distance, or there'd be nowhere to hide, and I'd be worn to death. I stopped dodging, abruptly ducking low and charging out, straight for the second floor. Stop him! A sharp shout came from the ventilation opening, 3 arrows sealing my momentum in a triangular formation. I flicked my wrist, knocking them all aside, and leapt up, using stacked wooden crates to climb higher. Just as I was about to step onto the second floor platform, my feet suddenly sank, my body instantly losing balance. Haha, took the bait. A gray-clad youth walked out of the shadows, both hands pressed to the ground, his face smug. This is my gravity control, it doubles your weight. Let's see how you move now. I staggered as I landed, my feet like lead. The archer from the ventilation opening slowly emerged, and another wielding a big machete pounced from the side. With the 3 of us coordinating, you're bound to die. The blade wielder pressed in with a savage grin. I glanced down at my heavy feet, the corner of my mouth curving into a cold smile. This is all you've got. At a 25% unlock rate, my strength was already 22 tons. This gravity couldn't trap me at all. Feigning weakness earlier was just to lure out everyone hiding. Now that they were all out, no need to keep pretending. Mana burst forth abruptly, breaking through the binding. My feet stamped, my figure darting out like a phantom, straight for the gravity controller. How is that possible? His face full of horror, he hurriedly tried to strengthen his ability, but a cold gleam had already reached his eyes. Instant kill flash. The long sword parted the air, piercing his throat. The gravity binding vanished with it. Third bro. The archer and blade wielder cried out at once, their minds thrown into chaos. Pressing the advantage without mercy, I spun to sweep the blade wielder back, my figure already pouncing at the ventilation opening. The archer's panic shot I dodged easily, and the next second my blade edge pressed against his neck. It's over. The sword light flashed, and he turned to points of light. The blade wielder turned to flee. How could I give him the chance? A tap of my toe, and I caught up. Stop chasing. He looked back in terror, swinging his blade to block. Clang. Blade met sword. The web of his hand split open, the machete flying from his grip, and he watched wide-eyed as my long sword pierced his chest. How could? He dissolved with the light, and the factory building fell silent. I sheathed my sword and searched the corpses, points rising again to 2,525, my ranking steady in the top 1%. Walking toward the purple light, wrapped in the glow was a long sword, about 3 feet long, its whole body shimmering with a deep purple radiance, intricate dark patterns carved along the spine. Gripping the hilt, a warm, gentle power spread from my palm, faintly resonating with my Esper power. Purple weapon, longsword. Attack 140, durability 60. Good sword. I hefted it. Far handier than the blue sword. I fastened on the sword, stowed the point items, and walked out of the factory. Isdeth leaned against a withered tree waiting for me, and seeing the purple sword at my waist, arched a brow. Quick enough. Good luck. Let's go, keep moving. The whole way on, we met plenty of opponents, without exception all becoming stepping stones for our points. The number on the wristband soared from 2,525 all the way to 5,866, my ranking surging from the top 1% into the top 10. Livestream channels. Originally, everyone had been watching their own friends and family or crowding around the popular Genius class contestants. Not until Chixia's ranking shot up at a startling speed did a crowd come to know this new star from a second-tier city. Holy crap, this Chixia's swordsmanship is insane. Not just insane, he's bold too, heading right for the crowded spots, killing anyone he sees. TSK, a real god of slaughter. Who's that top-tier babe behind him? Seems to be his heroic spirit. A gorgeous lady like that is his heroic spirit? So jealous. If I had a heroic spirit like that, I'd never leave the house. A fistful of Lu Wei Dihuang pills, a fistful of goji berries, perfect. Beauty's nice, but don't overindulge, it hurts the kidneys. What a joke. I'm already this pathetic and I'm scared of hurting my kidneys. I wouldn't fear kidney failure. Nice. Look, Qixia summoned another heroic spirit. Damn, another gorgeous beauty. Report him. He's cheating. Abandoned planet. I scanned the surroundings, no danger for now, and my point sat solidly near the top, so my taut nerves loosened a bit. Fighting continuously was a bit tiring, and my stomach rumbled right on cue. Let's rest a bit, eat something. I said to Isdeth, then summoned Inoue Oraheim. A flash of light, and she appeared, letting out a long breath at seeing us both unharmed. Are you two okay? Any injuries? Rest easy, I can handle this level of thing. I took out compressed rations, water, and jerky from storage. Just a bit hungry. Isdeth leaned against the tree, taking the water, and said flatly, all just students, dull. I chuckled softly. To her, a battle royale was more like a massacre. But nearly 12 hours had passed. The teleport point would refresh, letting us go to a resource-richer area where the enemies would be a bit stronger too. Oraheim nibbled the jerky in small bites. Where do we go next? When the new teleport point refreshes, we go to the new area. Isdeth nodded, taking it as agreement. I hope we run into this so-called genius class and see just what kind of geniuses they are. Speaking of the genius class, my fighting spirit rose too. Geniuses hammered out by tens of millions of credits a year. I really did want to meet them. All right, the teleport point's out. Let's go meet them. Several new red dots lit up on the wristband map, marked teleport point. I pointed at the nearest one, under 5 kilometers off. This one to the north is closest. We go there. The three of us set off at once, moving fast along the dense forest's edge. Before long, dense weapon clashes and cursing came from ahead, a fierce battle. I hadn't meant to meddle, but one glance stopped my feet. A dozen plus students in number 2 high uniforms were surrounded by over 30 people, holding on drenched in blood. Their gear was generally mediocre. Some had already been eliminated, and those remaining were all wounded, on the verge of collapse. They're from our school. Inoue Oraheim grew anxious. My gaze darkened. I didn't know these people well, but as fellow number 2 high students, I couldn't watch them get surrounded and killed. Besides, I had that agreement with Zhu Debiao. Let's go, save them. I gave Isdeth a look, and she understood, a trace of cold flashing in her ice-blue eyes. Inoue, protect yourself, and mind the support. I gripped the purple sword and charged out first. Number 2 high, we're here. The voice burst like a thunderclap, the long sword leaving its sheath with a fierce purple light, straight at the group attacking most ferociously. Isdeth followed close behind, several ice spikes condensing at her fingertips, shooting precisely at the isolated enemies. The attacking force, caught off guard, fell into disarray. It's Qixia. Someone among the number 2 high students recognized me, and morale surged. We're saved. The leader of the attackers was a yellow-haired youth, who roared, "Where'd this stray dog come from, daring to butt into my business?" I wasted no words, my longsword flying, cutting 2 of them into points of light in a blink. Seeing the number 2 high uniform on me, the yellow-haired one gave a contemptuous smile. Another bumpkin from a second-tier city, rushing over to throw your life away. He tugged the uniform emblazoned with Haiqing number 1 high on his chest, his tone growing more arrogant. A trash school like yours. You're fit to fight us for resources? Haiching number 1 High was a top-tier powerhouse school on this planet, second only to the genius classes, tuition starting at $1 million. His name was Huang Jun, and seeing I was only level 60, he sneered. You don't actually think level 60 is impressive, do you? We're all level 60, and my unlock rate is as high as 12%. Crushing you is as easy as stepping on an ant. My hand on the sword tightened, my voice flat. Yellow-haired dog, done yapping? Who the hell are you calling a yellow-haired dog? Who else here is a yellow-haired dog besides you? Huang Jun instantly bristled, arrogance turning to fury. Go to hell for me. He suddenly pushed off his feet, his figure darting out like an arrow, a blue long blade slashing over with a whistle of parted air, startlingly fast. This was his SSR power, an instantaneous burst. Careful, the number 2 High students cried. I advanced instead of retreating, the purple sword abruptly striking, cutting precisely at the blade's flank. Clang. Metal clashed, and Huang Jun felt an immense force surge through, his long blade nearly flying from his grip, his face full of shock. You can actually block my burst? This is all you've got? He roared, whirling his long blade ever more fiercely, blade light blanketing me, trying to overwhelm with speed. I shifted about among the blade shadows, the purple sword guarding my vitals, waiting for the moment to counter. A few exchanges in, his burst passed, and his movements showed a trace of sluggishness. Now, my figure shot forward, the long sword drawing a dazzling arc in the sunlight. SHHK. Where the sword light passed, the long blade snapped, the purple sword piercing his defense without obstruction. Huang Jun's eyes went wide, disbelief still frozen on his face, his body dissolving into points of light. The whole field went dead silent. The Haiching number 1 High people were stunned. Their boss dead? SRS per power plus a 12% unlock rate. Dead, just like that? The number 2 High students erupted in earth-shaking cheers. We won. Qi Xia's amazing. Counterattack. I swept my arm up, the purple sword pointing straight at the remaining Haiching number 1 High students. The number 2 High students' morale surged, and they charged up with me. Having lost their leader, Haiching number 1 High instantly collapsed, turning to flee. How could I give them the chance? Amid flashing sword light, I coordinated with the number 2 High students, and soon all the rest were eliminated. Number 2 High spectator zone. Zhu De Biao stared hard at the screen, his fingers gripping the hem of his clothes, his knuckles pale. Just now, seeing number 2 High's elite besieged by Haiching number 1 High, every one of them wounded, his heart had felt clutched by a hand, nearly leaping out of his throat. These students were number 2 High's hope. If they fell here, years of the school's painstaking effort would be wasted. His eyes had even gone hot, all prepared for total ruin. But the next second, Qi Xia charged out. The purple sword like a dragon, the chill like frost, the two descending like divine soldiers from heaven, instantly turning the tide. Seeing Huang Jun cut down in a single stroke and Haiching number 1 High wiped out entirely, Zhu De Biao couldn't hold back any longer, slapping the table, nearly bursting into tears. Good. Good indeed. Qi Xia, truly the savior of our number 2 High. Teacher Li was flushed red with excitement too. The elite are all saved. Qi Xia's move was so crucial. I wasn't wrong about him back then. Zhu De Biao laughed and cried at once. Our number 2 High, we're finally going to hold our heads high. Number 1 High spectator zone. Bai Jianxing watched the scene of Haiching number 1 High's elite wiped out and the number 2 High students cheering, a sharp pain in his chest, as if something had stabbed him hard. Number 1 High's elite cut down by Qi Xia, number 2 High's elite saved by Qi Xia. What bitter irony. He was supposed to be ours at number 1 High. He clutched his chest, his voice full of bitterness and regret. If only he hadn't cared solely for immediate gain back then. If he'd fulfilled the duty a principal ought to, the one leading number 1 High's charge now might have been Qi Xia. But there was no medicine for regret in this world. He closed his eyes and let out a long sigh. Some opportunities, once missed, never come back. The dean, watching his grief-stricken look, muttered under his breath. If Qi Xia takes first in this exam, how will you feel, Principal Bai? I looked at this group of number 2 High schoolmates before me. Where do you all plan to go next? A pair of nearly identical twins walked out of the crowd. The one on the left, Huang Xiaolong, spoke first. With our strength, at most we'll try our luck at the first teleport point, see if we can find some big point supplies. He paused, glancing at his brother Huang Xiaowu, hesitating to speak. I saw their worry. The road to the teleport point was dangerous, and there might be strong ones lying in wait at the teleport point. Rather than risk it, better to hug my thigh and go together, but it was hard to say so. How about this? I said directly. I'll take you to the teleport point, get you into the next layer. Really? Huang Xiaowu's eyes lit up. Thank you so much, Qixia. The surrounding people showed gratitude too. Saving them earlier had already won their full respect. Now they trusted me from the bottom of their hearts. I waved a hand, my tone turning serious. Let me be upfront. Once we're in the next layer, I'll act alone. I can only help you this far. The next layer's competition is fiercer, the opponent stronger, and by then I'll have my hands full, may not be able to protect you. I looked at everyone. So think it through. Stay here searching supplies for steady points, or go into the next layer and gamble. Huang Xiaolong and Huang Xiaowu exchanged a glance, then traded looks with the schoolmates beside them, and finally spoke in unison. We're going into the next layer. There's very little left to scoop up on this layer. We've got to gamble a bit more. At least we'll have tried, no regrets. I nodded, admiring their spirit. Good, then hurry. The teleport point supplies wait for no one. I turned to look at his death, and she nodded slightly, no objection. Inoue Oriheim walked over with a sweet smile. Qixia, we'll follow your lead. I quickly scavenged Huang Jun's group's supplies into storage. This bunch from number 2 high knew who called the shots. No objections at all. Move out. I took the lead. The formerly scattered group now had a backbone and appeared unusually orderly. The Huang brothers took the initiative to walk the flanks on watch, everyone tending to their duties. Nearing the teleport point, another group suddenly emerged ahead. I raised a hand to signal everyone to stop and hid behind a tree. The opponents numbered about a dozen, their auras steady, no killing intent showing, yet radiating a well-trained elite air. A handsome, slender youth walked out, a mild smile on his face. Classmate, please hold. Best not to rush blindly onto the road ahead. I stepped forward. What do you mean? I'm Zhao Qinkuan, from Beijing City number 1 high. Qixia, Yongjiang City number 2 high. He cupped his hands and explained, 2 people are guarding the teleport point entrance. Best not to force through. 2 people? Just charge through and it's done. Huang Xiaowu couldn't help saying. Zhao Qinkuan shook his head. Those 2 aren't ordinary characters. They're the 8th and 9th on the leaderboard. The brothers Xue Wudao and Xue Wuhuan, twins as well. His tone grew grave. Genius class students, SR class Esper powers. Unlock rates said to reach 18%, level 65. Genius class. The number 2 high students drew cold breaths. That was where the whole planet's most top-tier students gathered. I narrowed my eyes. Him blocking us here surely wasn't out of goodwill. Classmate Zhao's blocking us because you want to cooperate to break through? Haha, nothing gets past you, Qixia. He laughed heartily. Correct. I want to join with you and break through together. I knew a bit about Beijing City number 1 high, a top-tier institution second only to Haicheng number 1 high. Zhao Qinkuan looked mild, but calculation hid in his eyes, and he was sharp. But I did genuinely want to feel out that pair of genius-class brothers. Fine, let's hear the plan. He lowered his voice. Our 2 teams, 1 takes each man. That way both sides ease the pressure, and whether we break through, it's each to their own ability. What does Qixia think? The plan itself had no flaws, each to their own ability, reasonable enough. But I always felt this man wasn't so simple, had to keep a guard up. All right, we'll act together. May our cooperation be pleasant. A trace of delight flashed in his eyes. Pleasant cooperation. Both sides made their arrangements. I pulled the number 2 high students aside and lowered my voice. When the fight starts, I'll go tie up one of the Xue brothers. You lead the others straight for the teleport point. Don't mind me. Everyone was stunned. Huang Xiaolong grew anxious. How can that do? Those are genius class people. You handling one alone is too dangerous. I smiled. Rest easy. Dealing with one of them is enough. Everyone's hearts jolted. During the test my unlock rate was only 12%. Could I have caught up to those brothers 18% now? That growth rate was frightening. Huang Xiaowu still wasn't reassured. How about the 2 of US brothers stay to help you? No need. I shook my head, my gaze sweeping toward Zhao Qinkuan in the distance. When you break through, keep a close eye on the Beijing City number 1 high people. Don't get played by them. Something's off with them? Huang Xiaolong grew alert. Hard to say, but you can never be too careful. Everyone hurriedly nodded. Beijing City number 1 high side. Zhao Qinkuan was deploying his subordinates. Per the original plan, aim to get everyone through unharmed. Yes. A buzzcut boy suddenly said, Boss, the 10th on the leaderboard is named Qixia. Zhao Qinkuan opened his wristband to confirm, and a trace of cunning flashed in his eyes. Interesting. Perfect. Let the 8th and 9th Xue brothers deal with the 10th, Qixia. Dog eat dog. Help us clear out a headache. Will Qixia be hard to handle? Who cares if he's hard to handle? Zhao Qianquan sneered. As long as we lure him over to the Shui brothers, let them cut each other down, we reap the fisherman's profit, everyone into the next layer. Best if they fight to the death, so a few top-tier fighters get wiped out too. All benefit, no harm. He glanced toward Qi Xia's side, meeting his gaze right then, and immediately put on a warm smile, even waving. Once Qi Xia looked away, the smile vanished instantly, his eyes turning vicious. Qi Xia. Heh, thanks for this great gift you've sent. His subordinates got it, sneering one after another. The teleport point entrance, Shui Wudao and Shui Wuhuan stood shoulder to shoulder. Both tall and powerfully built, their facial lines hard, the purple long spears in their hands glowing cold, spear tips angled at the ground, their aura intimidating. Two more teams. Shui Wuhuan arched a brow. Perfect, we'll head into the next layer after finishing this batch. Shui Wudao's gaze was sharp, already locked onto me, and Zhao Qianquan charging at the front. Move. Before the words fell, the two charged out, their long spears sweeping up a fierce gale. Get going. I drew my sword first, the purple sword carving a dazzling arc. Instant kill flash. Clang. Shui Wudao's spear blocked crosswise, the immense impact making the ground beneath him tremble faintly. He used the force to retreat half a step, a trace of surprise in his eyes. A bit interesting. I seized the chance to turn and shout at the number 2 high students. Get into the teleport point. The Huang brothers and the others immediately charged toward the shimmering ring of light. On the other side, Zhao Qianquan suddenly moved. Watching Shui Wuhuan charging at him, a cold gleam flashed in his eyes. Swap. A bizarre light flashed, and Shui Wuhuan's figure actually swapped places in an instant with a number 2 high student mid-charge. What? Before that student could react, he found himself standing before Zhao Qianquan, while Shui Wuhuan, carrying full killing intent, landed among the number 2 high crowd. Courting death. Shui Wuhuan roared, his long spears sweeping across, instantly blasting the surrounding number 2 high students flying. Zhao Qianquan, expressionless, swung his sword to cut down the number 2 high student before him, shouting, "Quick, into the teleport point." Zhao Qianquan, you despicable scum. Huang Xiaowu's eyes nearly split with rage, but Shui Wuhuan's spear forced him to keep retreating. My face darkened. I hadn't expected Zhao Qianquan to have this kind of ability, swapping Shui Wuhuan with a number 2 high student to bog Shui Wuhuan down. But I'd been prepared. It's death, mixed in with the number 2 high group, immediately struck, her rapier sweeping up an ice blue chill, straight at Shui Wuhuan. Shui Wuhuan had just driven back Huang Xiaolong when he suddenly sensed a fierce wind rising behind him, hurriedly blocking crosswise with his spear. Clang. Rapier struck long spear, and an immense force far beyond expectations surged through, his single hand going numb, the web of his hand splitting, backing up several steps. Who are you? His face was full of shock. Istetha's blade tip angled at the ground, the chill spreading around her. Let me see just how much this so-called genius-class genius is worth. Her beautiful eyes swept toward Zhao Qianquan, and she gave a cold humph. Ice wall. A huge iceberg instantly thrust up from the earth, blocking Zhao Qianquan's group. Zhao Qianquan screeched to a halt. He hadn't expected the number 2 high side to hide such a strong figure. But only a brief moment of shock, and he immediately urged, "Everyone, over the iceberg. Despicable scoundrel, don't even think about succeeding." A clear, bright voice rang out. Inoue Oraheim quietly appeared, forming a seal with both hands. Triple sky barrier shield. I reject. A triangular orange-yellow light shield abruptly unfolded, steadily blocking behind the ice wall, forming a double barrier. Zhao Qianquan had just leapt to the iceberg's top when the light shield blocked his path. He swung his sword down, but the attack landing on the shield only stirred up ripples, unable to break it at all. Another powerful esper. He was shocked and furious. This Qi Xia. How did he have so many experts hidden at his side? He turned to the other side, and Oraheim threw up her hands, another light shield rising from the earth, thoroughly sealing off the path. Damned woman. He gritted his teeth, watching his subordinates ram the shield again and again only to bounce back, a trace of viciousness flashing in his eyes. Kill her first. Several Beijing City number 1 high students changed direction and pounced at Oraheim. Oraheim's gaze sharpened, her seal forming faster. Solitary sky shield cut. The orange-yellow light shield suddenly became a sharp flying blade, sweeping across. The two charging at the front, caught off guard, were cut into points of light, not even a scream escaping. This shield can attack too. Zhao Qianquan sidestepped in a hurry, narrowly dodging the aftershock, a shock surging in his heart. He truly couldn't understand how a poor backwater like Yongjiang City number 2 high could hide so many monsters. Xia's combat power was astonishing, that blue-haired woman's sword skill terrifying, and even this seemingly frail girl had such a bizarre ability. Could it be they're all Xia's heroic spirits? The moment this thought flashed, his scalp went numb. One person being strong was one thing, but heroic spirits this top tier too, simply monstrous. But there was no way back now, so he gritted his teeth. Rush her together. I don't believe we can't kill her. The group attacked hard again, but Orihime wasn't flustered in the slightest, alternating triple sky barrier shield and solitary sky shield cut. Impregnable on defense, sharp as a blade on attack, forcibly holding the Beijing City number 1 high people in place. The number 2 high students watching in the distance were dumbfounded. The gentle, sweet Inoue Orihime was actually this bold, this strong, completely at odds with her image. On the other side, Isdeath and Shui Wuhuan had entered a white-hot clash. Shui Wuhuan's spearmanship was A-class level, spear shadows like a forest, every move vicious, yet never touching even the hem of her clothes. Her sword seemed casual, yet always precisely broke open the spear formation, even deliberately baiting openings, then abruptly countering when he attacked hard, forcing him into a wretched state. Are you toying with me? Shui Wuhuan roared, his eyes bloodshot, unleashing his esper power without reserve, the purple light on his spear surging. Die for me. Isdeath's gaze turned faintly cold, her rapier finally sweeping up a substantive chill. Warm-up's over. Ice blue sword light collided with the purple spear shadows, and Shui Wuhuan felt a bone-piercing cold spread along the spear shaft, his arm instantly stiffening, an opening exposed at once. Isdeath flicked her wrist, and the sword was already pressed against his throat. Genius class, so this is all it amounts to. The sword light flashed, and Shui Wuhuan turned to points of light. How could this be? I'm clearly a genius. The corner of Isdeath's mouth lifted faintly. If you're fit to be called a genius, then this queen is a genius. Zhao Qianquan watched Orihime's ever-solid defense, viciousness flashing in his eyes, and decided to gamble on a risky move. He spotted the brief gap after Orihime unleashed solitary sky shield cut and abruptly formed a seal. Swap. He meant to swap Orihime with the last remaining teammate at his side, then cut her down with a surprise stroke. But in the very instant swap was cast, Orihime cried out sweetly. Twin Sky Return Shield. I reject. The orange-yellow barrier abruptly unfolded, wrapping her whole body. Zhao Qianquan's swap struck the barrier like a clay ox sinking into the sea, dissolving instantly. How is that possible? He cried out in shock. Swap was a concept-tier esper power, never once failing. Now it had actually failed? Inside my Twin Sky Return Shield, any ability is void. Orihime's voice came through the barrier, carrying a trace of resolve. The words hadn't fallen when several solitary sky shield cuts became orange-yellow blades, shooting at Zhao Qianquan from cunning angles, even turning slightly midair to form a pincer. Zhao Qianquan dodged in a panic, and a sweep of his peripheral vision. The Beijing City number 1 high students were already more than half dead or wounded, leaving only him all alone. Damn it, a meticulously planned breakout, in the end brought down by a seemingly frail girl. He unleashed all his esper power, whirling his long sword like a windmill. Heaven returning, swordsmanship. Sword shadows unfolded across the sky, forming an airtight sword cage guarding his whole body. But he'd underestimated solitary sky shield cut. The orange-yellow blades had powerful cutting force, ignoring the sword shadows, piercing straight through the sword formation, assailing from all sides. SHHK. The sword cage was broken in an instant, his body cut into several pieces, dissolving into points of light. How could this be? She's actually that strong. In his dying moment, only disbelief remained in his eyes. The Beijing number 1 high people were all eliminated by Orihime. Livestream channels. Holy crap. Zhao Qianquan got one shot. Solitary sky shield cut is way too absurd, right? Heaven returning swordsmanship is an A-class art. Didn't hold a single second. HSSS. Beijing number 1 high's elite all wiped out. Terrifying. That's not all. Look, Shui Wuhuan died too. The 9th rank Shui Wuhuan died just like that, and so cleanly. It's not that he died cleanly, it's that the opponent's too strong. Am I remembering right? Both these women are Xia's heroic spirits. That's right, both his. Damn, two strong and top-tier beauties, both his heroic spirits. So satisfying. Woohoo, taking off. A threesome then? Threesome. Foursome. 100 some. You lot. Quit escalating into the absurd. Exactly. Is Qixia a cheater or something? 100 some? Pipe dream. If you reach planetary lord level, it's achievable. Then it's hardly 100 some. 1,000 some's no problem. Better to just watch Qixia and Shui Wudao's showdown. See what virtue and ability lets him have two top-tier beauties. Abandoned planet, Qixia. Things were just as fierce on my side with Shui Wudao, the two of us locked in a deadlock. His spearmanship was grand and sweeping, powerful and heavy, every strike carrying the momentum to crumble mountains and split stones. I broke force with finesse, the purple sword like a roaming dragon, weaving through the spear's shadows to find my counter. Being able to take this many of my moves, you can be proud. Shui Wudao's tone grew heavier at his prolonged failure to break through. But in the end you'll lose. Is that so? The corner of my mouth lifted, mana circulating within me, my strength quietly climbing. Then next comes the moment to witness a miracle. I slowly raised my hand, gripping the hilt, my draw stance open and steady, carrying an oppressive sense of building momentum. Shui Wudao sneered. That draw technique again? I blocked it once already, and you're still bringing it out to make a fool of yourself? Who's the fool? You'll know in a moment. Before the words fell, an utterly different aura burst from me. This is killing intent. Shui Wudao startled, then steadied his mind. Rather interesting, worth my taking seriously. His Esper power suddenly erupted, his SR talent fully unleashed, his whole body as if wreathed in steam, his skin flushing faintly red, his aura surging several times over. My blazing flame raging tide fully boosts my attributes. However strong your killing intent, you can't block my full power strike. He gripped his spear with both hands, the tip pointing straight at me, the shaft humming from too much mana poured in. But just as he prepared to strike, he suddenly fixed his eyes, and shock and doubt flashed in them. What radiated from me wasn't simple killing intent at all, but sword intent condensed solid as substance. This is sword intent. His expression froze in an instant, and he drew a cold breath. In the whole genius class, whether spear intent, sword intent, or blade intent, only a scant few had crossed the threshold, and my sword intent was clearly stronger than theirs. In other words, I was the true genius? I couldn't be bothered with his shock. With a low shout, my figure shot out, my draw fast to the extreme. The purple sword left its sheath, sword intent interweaving with mana, becoming a dazzling stream of light, straight at Shui Wudao. All in, Shui Wudao roared, his long spear sweeping across, the blazing shaft colliding with the sword light, bursting a blinding radiance. But this time, he couldn't block instant kill flash. Crack, a crisp sound, and the purple long spear he'd been so proud of was actually severed through the middle. His pupils contracted sharply. This stroke was more than a level stronger than before. Before he could react, the cold blade edge had already pierced his chest. Guh. Blood spurted, and he looked down at the long sword in his chest, disbelief written all over his face. This sword intent. How could it be that strong? His legs went weak, and he collapsed to his knees, his body gradually dissolving into points of light. Points plus 500. Abandoned planet, number 2 high students. In the distance, the number 2 high students who'd been worrying for Qixia were all dumbstruck, as if they'd forgotten to breathe. Shui Wudao got one shot. That's a genius class student with $1 million plus tuition a year, an SR Esper. So strong. Qixia's draw technique. Isn't it too terrifying? And everyone's gaze toward Qixia was pure awe. Qixia. I sheathed my sword and turned to look at Isteth and Orihime. No smugness on my face, only a trace of relief. Handled. Isteth nodded. Orihime hurried forward, handing over a restoration serum. Are you okay? I'm fine. I took the serum, looked at the shimmering teleport point, and swept a glance around the number 2 high students. We should head in. Second phase zone genius class. A group of youths in matching uniforms sat around an energy barrier, their gazes fixed on the real-time leaderboard. The stunning woman at their head swiped a finger across the light screen, and seeing the names Shui Wudao and Shui Wuhuan gray out, her fine brows knit slightly. Shui Wuhuan and Shui Wudao have been eliminated. A few beside her hurriedly opened the leaderboard to confirm, surprise showing on their faces. They really were eliminated. Besides us, who here could take down those brothers? Should be this one called Qixia, was 10th before, now surged to 8th, his points climbing fiercely. A short-haired girl sneered, her eyes full of contempt. Wastes. Insisted on camping the teleport point to snatch points, and got wiped out by some no-name kid. Truly a disgrace to the genius class. Qixia? Never heard the name. Someone who can take down the Schweb brothers at once can't be weak. How's he got no reputation? The white-clad youth seated in the center gave a soft laugh. His features were handsome, his air gentle, yet carrying a faint oppressive presence. The core of the genius class. First on the point leaderboard, Yun Chun. This Chi Xiao, I actually know a bit about. Everyone instantly fell silent, all looking at him. Yun Chun tapped his knee lightly with a fingertip, his tone flat. Like me, he's an SSR class esper. What? There's another SSR? Cries rose one after another. Among all this planet's students of the same cohort, SSR had always been Yun Chun alone. That can't be, Brother Yin. Besides you, someone in our cohort awakened SSR. Yun Chun nodded. There's a record of him in my family's intel. Chi Xia, Esper power is the Legion Commander type. Unlock rate 12% at the exam test. 12%. The short-haired girl's brow knit tight. The Schweb brothers were 18%, and both SR. Could the SSR Esper power make up that gap? Have you forgotten the essential gap between SSR and SR? Yunshin said flatly. Esper rank determines the ceiling. A 12% SSR looks inferior to an 18% SR, but the specialness of the ability and growth potential aren't even on the same level. He looked at the name on the leaderboard, a trace of interest in his eyes. And don't forget, he's a Legion Commander type, meaning his heroic spirits won't be lacking either. As for 12%, that's data from a week ago. By now it's probably reached around 18%. Everyone's brows knit tight. A 6% increase in 1 week? They couldn't do it, thought it impossible. And Chi Xia being able to take down the Schweb brothers was most likely, as Yunshin said, thanks to that SSR class Legion Commander type heroic spirit. A tall boy looked at Yunshin and made a throat-slitting gesture. Brother Yun, then should we? Yunshin laughed softly and shook his head. No need. The second phase has only just begun, the good show's still to come. He stood up, his white robe stirring. Since a new SSR has appeared, this battle royale gets all the more interesting, doesn't it? Teleport exit, Chi Xia, Isteth, Oriheim, the number 2 high students, and I all appeared in an open valley. All around were rolling low hills, sparse vegetation, a dry climate, far gentler than the first phase's dense forest. The Huang brothers walked up to me, gratitude and a bit of unease on their faces. Chi Xia, truly, thank you for bringing us here. We won't trouble you on the road ahead. We'll feel our own way. Huang Xiao nodded too. Right, our strength is limited. Following you only holds you back. We'll part here. I looked at the number 2 high students behind them, most weary-faced but firm-eyed, and nodded. That works. Remember, a battle royale isn't only about slaughter. Turtling is a strategy too. Find a hidden spot and gather supplies. You can still accumulate points all the same. The words sounded like a jab, but were a genuine reminder. Their strength wasn't top tier, and hard clashing would only get them eliminated for nothing. Steady growth was the wise move. Huang Xiaolong gave a hee-hee laugh. Understood. We know how to be crouching in the grass players. Chi Xia, you fight hard, definitely get a good ranking. Bring glory to our number 2 high. I bumped fists with them. Definitely. Oriheim waved with a smile too. Everyone fight hard, bye-bye. Isteth stood off to the side with no particular expression, only giving the number 2 high group a faint glance. Watching Huang Xiaolong and the others' figures vanish beyond the mountain ridge, Oriheim turned to me. Where do we go next? I opened the map and pointed a finger at a marker. The opposite direction from number 2 high. There's a large-scale mine there. Let's see if there's anything good. A mine? Will there be lots of, or? She blinked. Perhaps not just or. I smiled, my gaze sharpening. Second phase resource points usually aren't simple. Isteth had already taken the lead. Let's go. The 3 of us headed the opposite direction. Along the way we ran into a few waves of wandering monsters, all around level 40 to 50, quite a bit stronger than the first phase. But in our hands, all solved with a wave, our steps barely delayed. Arriving at the mine, the sight before us was rather stunning. A huge open pit mine stretching for miles, the pit walls covered in excavation marks, rusted mechanical wreckage scattered among them, distant conveyor belts still slowly turning, a scene of desolation. Let's search the perimeter first. The 3 of us searched along the warehouses and equipment areas at the pit's edge. The supplies here were indeed rich. In barely half an hour we'd collected 3 pieces of purple gear, just right to replace the worn ones. Come look quick. Oriheim's voice suddenly came from deep in the pit, carrying delight. Isteth and I followed the sound to see her standing at the edge of a broken platform, pointing below. At the very center of the pit's bottom, a striking orange pillar of light shot up into the sky. I looked down, my gaze sharpening. The gear tiers for this assessment came in 5 grades: gold, orange, purple, blue, white. Orange was second only to gold, a whole level above the purple gear we'd just gotten. Let's go down and look. Isdeth took the lead, walking down the stairs along the pit wall, her steps light, treading soundlessly on the loose gravel. Orihime and I followed. Careful. I gripped the purple sword at my waist. Gear this high tier. No way no one was eyeing it. There might be an ambush buried nearby. Orihime nodded, quietly forming a seal with both hands, the light of triple sky barrier shield flickering faintly in her palms. The three of us moved in a triangular formation, drawing closer to the orange pillar step by step. A longsword hung faintly at the pillar's center, orange-gold patterns flowing along the blade. Clearly no ordinary item at a glance. Halfway there, I suddenly stopped, my gaze sweeping toward the shadows of the mine shaft on the left. Come out, no point hiding. The shadows were silent a moment. Then several figures slowly walked out. Leading them was a youth with a sinister face, who looked at the three of us, the corner of his mouth curving into a cold smile. Seems we're not the only ones eyeing this treasure. I glanced at their uniforms, an unfamiliar emblem. 5 people, all with auras far from weak. Either get lost or die. Isdeth's voice was cold as ice, her rapier already quietly out of its sheath. The cold smile on the sinister youth's face instantly withdrew, replaced by an amiable one. Don't misunderstand, classmate. I'm Li Dachao, captain of Justice League Squad 7. Justice League? I frowned. Seeing as you're from a remote city too, it's natural you haven't heard. His tone carried deliberate warmth. We're all students from small cities and remote schools, without the resources and talent of big city geniuses. They have many chances to try and fail, many ways out. The one way we can defy fate and change our destiny is the exam, and we can't afford the slightest slip. So everyone banded together to form the Justice League, specifically to counter students from top-tier institutions and win more chances. He swept a glance over our uniforms. Rather than be farmed for points by the geniuses, better to unite and hunt them together, and jointly take that 10% of slots. We already have over 10,000 students now. I sincerely welcome you to join here. I was slightly taken aback. The exam had only been going a dozen-plus hours, and someone had already organized a faction on this scale. Truly impressive. Kids from ordinary families really did struggle to compare with the big cities, never mind the genius class. Rather than sit and wait for death, better to unite against outsiders. Using human wave tactics to make up the strength gap was a good method. But I had no interest, and I didn't like Li Dachao's face changing. Sorry, we don't want to join any faction for now. He made a regretful expression, then turned serious. Fine, but this orange weapon, by the rules, should go to our league. We already notified the league first thing, and people are on their way. Leave now, and we won't give you trouble. If you've got other ideas and won't go, by then it won't be up to you. It looked like negotiation, but was a naked threat. Isdeth's gaze turned cold, the chill of her rapier flickering at her fingertips. Threatening this queen? No, no, no. I'm merely stating facts. Li Dachao's words were courteous, but the 4 behind him had already gripped their weapons. I couldn't be bothered with the nonsense, killing intent rising abruptly in my eyes. This orange weapon happened to be a sword, perfect for me. Going forward, whether dealing with the Justice League or the Genius class, I had to take it. You don't leave, then don't blame me for being rough. I really don't know which trash school you're out of, not knowing what's good for you. Li Dachao's face changed, and he charged first, swinging a fist. Brothers, kill them. The 4 behind him struck at once, weapons rushing in with the wind. But in my eyes, they were slow as snails. Instant kill flash. The purple sword light split the pit like lightning, and with a few SHHK sounds, the 4 charging at the front dissolved into points of light before even a scream escaped. Only Li Dachao was left on the field. He froze in place, viciousness congealing into terror. How is this possible? You're clearly not a big city student. Who exactly are you? I had no intention of telling him. Now it's your turn. Don't. Brother, let's talk it out. He hurriedly backed away, forcing out a fawning smile. We already sent the intel here back to the League. Kill me, and the whole Justice League will hunt you down. Let me go, and I'll definitely. Before the words finished, the sword light had arrived. He dissolved into points of light and scattered. Points plus 250. A fickle sort like Li Dachao, I didn't believe he'd let me go. Striking first was never wrong. I sheathed my sword and walked beneath the pillar of light, gripping the suspended longsword. It felt warm in hand, the orange-gold patterns seeming to come alive, resonating with my mana. Obtained orange quality weapon, sky-splitting sword. Points plus 5,000. Sky-splitting sword. Attack 160, durability 80. My points instantly broke 10,000. I weighed its feel, a trace of satisfaction in my eyes. Orihime walked over, glancing back at the points of light lingering on the ground, and said softly, "This Justice League they mentioned. Will more people come?" Li Daqiao's words weren't necessarily credible, but just in case, better to pull back first. Whether they come or not, we've pretty much scoured this place clean. Let's go. Orihime listened entirely to me, and Isdeth had no objection either. She liked fighting, but didn't like fighting the weak. No point staying here. The three of us turned and left, the orange pillar of light gradually fading behind us. Mind Justice League. Not long after the three left, a group of people arrived. The youth at their head looked at the 5 scattered bits of gear and knew this was where Li Daqiao's 5 had died. Then looked toward the central spot where the orange weapon had been placed, his voice grim. "Notify the brothers within 100 li. We must find the killer. Daring to snatch our Justice League's orange weapon. Simply courting death." I checked my points while running fast. 12,800, ranked 5th. The points above were all about the same, only the first place at just over 20,000. That person was named Yun Shun. I'd heard of him, the only other SSR esper besides me, from a supermajor family, rich in funds, vast in industry. I had to admit, being born right is a skill too. Some people were soaking in nutrient fluid the moment they were born, gene evolution agents never stopping, S-class arts if not readily obtained, then at least accessible through channels. Not like us ordinary citizens. Never mind S-class. Even B-class arts were hard to get and simply unaffordable. Just like fighting Su Muin before, we both seemed to use the same draw technique, yet the effects were worlds apart. Especially after comprehending sword intent, I truly understood the marvel of S-class arts. It wasn't a simple stacking of moves, but able to mesh perfectly with sword intent, letting every bit of force flow just right. Arts that could be graded S-class probably all had this trait. The three of us continued on and gathered some more scattered point items. The sky gradually darkened, clouds hanging low, faint thunder rumbling. We weren't afraid of getting rained on, but didn't want to end up that wretched either. I gazed into the distance and pointed at a cliff face not far off. "There's a cave ahead. Let's rest inside a bit. Looks like it's going to rain." Neither had objections and followed me into the cave. It wasn't spacious inside, but the ground was dry and odorless, just enough for 3. I took out a lighting item I'd picked up, its soft white glow dispelling the dark. To guard against surprises, I went out and cut some large-leafed branches to pile at the cave mouth, blocking the view, and if someone drew near it would rustle a warning. "Let's eat something first." I took out compressed biscuits and water from storage. The three of us sat around the light source replenishing energy. The rain soon came pattering down, drumming rustlingly on the branches at the cave mouth, the cave unusually quiet. The second phase opponents seemed more complicated than imagined. Orihime nibbled a biscuit, her fine brows knit slightly. "That Justice League and the Genius class people." I nodded. By this phase, few were fighting each on their own anymore. The 10% admission rate would eliminate around 9 million, with about 1 million slots left. 1 million, to a faction of thousands or tens of thousands, didn't feel like a low admission rate. That way, more and more would band together, and a warlord's carving up territory scene was inevitable. By then it would go from each fighting alone to true warfare. And the top-ranked Genius class, and I would surely become everyone's target. I drank some water and said seriously, "The further along, the fiercer the competition. But for us, it makes no difference." I had no intention of joining any faction and becoming a pawn. Building a temporary faction, I wanted even less. I only wanted to seize this chance to hone my will more. Entering the Dao through kill naturally required more killing. Besides, even if I wanted to join some side, Isdeth wouldn't agree, and it would only drop favorability, a net loss. Isdeth leaned against the stone wall and nodded slightly. To her, whoever the opponent, cutting them to pieces would do. The rain grew heavier, light and shadow swaying inside the cave. The three of us said little, all quietly adjusting our states, waiting for the rain to stop to continue. Beneath a tree somewhere, a Justice League. As the rain eased, 5 youths in matching emblem uniforms stopped beneath a tree. "Damn, the rain's too heavy, finding the killers too hard." A short youth kicked the tree trunk. Who the hell was so vicious, slaughtering them all? Who knows? A tall, thin youth shrugged. "Going out to search for people in the rain is misery. Might as well go kill a few stragglers for points." "Right, searching for some supplies would be good too." "Enough, it's just going through the motions." Whether we find him or not is up to us to say. The higher-ups won't really pursue it. Right? Even if we find him, we might not make it out alive. Then why the hell search? We still have to search, but what we're searching for is supplies. Hee hee, you sly little devil, always the schemer. That one yawned and turned to leave. Right then, all five simultaneously felt a bone-piercing chill and whipped around. A black shadow flashed past like lightning. The two who'd just spoken were cut in half at the waist, dissolving into points of light. What is that thing? The remaining three's pupils contracted sharply, seeing before them a humanoid monster, 8 jet-black tentacles growing from its body, each covered in saw-toothed barbs, a cold, sinister laugh rolling from its throat. Haha, humans. Before they could react, 2 tentacles lashed out at high speed, wringing 2 of them into pieces. The last was the squad scout, extremely fast, turning to run without the slightest hesitation, fast enough to nearly leave after images. "Wanna run?" The monster sneered, its figure instantly appearing before him, 8 tentacles opening at once, weaving an airtight net. The youth, horrified beyond words, crashed wide-eyed into the net, sliced into countless points of light. The monster shook the residual energy off its tentacles, cocked its head, and revealed a sinister smile. Haha, the great gift I'm sending the humans. They'll surely love it. Abandoned planet, transit workshop. Dozens of teleportation arrays ran simultaneously, blue light flickering ceaselessly. The staff's fingertips leapt rapidly across the control panels, sweat beading on their brows. The life and death flow of tens of millions of candidates converged here. Every minute and second an eliminated candidate was transported out, then routed back to each school's teleport point. Array 3 ready, receiving eliminated candidate. 7 complete transport. Target returned to Haiching number 1 high. Quick. 9's energy is unstable. Adjust it fast. To them, candidate elimination was just data flowing, occasional disputes, but never any real trouble. Until a piercing alarm suddenly blared. BZZT. The blue light of Array 1 went haywire, and then several bloody, mangled chunks flopped onto the transport platform, dark red fluid instantly staining the surface. The operating staff member froze, the operating lever nearly slipping from his hand. What is that? A colleague beside him leaned in for a look, his face going deathly pale. Is that a corpse? No, it's a candidate's body tissue. The words hadn't fallen when Array 2 acted up too, likewise transporting out several large chunks of shapeless flesh, a thick reek of blood spreading. What's going on? The supervisor rushed over, and seeing the scene on the platform, his pupils contracted sharply. Activate the emergency protocol. Check candidate status. The technicians scrambled to pull up the data, their faces growing uglier and uglier. Supervisor, these 5 candidates' vital signs have all vanished. It's not elimination, it's true death. The rain stopped, the air suffused with the moist scent of earth. The 3 of us walked out of the cave. The sky was near dusk, the light considerably dimmer, but enough for espers. Suddenly several streaks of light split the horizon, dragging long tails of flame as they plunged in different directions. It's an airdrop. Orheim's eyes lit up, pointing at the nearest ball of light. The rules had mentioned that the second phase would have airdrops, possibly containing gold gear or rare materials inside. I gazed toward the falling direction and frowned. An airdrop landing will definitely draw a mass of candidates. There's bound to be ambushes around. Then do we still go? Orheim hesitated a bit. Joining that fray was probably very dangerous. Isdeath crossed her arms, fighting spirit flashing in her eyes. Only with the strong is it interesting. The corner of my mouth curved. We go? Not contending, not snatching. Only means marking time and place. We'll carve out our own sky. To stand out in this battle royale, I couldn't pass up any chance. Gold gear was key to raising combat power. Even with risk, I had to contend for it. Move. The 3 of us unfolded our figures and dashed toward the airdrop's trajectory. Many figures wavered on the distant horizon, clearly all heading for the airdrop, keeping a subtle distance from one another, no one striking first. Right now, seizing the initiative mattered most, and infighting too early would only benefit others. Orheim suddenly turned her head. 3 auras approaching from the front left. I glanced over, a few groups in different school uniforms, moving at no slow speed, trying to cut across from the flank. Ignore them. Reach the airdrop point first. Will they ambush us on the way? Most likely not. The airdrop's temptation is far greater than us. Before they see the box, no one's willing to waste energy. Sure enough, as I predicted, those groups noticed us, but only sized us up from afar a few glances before continuing to press on, as if they'd reached some tacit understanding. First come, first served, and to really contend, they'd wait for the target to appear. The closer we drew to the landing point, the more obvious the energy fluctuations. I could even hear hurried footsteps ahead. Clearly someone was more anxious than us. Almost there. I lowered my body, moving stealthily using the terrain for cover. Ahead was an open depression, the airdrop box at the center continuously wafting large amounts of red smoke. Many groups had already hidden around it, no one daring to strike first. Seems we're not the latest. I hid behind a boulder. More people than imagined. Oraheim said softly, "This many people, how do we grab it?" I said nothing, my gaze sweeping sharply across the field. Everyone hid in the dark, waiting for the moment to move. Whoever struck first would become the focus fire target. To break the deadlock required powerful force, making everyone around too afraid to covet it. Only then could you safely take the supplies. The ones with hope of doing that were the Justice League or Genius class fully assembled, and the one against 10,000 is death. Sometimes I really wanted to take the airdrop with my brains, but leaving such powerful force unused was simply a waste of heaven's gift. Besides, this many people were all genuine, solid points. I looked at Esteth, meeting the fighting spirit leaping in her eyes. Before I could speak, she voiced first. "Ready your mana serums. This queen is going to slaughter far and wide." I nodded with a smile, taking several high-tier mana restoration serums from storage and gripping them in hand. "Careful. Is Sister Esteth going alone?" Oraheim was a bit worried. I patted her shoulder, gazing at Esteth's stunning back, my voice full of confidence. "Rest easy, she's the strongest." Around the depression, the various factions watched in secret, all wanting to reap the fisherman's profit, no one daring to strike first. Just amid the standoff, a striking figure slowly walked out of the shadows. Esteth in her white military uniform, blue hair like a waterfall, her stride composed, as if she'd come not to contend for an airdrop, but to attend a banquet. Who's this woman? So beautiful, so elegant. Is she crazy? Daring to walk over so openly. Classic long hair short on sense, big chest no brains. She's definitely about to get shot dead by everyone in a moment. Shot dead by everyone? Playing this perverted? Reminds me of a movie from a certain island nation a very, very, very long time ago. You've got antiques like that? A friend of mine wants it. Send me a copy too. I want to properly critique the product of a bygone era. You sure you're not going for a couple of rounds? 3 rounds. 4 rounds. 100 rounds. Damn, this is getting more and more ridiculous. Amid the murmuring, Esteth walked straight up to the supply crate, leapt onto its top, and looked down over the crowd. Her red lips parted, her voice carrying an icy arrogance. "You ants hiding in the shadows, come out and let this queen work up a sweat." The words instantly set everyone off. Arrogant. A woman dares talk like that. Damn it. Teach her a lesson. Yeah, go get her. You go. Curses flew from every direction, yet no one dared actually charge in. Each wanted to use someone else to test her strength. The corner of Esteth's lips curled in mockery. "So many of you, and not one has the guts? How pathetic." That line pushed the men over the edge. You could call them weak, call them trash, but you could never let a woman say they had no balls. They couldn't hold back any longer and unleashed ranged attacks all at once. Flying sword, energy bolt, blast rocket, meteor hammer. Attacks of all kinds slammed toward the top of the crate, light interweaving in a terrifying display. Oraheim watched, her heart pounding, but I stayed calm. Esteth didn't move an inch. She lightly raised her left hand, and pale blue frost mist spread out in an instant, condensing into a massive wall of ice that blocked every attack. Clang, boom, crack. The attacks landed on the ice wall, stirring up ripples and shards, but not leaving a single crack. Esteth brushed the frost from her sleeve, her tone contemptuous. "Too weak. You trash aren't even worth a warm-up. Screw it. All in." A man finally snapped and rushed the crate, weapon in hand. More followed his lead, swarming toward her in a dense mass. "Heh, now you're acting like men." Esteth lifted her chin slightly, battle lust rising in her eyes. "I hope you can bring this queen at least a little pleasure." Esteth stood atop the supply crate, her white military uniform snapping in the wind as her rapier slid slowly from its sheath. Among the 100-odd students closing in, one struck first, his long sword whistling as it slashed at her face. She tilted her body slightly, and her rapier swept in an almost graceful arc, striking his wrist with pinpoint accuracy. The student screamed and lost his weapon. Before he could retreat, the sword's edge had grazed his throat. No wasted motion. clean and decisive. All together, more poured in, blades and energy beams weaving a dense net over the crate. But Isteth only grew more composed, her footwork light as a butterfly's, slipping through the gaps in their attacks. Every swing of her rapier carried a bone-chilling cold. Wherever it passed, weapons shattered or opponents dissolved into points of light. She didn't look like she was fighting so much as dancing an elegant waltz. The sword tip flicked up, a spin, a slash, every movement precise and graceful. It was a bloody battlefield, yet she carved a rhythm of art through it. 30, 50, 100. The attackers surged in like a tide and receded like one too, leaving the ground scattered with points of light. The students who thought they could win by numbers were left with nothing but despair. They were cut down before they could so much as touch the hem of her clothes. The 100+ students hiding in the shadows watched, dumbfounded. Who the hell is that? Terrifying strength. There's no one like her even in the prodigy class. Ice-type psychic power, a rapier. Her strength might even surpass Yin Chen's, right? No idea. But one thing's for sure. If we make a move, we're just walking to our deaths. Should we just pull out? Makes sense. When the last attacker was frozen into an ice statue and shattered into points of light, Isteth still stood atop the crate, not a drop of blood on her. Her breathing as steady as if she'd merely gone for a stroll. She lifted her gaze to the shadows all around, her voice cold as frost. You there? Hiding. Still not coming out. Those in the shadows felt as if they'd plunged into an ice pit. The gruesome fate of those 100 was still fresh in their minds. Who would dare step forward now? Someone gritted their teeth and turned to flee. Did this queen say you could leave? Isteth sneered and suddenly flung her arms wide. In an instant, a terrifying cold erupted outward from her, sweeping across the surroundings. A thick layer of ice formed over the ground in a heartbeat, freezing everything the frost touched. The fleeing students froze mid-motion, their bodies visibly encased in ice, each turning into a lifelike ice sculpture. Help! No! I don't want to be eliminated yet. Isteth ignored the screams. Her fingertips twitched, and she spoke softly. Shatter, all of you. Crack, crack. Hundreds of ice statues shattered at once, dissolving into a sky full of frost shards and points of light. The entire basin was instantly blanketed in cold. The very air turned bone-chilling. Watching from a distance, Orihim's little cherry mouth fell into a big round O. She knew Isteth was strong, but never imagined she was this strong, wiping out several hundred candidates single-handedly, and winning so easily and casually at that. I wasn't surprised. I just calmly replenished my psychic energy. As my gene unlock rate and level had risen, I was no longer like before, drained dry and left in a sorry state by a single one of her moves. Points plus 6,128. Number 2 High School Viewing Area. Zhu de Biao stared at the screen, nearly crushing the thermos in his hand. Not until Isteth finished off the last opponent did he suck in a sharp breath, his voice trembling. This is way too terrifying. This heroic spirit of Qi Xia's is downright invincible. Teacher Li had long since flushed red with excitement. Principal Zhu, this time we might actually take first place. First place. Zhu de Biao murmured, an unprecedented light blazing in his eyes. Yes, we might really be about to make history. The top spot in this year's exam might just belong to our number 2 high school. Who could have imagined a school that had languished in the lower middle ranks for years would make it this far? Number 1 high school office. The atmosphere was so oppressive it was hard to breathe. Bai Jianxing stared at Isteth's queenly figure on the screen, his face pale as paper. His lips moved, but in the end he said nothing. His regret had already maxed out, and his heart had died. The dean and teachers beside him exchanged glances, none daring to speak. They had once quietly congratulated themselves for shipping that incompetent Qi Xia off to number 2 high school. Now it was clear, this was no incompetent. This was, plainly, the invincible one. Online livestream. Holy crap. What kind of god-tier heroic spirit is this? One person wiping out hundreds. Tell me, what cheat did Qi Xia turn on? Just now I thought the prodigy class had it in the bag. Now it looks like they're about to get hammered by this is death. Prodigy class, in danger. Is Yongjiang City number 2 high school about to rise? This Qi Xia is going to slaughter his way to first place, isn't he? Very likely. This year's exam is going to be turned upside down. Can someone tell me whether Qi Xia turned on cheats or not? Hee, if the switch is off, then no cheats. LOL. The Danmaku scrolled by like a rising tide, astonishment, doubt, and excitement all intertwined. Qi Xia, once written off, had instantly become the hottest topic across the whole net thanks to his Isteth's crushing display. The basin. Only Esteth remained in the center of the basin, along with the supply drop whose red smoke had gone out. Cold swirled around her, like an inviolable queen of ice and snow. She had no interest in what was inside the drop. She only looked at me as I approached and said flatly, "Your psychic energy has improved nicely. You haven't disappointed this queen." I smiled and said nothing, walking up to the drop to collect the spoils. I opened it. Golden light blazed out, nearly blinding me. Once it faded, I looked closely and my heart filled with delight. Nice, nice, nice. Inside the crate was a suit of armor glowing with golden light. I reached in and lifted it, and my wristband immediately popped up a notice. Obtained gold quality equipment, Mystic Radiance armor. Points plus 10,000. My total points reached 28,928. Pleased, I also took out the few vials of potion at the bottom of the crate. Each bottle had a label. Gene Surge Potion. Temporarily raises gene unlock rate. Rapid Psychic Recovery Potion. Greatly restores expended psychic energy. Super Healing Potion. Extremely powerful healing effect. I weighed the Mystic Radiance armor in my hand and looked at Esteth. This armor's got good defense. Want to try it? She glanced at it and gave a cold snort. This queen's defense needs no help from outside objects. I looked at Orheim next. She quickly waved her hands. My 3-day shield is enough for me. Qixia, you're always charging up front. You need this more than we do. Seeing them both so firm about it, I didn't argue. I draped the armor over myself, and it turned into a streak of light, seeping into my body through my skin. From the outside, there was no sign I was wearing armor at all. This really was a huge haul. Gold gear plus these incredibly useful potions. My future fights were going to be rock solid. I opened the rankings. I'd already reached first place. Second was Yun Shun at 25,680, a bit behind me. The three of us kept scavenging for supplies. As night deepened, my points hit 30,000, firmly in first. Let's find a place to rest. We soon found a deeper cave with a bend in it that blocked the light from leaking out, making it safer. We lit an illumination item and gave the interior a quick tidy. We ran around all day. I feel all sticky and gross. Orheim rubbed her arm. Then her eyes suddenly lit up. I think I saw a lake not far from here. Sister Esteth, let's go take a bath. Fine, Esteth nodded. I immediately stood up. I'll go with you. It's not safe out there. I'll keep watch. Orheim instantly flushed and said in a small voice, "Why you coming along isn't really appropriate. We're out in the middle of nowhere. What if someone's lying in ambush, or there's a monster?" I scratched my head, a little awkward but insistent. "I promise I won't peek. I'll just guard the perimeter." Esteth shot me a glance, the corner of her lips curving in a look that was somewhere between a smile and not. "Oh, are you sure you're not the one who wants to peek?" "Of course not. It had better be. Then let's go." She stepped off first, which counted as tacit approval. The three of us came to the lakeside. Moonlight scattered across the water, stirring up shimmering ripples. The lake was crystal clear to the bottom. "We're heading over now. No turning around. Got it?" Orheim warned, pulling Esteth toward the shadows by the shore. "Don't worry." I turned my back to the lake and focused on watching our surroundings. Behind me came the soft sound of clothes falling, then the light splash of entering the water, along with the occasional murmur and quiet laugh from the two of them. I held my breath, and two dazzling, snow-white figures unconsciously surfaced in my mind. My face went hot. I shook my head, cast off the stray thoughts, and concentrated on any movement around us. The environment was rife with danger right now. Protecting their safety was what mattered most. Livestream. When the crowd heard Esteth and Orheim were going to bathe, they all got worked up, even opening screen recorders, only to find the stream was nothing but static, showing nothing at all. Son of a, I already dropped my pants, and you show me this? Thought there'd be some fan service. Absolutely got screwed. Can't see, just can't see anything. I want to file a complaint. Fairness and transparency. Boycott the mosaic censorship, starting with me. It's useless. The stream is AI controlled. This area is a violation, so all cameras are blocked. This is how it should be. It's only fair if none of us can see. Wait, seems like there's still one person who can see. Say no more. Just another day of envying Qixia. Lakeside. A few minutes later, two startled cries suddenly came from the water, filled with obvious panic and the churning of waves. What's wrong? I whipped around. A huge splash erupted from the center of the lake as an octopus monster the size of a truck surged up from the surface, waving two tentacles that had wrapped tightly around Esteth's and Orheim's slender waists. Better if I hadn't looked. One glance, and I nearly got a nosebleed. Wow, this octopus monster really knew what it was doing. The tips of its tentacles weren't big, wrapping just around their slim waists and their hands, which conveniently worked out in my favor. The tentacles gave a shake, tossing the two of them around hard. The waves surged. I was stunned. Was this something you could watch for free? Deeply embarrassed, Orihime tried to struggle, but her hands were bound. Tears welled up in her eyes from the shame, and her voice cracked. Chisia, stop looking. Only then did I snap out of it, cursing myself for losing my composure. I was about to rush forward when I saw a shocking fury erupt from Isteth's side. She was clearly livid about the earlier lapse. The cold around her surged, and she shouted sharply. Death wish. Several thick pillars of ice shot up from the lake, wrapping around the octopus's tentacles and tightening and freezing in an instant with a crackling sound. Before the creature could struggle, it was frozen into one giant ball of ice. Isteth gave a cold snort, and the ice ball abruptly exploded, the monster reduced to shattered ice sinking to the lake bed. With the monster dealt with, the two of them leapt up from the water, tracing two gorgeous arcs through the air. I instinctively moved to catch them, my gaze sweeping between the two. Isteth's presence was steady, no need to worry. Orihime, though, was a bit flustered, reflexively deploying her 3-day shield and using the light shield's buoyancy to steady herself. Careful, I rushed toward Orihime, afraid she'd slip and fall. Isteth tapped the water's surface twice with her toes and landed as lightly as a snowflake, though that rare blush on her cheeks hadn't yet faded, lending her an extra touch of unusual color. Are you two okay? I dashed to Orihime's side, then belatedly realized something and abruptly spun around to face away from them, flustered. I didn't look. I'll go wait up front. I practically fled, my steps stumbling. But my mind kept replaying that scene against my will. Those two dazzling, snow-white figures I couldn't shake. My heart raced a few beats faster, and heat rose in my face. Behind me came Orihime's voice, faint as a mosquito's hum. Thank you. Isteth made no sound. She was probably straightening her clothes. I quickly walked into the woods by the lake and leaned against a tree to catch my breath, shaking my head to press down the tangled thoughts and stealing my vigilance again. A moment later, footsteps came from behind. I turned to find the two of them properly put together. Orihime still had her head down, cheeks faintly red. Isteth had returned to her usual cool composure. Let's go. I gave a dry cough, nodded, and followed behind the two of them back toward the cave. Under the night sky, the three figures were stretched long by the moonlight. The mood was a little delicate, yet there was also an added trace of indescribable closeness. I quietly opened the affinity interface to check the recent progress, and couldn't help but freeze. Their affinity had actually gone up this much?